Jeez. All right. Let's go. Hello, Internet. After a long absence, I am back to tell you a little story. Let me just go ahead and drop a link over on the accursed Blue Hell site that got us here in the first place. Oh, is that link? I'm hoping somebody wanders into the chat soon to let me know if I'm actually like audible. Because it would be so funny if I spent 8 hours reading this book and something was wrong with my sound the entire time. Anybody happens to wander in? Okay. And we're going. Cool. Amazing. There we go. All right. Hello, first person. I hope to hell you're going to have fun because I'm not. I said I was going to start a couple minutes early for tech reasons, and that turned out to be a lie because I forgot how much YouTube likes to slow you down when you try to start a live stream. And also, I will be so real with you, I got distracted by a booktuber ranking various actors by their books. And I was being extremely judgy, which is very rich considering I'm about to dedicate a truly unfathomable chunk of my evening to reading this book. Oh my God, hang on. I'm being asked to drop a link right now on Discord. Yeah, that might be it. That might work. Truly, who's to say? Let me make sure my Tumblr link is up and popping before I get started. Oh, hell. Oh my God, AJ's here. Hi, AJ. I'm going to play like a really fun game, trying to figure out if I can figure out how to drop a link to this to anyone. God. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. That is, super not it. This is why we do like a little trial period. AJ, entertain the chat for me while I figure out how to get my shameless self promo going. You should pause your lecture for this. Dare I say, more important, more iconic. Have I tried turning it off and on again? Straight up, no. God in heaven. Oh, wait, I can just like... I can. Okay, cool. I'm watching my own stream a second after the fact, which is so upsetting. But only for a second. Just long enough to drop that link on bluehell.com. Get everybody up in here. Rawls is going to be up in here in a minute, who we very much have to thank for sending me these books in the first place. Shout out to Raleigh, special guest of the evening. Oh, wait, why can't I go? Huh. Sorry, my blog's being so weird about... letting me actually post a link. I hope everyone enjoys watching me struggle with this, because that's like maybe all we're getting. Okay, wait. Everybody have fun in there? Hey, there's Rawls, okay. Oh, yeah, I mean, if you have until Sunday for your lecture, AJ, that's like categorically enough time. Okay, wait. Maybe Tumblr just wants me to like share this link. Different style. Please. Aha, okay. I'm only starting 3 minutes late, it's fine. We're still gonna finish completely on time, which is maybe never. So before we get started, what's up? We got Gotham, Dawn of Darkness by Jason Starr with 2 R's. My understanding is that he's sort of a failed crime novelist. Yeah, speedrun. How fast can I read 347 pages? I have split this up by sponsors. Each one, I'm going to do just real obnoxious. Like today we need to thank our patrons. Raleigh, you are one of these. With a thank you for however many pages they bought. As everybody knows, this is, well, I hope as everybody knows, this is $1 per page. And you lunatics actually shelled out 347 real American dollars to make me read all of this. I just want to pause real quick. AJ, I'm not reading the South Park novel. Don't make me talk about it. Don't give Raleigh ideas. It is worth pointing out this is a gently used book. When my dear friend Raleigh, who's watching right now, decided to buy these, it did turn out that they were dirt cheap. I have a feeling this is kind of like an ET video game situation where they made so many of these and absolutely no one wanted them. I feel like probably somewhere in a desert, there's like a huge heap of these that are just like pulped. This one actually, I think, survived because it clearly belonged to a library. There's like this scribbled out barcode on the front. It has a discard stamp in it. There's all these like fun little signs that it was a library book. Clearly not a very popular one. If I was gonna guess, I'd say it probably never got checked out. Yeah, 17 for both, including the shipping. Thank you, Raleigh. I assume these were like $3 a pop. Oh my God, AJ, stop trying to make the Peyton Beach Death South Park romance novel happen. I don't want it to happen. I'm already reading enough truly unhinged romance novels. But I'm gonna go ahead and get cracking on this because I have to start eventually. I've made pretty bare bones preparations to survive this. Our first patron is Crystal, who did inexplicably pay for 20 pages because some people see the opportunity to make me suffer and they slam that motherfucking button. I thought about providing some context about it is free money, but it's not free. I do have to suffer. I thought about providing like some context for Gotham. And then I decided I don't give a shit. If you're confused, that's fine. I can be miserable and you can be unsure of what's going on. I will say this is a prequel, hence the Dawn of Darkness. It does take place before the series proper starts. I believe it's a 2-month prequel. And what's important about that to me is that it means our main character, Jim Bellini Gordon, is not here, which is great for me because I fucking hate him. So we don't have to deal with my least favorite cop. I think Harvey Bullock is presumably here because he's on the cover. And he is objectively a worse cop, but he is a funnier character. So I can live with that. The most important thing about this is that little baby Bruce Wayne's parents are alive, so he's not an orphan yet. Of course, I posted a link to my Tumblr, I think. Yes. Yes, I did. It auto-provided just the most flattering thumbnail of me. I do look like a sad dog, and that's okay, because that's kind of going to be what the energy is tonight. Let me just, like, double, quadruple, triple check that it's up and it's posted there. Yes, I did. Okay. Cool. People will wander in as they wander in, and that's fine. Because like I said, I'm going to be here a while. So no matter what time zone you're in, there's probably going to be a segment for you. The saddest, wettest little meow meow. He's not an orphan yet, but with your support, we can change that. For $1,000 and up patrons, I will personally murder Bruce Wayne's parents. I don't think they die in this book. Wouldn't it be crazy if it ended like right at the moment his parents get murked, which is like literally the first thing that happens in the show, if I remember correctly. I guess there's only one way to find out. I should point out I have not read any of this yet. This is going to be as much of a surprise to me as it is to you. Let's do this, gamers. At a little past 2 a.m., Thomas Wayne was still at work on the computer in his office. The ultimate man cave. We're off to such a good start. The ultimate man cave when he thought he heard a creaking sound. It seemed to come from above, or maybe behind him. Thomas listened intently for a moment, then shrugged. Maybe another bat had gotten in, and then he returned to work. That's so crazy. I can't believe bats just get in your house. I hope that doesn't become thematically relevant to your child at some point. I hope the whole book is this unsubtle. This part of the house wasn't airtight, but its walls were thick, and little sound ever made it downstairs. In fact, with its raw stone and concrete, exposed pipes, and the accompanying mustiness, it really did feel more like a cave than a basement. Yeah, your house is that expensive and you can't keep the bats out. This is I think somewhere in season 1, like later in it, Bruce does this is going to become the bat cave. So like literally Thomas does have a secret freak cave built into his house that the bats get in. There were a lot of nooks and crannies where light never reached, and he'd seen bats down here before, sometimes hanging upside down, dormant, or flying around at night. He'd considered exterminating, but bats didn't bother him, and they couldn't get upstairs to the main part of Wayne Manor, so he didn't see the point. Who doesn't have a secret freak cave? Besides, he sort of liked the company. Aside from him, the bats were the only ones who knew about this place's existence, the secret freak cave. Oh, I love I love AJ going, this is great when you know nothing about Batman or DC. Raleigh also is correct. This is where Thomas has secret threesomes with Martha and Alfred, the butler. They were a throuple, and I will die on that hill. I'm sorry if that's a deal breaker for any of you. The Bats were the only ones who knew about this place's existence, situated as it was directly below his first floor study. Even Thomas's wife, Martha, and his teenage son, Bruce, didn't know about it. Teenage is a stretch. I do think David Mazouz was like 12 when they started filming Gotham. A minute or so later, he heard more noise. This definitely came from above him, and it didn't sound like a bat. It sounded like a bang, as if something had dropped on the floor upstairs. That's odd. He wasn't home alone. It could be Bruce, Martha, or their butler, Alfred Pennyworth. But it would be highly unusual for any of them to be up and about at this time of night, and even more unusual for one of them to go into Thomas's workspace. Martha always respected his privacy, and while Bruce, like any 14-year-old, got curious from time... He's a baby. I don't think he's 14. Hang on. Gotham started in 2014. David Mazouz was born in 2001. Oh my God. A child infant. I guess he was 13. That's fucked up. What has he been posting on Instagram lately? Hang on, there's like some picture of him with like some kind of like... It looks like blood leaving his eye. Oh my God. Wait. Oh, I guess he was out. This is from 19 weeks ago. He's posted a picture of himself with blood. It appears like streaming from under his eyes with the caption, LAPD on horses now. We should do something stupid. David Mazouz, what are you doing out there? Tell me more. Okay, I'm gonna be deep diving that Instagram later. Yeah, okay, obsessed with the tie-in novels. I'd assume you, the person who bought the Gotham tie-in novel, don't know the name of Batman's butler. I think that tie-in books to like live action properties are one of the most fascinating pieces of literature I've ever read is the Pacific Rim novelization, because it's very bad, but it's so interesting seeing how they took it and made it into a book. Because Pacific Rim is just such a visual film. I'm Harry Styles. It's such a fucking visual fucking cornucopia of shit, and seeing it compressed into a completely different format was really interesting, and reading it has really stuck with me. Again, it's very bad, but it is like a really interesting experience. Anyway, we've been here for like 12 minutes, and I've managed to read less than 2 pages. You guys are getting what you paid for. Okay. I guess Bruce is plausibly 14. And while Bruce, like any 14-year-old, got curious from time to time, Thomas had made it clear to him that his office was off limits, and the boy usually complied. This left Alfred, his devoted employee for many years, who was the least likely to enter alone and uninvited, especially in the middle of the night. Figuring he ought to check it out, Thomas left the office, closing the steel, high-tech security door he had installed. Okay, so some other people do know about the Freak Cave, for the record. Some people installed that door. He kept a lot of valuable secrets here, including ones regarding his company, Wayne Enterprises. And these days, with crime rampant in Gotham, there could never be too much caution. Creeping up the steep staircase which led to the secret entrance, he listened for any more sounds. Nothing. At the top landing, he waited about a minute, but still didn't hear anything. Perhaps something had fallen on its own. That happened from time to time. Maybe a book had been precariously placed on his desk and had somehow fallen off. Or maybe a window or a door had bbeen slammed shut by a breeze. Had he left a window open? The night was chilly. After several more moments of absolute silence. Why is this reading like a Wattpad fanfic? Well, I mean, if we go off of Raleigh's theory that maybe the author has never seen an episode of Gotham, he's just guessing. Listen, I would love to sit down with Mr. Jason Starr, 2 R's, and ask about what his process was. After several more moments of absolute silence, he was ready to accept that it had been an anomaly and was about to return downstairs to finish up his work when he heard voices, men's voices, coming from inside his study. Thomas couldn't make out what the men were saying, nor could he tell how many men there were. Then he heard more movement, more furniture shifting. Thomas's pulse quickened. People were upstairs. They'd made it past the security system and entered his home. Bruce, Martha, even Alfred could be in danger. Men! I will. The even Alfred sounds dismissive at first, but the thing about Gotham Alfred is he's a fucking freak who will go like hand-to-hand combat with anybody, like zero provocation. Gotham Alfred is just perpetually chomping at the bit to kill, so I actually would not be worried about him either. There was a banging as if someone was pounding on something, and the sound of more objects hitting the floor. He rushed back down the stairs, going as quickly as he could without falling. Into the keypad, he typed the password. BRUCE. Rock solid password there, buddy. No one will ever guess it's your kid's name. And the basement door swung open. He went right to the landline and tapped in 3 digits. 911, what's your emergency? The female operator asked. This is Thomas Wayne, he said, keeping his voice low. There appears to be a break-in at Wayne Manor. Sorry, what's your name? Wayne. Thomas Wayne. A pause, and then the operator said, wait, Thomas Wayne? The Thomas Wayne? The billionaire? The richest man in Gotham? I don't have time for this. Impatient, Thomas said, what is your name, please? Jessica. Jessica what? A pause, then Myers. Send the police here immediately, Miss Myers, Thomas said, or you'll never work in Gotham again. I don't think that's an unreasonable poll on his part. I'm going to be so real. Jessica, get your head in the game. Thomas kept without waiting for a response, he hung up on her. In general, he hated threatening people, but sometimes it seemed the only way to get anything done. Thomas kept a loaded handgun in his office just for emergencies, and this qualified as an emergency. He retrieved the Walther semi-automatic from the back of one of his filing cabinets and then moved again for the door. Staying in the basement, waiting for the GCPD to show up simply wasn't an option. He figured it could take 10 minutes or longer for the police to get here at this time of night. He thought about Bruce and Martha, hopefully still asleep in bed, but he had to do whatever he could to protect them. Besides, someone had broken into his property, invaded his space, his home. This was a violation. This was a violation. Felt like it on a gut level. It reminded him of the way he'd been feeling at work lately. Vulnerable, disrespected, irrelevant, cast aside. Bitch, the company is named after you. Jesus. He hated playing the part of the victim, and remaining passive wasn't his nature. For centuries, the Waynes had been fighters. Again, looking at the office, he headed back up to the stairs, padding quietly. The door at the top led to a secret entrance behind the fireplace in his office. Okay. There was no subtle, quiet way to enter the space. Once he pressed the button, the shelves would part, and if there were in fact an intruder or intruders in the room, Thomas wouldn't exactly be taking them by surprise. He listened carefully at first, didn't hear anything. To hell with it, he pressed the entry button. The 2 halves of the door parted, and he saw that the study had been ransacked. Heavy, leather-covered furniture had been overturned, drawers pulled out of the desk and dumped, classic valuable books, papers, antique statuettes, girl, not the statuettes, all had been thrown about, some shattered, and office supplies were strewn all over the floor. A massive grandfather clock lay on its side, the glass broken out. That must have been what he'd heard from the office below. What the hell? I want to be clear, that was in italics. He didn't say it out loud, he's just thinking it. BF said, I don't know, Ty and Novel Goons can't be smarter than the Scooby Gang, and jumping out of secret bookcase doors. And the jumping out of secret bookcase doors trick works on them every time. Yeah. Perhaps even a vase that was said to be Ming. I wish it was Mungo, Jerry, and Rumple Teaser. God, I wish I was Cat. I wish to God I was watching Cats right now. I just did it last night, and I'd do it again this second. Rawls, I can't do character voices. No one has talked yet. What accent do we want? I think Thomas is going to be in this a lot. What accent do we want Thomas to have? Throw a suggestion in the chat. What the hell? There were large gashes in the walls, and the plasterboard had been pulled away in several places, revealing insulation and exposed electrical wiring. Here and there, he saw gaping black holes in the wooden slats that lay underneath. Aiming the gun ahead of him, Thomas crept into the room. Thoughts swirling, he made his way through the study, avoiding the stuff on the floor. Who did this? He asked himself over and over. Assign cats kin to the Batman characters. Jesus Christ. Well, obviously, Bruce Wayne is a real tumble Brutus. Random thieves, professional criminals. Then he noticed the empty space on the wall opposite the windows. What if his most valuable paintings, Picasso's Les Picadors, had been taken, frame and all? Hang on, I need to... Is that a real painting? I don't know anything about art. It is! Why does he have it? Where is it at? In real life, it seems that it's in the Guggenheim. Thomas Wayne, why do you have that? I hate rich people. Thomas was gutted. Not over the money. True, the painting was worth tens of millions of dollars. Oh god, it's Mungo and Rumple. They're ransacking the manor. Let's go! But even if it were gone for good, it wouldn't make a dent or even a smudge in Thomas's private fortune. Hey, Thomas Wayne, gargle my sack. It was the painting's sentimental value that couldn't be replaced. Thomas's great-grandfather had bought it from the young, struggling artist himself on a street corner in Seville, or at least that was how the family story went. That shit is stolen. He paused a moment and frowned. Was that what the break-in was all about? A painting? If professional art thieves had come here to steal a painting, then why ransack the study? Because that's where your fucking Picasso that you bought from Picasso is. Unless they were looking for something else. Maybe still looking for it? The thieves could still be in the house, even upstairs. Intent on making sure his family was safe, Thomas left the study. If he saw an intruder, he planned to shoot first, and to hell with asking questions later. He wouldn't ask questions at all. This is fun because it's setting Thomas up to be a real foil to what his son ends up being. So Bruce has this very strict no-kill code, whereas Thomas, and also no guns, whereas Thomas is pretty ready to just grab a gun and kill a motherfucker for stealing his Picasso. You know. If, all he needed was a good look, and he'd get his man. Cool under pressure, he was a good shot. He had never served in the army, but his grandfather used to take him hunting and skeet shooting. Somebody Google skeet shooting and explain to me what that is. And he practiced at a private shooting range north of Gotham. Alfred had helped him with that, pressing his training until he was satisfied with the results. That is a sexual euphemism. He continued into the foyer. Foyer? The foyer. The only light came from several night lights, and he had to squint to see it all, especially as he approached the main hallway where it was even darker. Then he detected movement to his right. He shifted and was about to fire his weapon when he realized he was looking at the mirror, at his own dim reflection. Oh, okay, you shoot little clay discs that someone throws in the air. That's... America is such a country. Anyway, Thomas has been jump scared by his own reflection. Feeling ridiculous, as he should, he stayed put, catching his breath. The house was almost silent. The only sound Thomas heard was his own breathing. He passed through the dining room, then the drawing room, noting that all the windows were secure and there was no sign of a break-in. Then he saw them. 3 men coming toward him from the direction of the kitchen. Quick, spout out the funniest possible Batman villains that this could be robbing the place. Thomas embodying the man always carrying gun in case he needs to escalate the situation Onion headline. Yeah, it sounds like these guys were not here to kill anybody, which is actually like a really marked change from Gotham, where approximately every 3 episodes someone breaks into Wayne Manor to try to murder sweet baby Bruce. 3 men coming toward him from the direction of the kitchen or the servants' staircase. They were all in black, wearing Halloween-style masks. There was a werewolf, a zombie, and a gorilla. The gorilla was holding the Picasso, while the zombie had something in his right hand. A knife? No, it was wider than a knife. It looked more like a meat cleaver. This is so funny. And Harvey Bullock, my favorite Gotham villain. A bad cop. AJ, who are the other... Just all of them at once. Yeah, it's Penguin. I hope to God that Penguin's in here somewhere. I know it's prequel, so he's just fucking around like holding Jada Pinkett Smith's umbrella right now. I would like to see him. I love that hysterical faggot. Sorry I said faggot if that bothers anybody. Oh, you gotta leave this stream now. When the men saw Thomas, they stopped, as if surprised. They stood about 10 yards away, and it was an awkward standoff, like deer in headlights, staring at one another. It seemed to go on forever, but it was no more than 5 seconds. Then motion. The werewolf guy took out a gun, and it glinted in the dim light. Thomas raised his weapon, aimed as best he could, and fired, hitting him in the chest. Jesus Christ. The intruder grunted in agony and fell back, keeping his feet. Come on, the zombie said. Let's get out of here. Thomas didn't recognize the voice, muffled as it was, but the accent was pure working-class Gotham. Whatever that means. It's usually like a Jersey, little bit of a New York. Most adaptations do default kind of I'm walking here for the people of Gotham. The zombie and gorilla took off toward the front. I hope the gorilla survives. The zombie and gorilla took off toward the front door, but the werewolf remained and aimed his gun at Thomas's face. Thomas leapt to his right, ducking behind the grand piano. A bullet hit the piano and another whizzed by overhead. Leaning to his left, Thomas saw a sliver of the man visible between the legs of the piano, and he fired the Walther. I hate the name Walther. Gotham is maybe just Boston. Personally, in my heart of hearts, I know it's New Jersey. I think it would be fun if it was Detroit. I think Gotham is every city that is too big and sucks a little. He groaned and stumbled backward, toppling over a club chair. Leaping to his feet, Thomas rushed past the body and went outside. Dull orangish light coming from the old-style lamp posts illuminated the long driveway. The other two intruders were getting into a car, slamming the doors and revving the engine. The car sped away along the driveway toward the front gates. The night guard, Nigel, was supposed to be on duty, but the gate was wide open. Where the hell was he? My man's? One of those men was Nigel. Dropping his gun hand to his side, Thomas went back into Wayne Manor and turned on the lights. He was heading toward the main stairway to go up and check on his family when he heard a muffled voice. "Hey, rich guy, where are you going?" Thomas stopped and turned back. The werewolf guy, stop calling him the werewolf guy. You could just call him the werewolf, stood in the doorway to the drawing room. With a bleeding gash in his leg, he was aiming his gun. Thomas still had his own weapon by his side. Oh, fuck. What's a rich guy voice? You got what you wanted, Thomas said. Why don't you just leave? That's not going to be sustainable if he's in this book a lot. You wanted me to leave. You should have thought about that before you shot me. The werewolf guy's finger moved against the trigger. Thomas flinched as a shot rang out. My right foot has fallen asleep and it hurts so bad. Thomas flinched as a shot rang out. A bullet ripped into the side of the guy's neck, knocking him off his feet. The gun fell to the floor along with the dead body. Then Thomas saw Alfred, on the mid-landing of the stairwell, holding his Browning 9mm sidearm, crouched a full 20 feet from his target. In his 60s, is he? Pennyworth was still fit as a man half his age. You would know, wouldn't you, Thomas? And possessed a lethal set of skills honed in the British Royal Marines. That was why Thomas had hired him. A butler who could make tea was easy to find. A butler who could save lives? Not so easy. Nice going, Thomas said, but I had the situation under control. In the distance, sirens blared. Of course you did, sir, Alfred said. I don't doubt that for a moment. The end of chapter 1. Let me have a little sippy. We have. Oh my! Wait, the guy who played Alfred is 58 now. That's insane. And he was also, I think they said, that's what Sean Pertwee. He was in his. Oh my God! Yeah, no, they really clock him. Oh, I thought they said late 60s, but they fully. This man, okay, if he's 58 now, he would have been like literally mid 40s when Gotham started. That's why have they done this? I very much got the sense watching Gotham that Alfred was meant to be like a contemporary of Thomas and Martha. Because if he's 60 now, by the time Bruce is Batman and he's going to be like in his 80s, you're going to need to find a new butler, my guy. Before sunrise, GCPD detectives Harvey Bullock, who one of my darlings from watching the TV show, he's a terrible cop, but a great character. He does not want to do his job ever. He's pretty fine with corruption, and he wants to fuck Jim Gordon senseless. His taste is awful in all things. I love him dearly. GCPD detectives Harvey Bullock and Amanda Wong arrived at Wayne Manor. Amanda Wong is a new character for this book, presumably Harvey's partner immediately before he got stuck with Jim. Great chance something terrible is going to happen to her, and that's why Harvey needs a new partner. I should be in bed right now, Harvey said, getting all rested up for tomorrow morning's hangover. I love him. Harvey and Amanda had been partners for about a week now, ever since Harvey's last partner got killed in a shootout during a drugstore robbery. He'd liked his last partner. Marv was a good guy, but what could you do? It seemed like Harvey went through partners faster than rock bands went through drummers. So enter Amanda, stage left. Ideal partner? Not quite. First problem, their personalities. Harvey was a husky, rugged Irish American with a scraggly beard. He liked to wear old suit jackets and fedoras and didn't give a damn if his clothes were in style now or if they'd ever been in style. He lived by the adage, it's not how you look, it's how you feel, and he always felt like the coolest dude in the room. If he hadn't become a cop, he would have been a sailor or a dock worker or maybe a lumberjack if he lived in the woods and knew how to swing an axe. Okay. Harvey sounds kind of hot, not gonna lie. I'm gonna say something unfortunate, which is that I do think Harvey, not politically, there's so much wrong with him. If we just go physically, he is what I would consider maybe one of like 3 hot men in the entirety of Gotham. It's hard out there. Amanda, meanwhile, had Asian features, you know, the universal features that all Asians share. Wore her hair in a tight bun, and her clothes were neatly pressed. If she was attractive, Harvey hadn't looked long enough to notice. She was in shape, but thin, way too thin as far as Harvey was concerned. He liked women with meat on their bones, and if they had a temper, liked to slap him around a little, so much the better. Amanda couldn't win a fight with a punching bag. Okay, so do you see what I meant when I said politically Harvey is challenging? But also Jason Starr, what the fuck? This feels important to say. So if we count this book as part of the greater Gotham continuity, this is going to make Amanda Wong, I think, the second Asian woman to have a speaking role in the entirety of everything. Usually when people of East Asian descent show up in Gotham, and I specify that because South and Southeast Asian people don't really seem to exist in this universe. Usually when East Asian people show up, they are either gangsters or they are like masseuses in a shady sex work location. So Gotham has, hey guys, don't get me started on the racial politics of Gotham. It's a nightmare out there. This actually does feel really on brand. So congrats, Jason. You did the bad thing very accurately. Worse, she was a snob. For example, when she was off duty, she liked to go to wine bars and to the theater and freaking museums. What was up with that? For Harvey, it was bars, real bars, ones that sold beer and whiskey, and maybe an occasional trip to a pool hall or the racetrack. They got out of the car and headed along the graveled driveway. Beat cops and medical personnel were, oh my god, wait. No, okay, hang on. I'm not going to look ahead. They got out of the car and headed along the graveled driveway. Beat cops and medical personnel were working the scene, and there were black and whites, emergency medical services ambulances, and a Gotham TV news truck. Lacey White, the young, curvy brunette reporter, was chatting with a cameraman, prepping to report from the scene. Never too early to break a hot news story, huh, Lace? Harvey called out. When she spotted Harvey, her expression brightened. Harvey! She handed the cameraman the mic, then rushed over. He met her halfway, and she gave him a big, tight hug. Damn, she felt good. Smelled good, too. A combination of lady soap, whatever perfume she had on, and her own natural scent. Lady soap. It gave him flashbacks to the nights they'd spent together, how she tossed him around like a giant beanbag and had her way with him just the way Harvey liked it. I didn't expect this. I'm delighted, but I'm horrified. Yeah, but also lady soap. He whispered in her ear, I miss you, sweetheart. She whispered back, me too. What's wrong, Harv? Lose my number? They'd gone out a few times a couple of years back. Always had a great time. Hell, if they hadn't, he would have forgotten about her by now. If he was a relationship kind of guy, which he definitely wasn't. Oh, not soap made of ladies. If he was a relationship guy, which he definitely wasn't, she might have been the one for him. She was definitely his type. Fun, sexy, no attitude. This is worth mentioning. Briefly in season 2, I think Harvey quits the GCPD because he's like, oh, this sucks actually, and he's right. And he gets engaged. You never see his fiance. He mentions he gets a job at a bar, a real bar with beer and whiskey. But he gets a job at a bar, and Jim shows up and is like, come be a cop again. And Harvey's like, I can't. I'm a bartender now. I'm engaged. And then this is never mentioned again until later in the season when Harvey fucks a girl cop to get information that Jim needs. And Jim's like, was your fiance okay with that? And he goes, we broke up. Just completely off screen. There's a lot going on with this guy. Yeah, his fiance who lives in Canada, maybe. Maybe I did, he said, but I promise I'll find your number again soon, sweetheart. She nodded and he smiled, feeling good about himself. Not all guys can make that work. Blow off a woman and then call her sweetheart. Not without seeming like a total sleazeball. Harvey could work the magic. I want him dead, actually. I'd really like that, she said. Her soft, raspy tone reminded him of the time she'd whispered in his ear after she'd beaten the crap out of him. Lacey's in charge, she'd said, and don't you ever forget it. I'll be in touch. I bet you say that to all the girls, she replied. Yeah, actually I do, he said, smiling. Thing is, in your case, I mean it. How many times in the course of this book do you think they're going to tell us that Harvey enjoys getting just the absolute shit kicked out of him in a sexual manner? She laughed, enjoying the banter it was bad banter, as she headed back towards the cameraman. Harvey got along well with all of his old flames. As he often told people, don't judge a man by his friends, judge him by his exes. Girl, where is your fiancé? Every guy got along with his friends, but if he got along with his exes, well, that tells you something about the man's character. As he resumed walking with Amanda toward the entrance, she tossed him a harsh, judgmental look. Already, he was beginning to find it familiar. What? Harvey asked. Flirting at a crime scene, she said. Seriously? We're not at a crime scene yet, Harvey protested. We're outside a crime scene. Big difference. Huge, actually. Amanda remained stone-faced. I hope, my initial assumption was that Amanda was probably going to die in the course of the book. I really hope she just, quits and, gets a job anywhere that she doesn't have to deal with Harvey Bullock. Amanda remained stone-faced. When we get in there, I'll take the lead, she said. You just hang back. This sounds like it was written by me in 2012. I mean, that'd be really impressive. Because that was 2 years before Gotham started. That's a little uncanny, actually. Listen, I told you, I said at the jump, I'm pretty sure Jason Starr is a failed crime novelist. This is not where... Writing the tie-in Gotham novels is not where you end up when you are a writer of an abundance of talent. Harvey did a double take, partly because he was at least half drunk, and partly because he was thinking, is she serious? Amanda had been getting more and more controlling. What was up with that? She'd only been his partner for a week, and she kept insisting on doing a lot of the driving. Yeah, because you're fucking drunk at work, Harv. Picking the music they listened to in the car and editing his arrest reports before he handed them in, but telling him how to handle an investigation. Was she serious? Oh no, she sensed that he's a sub. He had 20 years in the department, 9 as a detective, and she had, 5 in less than a month? Besides, she was a woman. Oh no. He didn't have anything against women, obviously. He loved women, and women loved him. It was a mutual respect sort of thing, and he had a lot of, notches in his belt to prove it. But he didn't think women should be cops, was all! There was plenty of other work they could have, so why cops? For example, was he trying to be a cheerleader? No, he was not. Okay! The other day, he'd voiced his opinion to Amanda, and she'd called him a sexist. Harvey had fired back, I'm no sexist. I'm the opposite of a sexist. If I was sexist, I wouldn't like women as much as I do. And if I didn't like women, I'd want them to be cops so they could get hurt or killed. But I don't want them to be cops because I love women and want them to be safe. Now, this may be harsh and contradictory to the canon that this is supposed to be a prequel to, but I think Harvey Bullock should die. Oh my god. She hadn't brought it up. No, she hadn't bought it, but it had shut her up. Now he said, sorry, I had a cold last week and maybe my ears are still a little clogged. I thought I just heard you telling me how to do my job. I can't tell if this is a very aware satire of that kind of man or if the author doesn't realize what he's doing. I'm scared. I'm unclear, but the Asian features thing does make me suspect the author just is like this. Oh god. I thought I just heard you telling me how to do my job. First off, you're pissed drunk, Amanda said. Whoa, I'm not at all drunk, Harvey said. A little buzzed, yeah, okay, but not drunk. Want me to walk a straight line for you? Harvey managed a couple of steps as if he were walking along a tightrope and lost his balance. Then he said, or better yet, want to give me a breathalyzer? Why do I need a breathalyzer? Amanda asked. I can smell it from here. Attitude, Harvey thought. It's also worth noting the next 3 pages are brought to you by an anonymous donor. Thanks, anonymous donor. I'm so glad we get to read more of this. See, you didn't get crap like that from a man. A man will stab you in the back, but he won't needle you to death. What the fuck are you talking about? Second, I'm better at a crime scene than you are, Amanda said. What? Harvey couldn't believe this. Who says? It's a fact, she said. I just am. You get too worked up, you don't ask the right questions, and this is all exacerbated when you've been drinking. Yeah, thanks, anonymous donor. Ooh, big word, Harvey said. I'm impressed. When did you memorize that one? As they headed up the several stairs leading to the entrance, Amanda was muttering to herself. Harvey, dizzy, had to hold the railing. Yeah, okay, he was a little buzzed. So what? Wait, is that how you spell a not? No, it's Anony. Yeah, you were so close. Definitely like some obscure Batman villain whose whole thing is just needling you to death. Probably the Needler. I have no reason to think that's a real thing, but it seems like some shit that would have happened like in the 60s. Yeah, okay, he was a little buzzed, so what? Amanda noticed he was wobbling and smirked. She rang the doorbell. Okay, I need to hear this, Harvey said. So how are you better than me? It's called having people skills, she said. I have them, you don't. Honestly, your attitude embarrasses me sometimes. We're in a partnership, so it reflects on both of us. Harvey laughed. For effect. He didn't think any of this was funny. I embarrass you, huh? Then he was full-blown serious, even angry. Look, you're lucky I'm even working with you, sweetheart. Sweetheart, Amanda said. Seriously? Who do you think I am? Your news reporter, ho? Whoa, easy. Lacey's a classy lady, Harvey said. And what's wrong with sweetheart? Why is that a bad thing to say these days? It's a term of frickin' endearment. Yeah, L plus ratio plus cringe. Amanda rolled her eyes. You wouldn't work with me if you had a choice, she said, ringing the bell again. What do you mean, Harvey asked. I mean about not having a choice. Captain Essen told you if you didn't, you were going on desk duty. This was true, but Harvey hadn't known it was public knowledge. Where did you hear that? He demanded. Give me a break, Amanda said. Everybody in the department knows about your misogynistic tendencies. Wait, Harvey said. They said I gave a massage to who? How much exactly did you drink tonight? Amanda asked. It's last night now, Harvey said, and not much. Not as much as usual, anyway. If you're inebriated, you shouldn't be here, Amanda said. No, you shouldn't be here, Harvey said. You and your fancy words. Inebriated. He laughed. What's wrong? People can't say drunk anymore? That's too low class? He belched and then continued, want to know the truth? Oh yeah, you're right. I don't want to work with you, and I still don't want to work with you. But as long as we're together, I'm in charge. I call the shots. Comprende mundo? Comprende mundo? She wrinkled her face as if she smelled something foul. That doesn't even mean anything. Yeah, Jesus Christ! And he was too wasted to catch up on the office gossip. Harvey glared at her and didn't notice that Martha Wayne had answered the door. Uh-oh, everybody. Harvey Bullock is about to think something misogynistic about Bruce's mom. Please don't sexualize this woman. When he did notice her, he let out a soft whistle. Talk about pretty. Yowza. If you looked up Harvey's type in the Encyclopedia Britannica, you'd see a big picture of this lady. Okay. He'd seen her around a lot over the years, talked to her a few times at charity balls, GCPD functions, and whatnot. She was blonde, classy, okay, a little on the thin side, but somehow with Martha Wayne, the whole package worked. The thing Harvey liked most about her, though, was her confidence. In a weird way, she reminded him of Fish Mooney. Oh my god! Non-binary fish, let's go. So for those of you who are not familiar with Gotham, the television show, first of all, God, I envy you. Second of all, Fish Mooney is a show original character played by Jada Pinkett Smith. She is like a second tier crime boss. She's a fucking lunatic. I love her. She's hot as hell. Penguin's boss at the start of the series. Most importantly, for this context, her and Harvey do bone on occasion. Yeah, Fish and Martha Wayne came from totally different walks of life. It probably wasn't possible to get more different, but there was something similar about them too. Fish always made herself the center of attention. Same with Martha Wayne. When you were in the same room as her, you noticed her. It was hard to look away, and she didn't just have attitude. She had the looks to back it up. Even now, in the middle of the night, after there'd been a murder at Wayne Manor, the lady of the house looked stunning. How about a litmus test for beauty? Of course, Martha Wayne was married, and Harvey wasn't the type of guy who would ever make a pass at another man's wife. I don't believe that at all. But looking never hurt. Looking never hurt anybody. The next 6 pages are brought to you by another anonymous donor. Thank you, anonymous donor, for this. Snapping out of it, he realized Amanda was already asking questions. Fucking Harvey Bullock is over here doing like a cartoon wolf, eyes popping out of head, drooling, hitting himself on the head with a hammer. to a woman whose house got broken into and then a murder happened. Were you here when the shooting happened? Amanda asked Martha. Had Harvey's gaze drifted down to her chest? Yup, it had. Hey, he was only human. I've said this before and I'm going to say it again. This may be extreme, but I do think Harvey should get hit by a car right now. Dare I say Amanda should do it herself. Jesus Christ. No, I was asleep, Martha said. We were in Switzerland for a week and just arrived back this afternoon, so I was pretty tired. Actually, it was the gunshot, shots, that woke me up. Harvey caught a glimpse of Amanda, sneering at him as if saying, seriously? They stepped through the doorway and started down the hall. He shook his head a little and spoke up. How many shots were there? He asked. It didn't really matter. He just wanted to say something. We have to spend an entire novel with this man, yeah. Several, I believe, Martha said. I decided to do this sober because I thought I might do permanent harm to myself if I made it a drinking thing. It doesn't matter. You are a detective, but I think you could get a lot of mileage out of take a shot every time Harvey is gross and bad towards a woman. Several, I believe, Martha said. I'm not sure. When I heard them, I went and woke up Alfred, our butler. Easy, because Alfred was definitely in the same bed. There was a throuple happening, and this is a hill I'll die on. I think a fun story to write, if Detective Comics ever hires me, which they won't, is like there's an investigation going on. Bruce is a kid. He knows nothing. He's very tangential to the story. But there's like a similar break-in setup, except it's just the Waynes desperately trying to cover up that they are in like an active, loving throuple with their butler. Harvey and Amanda followed her 100 injured, 50 dead in tragic Gotham reading, and somehow I have all of them. Harvey and Amanda followed her along the wide, brightly lit hallway, past all the fancy antique furniture, toward the crime scene further back in the house. He couldn't help noticing Martha's swinging hips, even in yoga pants, or whatever she had on. Her body looked in perfect proportions. Harvey didn't know how to draw, but even if he was the best damn artist in the world, he wouldn't have been able to draw a body like that. You're so classy, Amanda whispered into his ear. Harvey began to smile, then realized she hadn't meant it as a compliment. As they approached a door that probably led into the drawing room, there was a kid waiting for them. Martha approached her son Bruce, who was standing there in pajama bottoms and a t-shirt. I'm just going to say this right now, wildly out of character. I never see Bruce in the show. You never see Bruce in pajamas that aren't like a fucking matching set of like pinstripe buttoned like 1930s banker pajamas. Harvey had met the kid a bunch of times. Good, polite, rich type. Smart, too. Bruce, why don't you go upstairs and get some rest, Martha said. You've had a long day and you're probably still jet-lagged. I'm not tired, Mom. That is going to be my Bruce voice, thank you. He glanced at Harvey and Amanda, his eyes wide, and said, Are you the detectives who will be in charge of this case? Yeah, we are, Harvey answered. Bruce eyed him carefully, but didn't say anything. Could the kid tell he'd been drinking? Highly, highly unlikely. Nobody could hide his drunk better than Harvey Bullock. Who do you think is responsible? Bruce asked. We don't know yet, Amanda said. We just got here. But you must have some idea, he insisted. I've heard that police always know who the criminals are. Who is lying to this fucking child about the efficacy of the police? Cynicism, Harvey said. I like that kid. Harvey belched, retasting that last shot of Jameson he'd downed, and damn, it still tasted good. Outside... you know what? It's great that I decided to make this a sober read because Harvey Bullock would single-handedly have turned me off of the concept of alcohol. It holds no appeal to me now. Outside Thomas Wayne's study, the body remained splayed. Several uniformed cops were in the room, a couple of them talking to Thomas Wayne and Alfred Pennyworth, his butler, once again explaining to the people willingly reading a Gotham novel who Alfred Pennyworth is. A man in his 60s, allegedly. Pennyworth may have looked like an uppity butler, but he had a tough-ass past. You could see it by the way he stood, and by looking in the guy's eyes. The medical examiner was photographing the dead guy, who was in a hooded sweatshirt and was wearing a werewolf mask. Who is he? This is word vomit. Who is he? Harvey asked. Looks like a werewolf to me, one of the cops said. He was a fresh-faced blonde guy, probably right out of the academy. Smartass. The kid must have caught his expression. He has no ID on him, the cop said, and obviously we didn't want to pull off the mask. I mean, not till the Emmy and you guys got here. You could just imagine, can you imagine just picking this book up for fun and then learning that it absolutely sucks? Yes. Yes, I can. It's like 3 words per word. Sometimes it's 1 word per 3 words. Is this the only Vic? Harvey asked. Yeah, there were 2 other intruders, but they escaped. The security's tight here. How'd they get in? The security system was disabled, and the guard at the gate, guy named Nigel Hayward, got ambushed. When we got here, he was tied up and gagged. Beaten up pretty bad, too. His face looked like a hamburger meat. He's in Gotham General now. He'll live, but he's going to take a lot of scars with him. We'll have to talk to Nigel, Amanda said. Good idea, Harvey said, the sarcasm so dry it almost sounded sincere. He got a pair of latex gloves from one of the EMS workers and squatted near the body, careful not to get any blood on his favorite chinos. Not the chinos. Reaching out, he gripped the edge of the... Do you remember when Harvey first showed up and it was like, hey, maybe he's hot? That's aged poorly. Reaching out, he gripped the edge of the mask, avoiding the wound in the dead man's neck. Time for the big reveal, he said. Let's see who we've got under here. I hope it's an extremely prominent character. The dead guy was a pudgy-faced, red-haired guy with a thick scar on his forehead. Never seen him before in my life, Harvey said. Neither have I. Who the hell said that? Harvey looked back over his shoulder and saw that Thomas Wayne had come up behind him. Hey, Mr. Wayne. The detective stood up, lurching a little. I'd shake your hand, but... Do you want to tell us what happened here? Amanda asked. Yes, but it's late. Obviously, Wayne said, and I've already explained it all to the officers. Can't they fill you in? Better if we get it from the horse's mouth, Harvey said. No offense. None taken, Wayne said. And we'll need to speak to Mr. Pennyworth as well, Amanda said. Of course, Wayne said. I was supposed to be doing a rich guy voice for Thomas Wayne, I'm sorry. If you'll give me a moment. Harvey nodded. I don't know, that was not a rich guy voice. That was aging theater guy. Harvey nodded, then watched Thomas go over and whisper something to Bruce, who was still standing with Martha. They should stop letting Bruce look at this dead guy, personally. God forbid Bruce Wayne ever see a dead person. It could really fuck a kid up. A moment later, both mother and son headed away, probably to get back to bed. Before Bruce exited, however, he looked back at Harvey as if to say, find out who did this. Harvey smiled and gave the kid a thumbs up. I just think it's so interesting how they decided to give Bruce and Harvey Bullock this like kind of pre-existing connection when 2 months later, Jim Gordon is going to take on the case of Bruce's parents' murder, and his partner, Harvey Bullock, is not going to say anything about having any prior experience with any of the Waynes at all. Like, he's not going to be like, oh, 2 months ago there was a break-in at their place. Maybe it's going to... Now, I know Harvey's like a spectacularly bad cop, but on the other hand, he's mostly motivated by his dick, and he wants to fuck Jim Gordon so bad it makes him look stupid. You'd think it would come up if there was any forethought going on here. Anyway, a short time later, Harvey and Amanda were seated across from Thomas Wayne and Alfred Pennyworth at the dining room table. Wayne leaned his elbows on the polished wood surface while Pennyworth sat stiffly. We'll make this quick, Harvey said. There's been a bunch of other art robberies in Gotham over the past couple months, so there's a chance the same crew is behind this one. When you say there were three intruders in the house, right? The uniformed cop had filled him in, but he wanted to hear it for himself. Besides, it made him sound official. That's right, Wayne said, all in Halloween masks. A zombie, a werewolf, and a gorilla. The gorilla was holding the Picasso. The zombie had what looked like a meat cleaver. You just don't get sentences like that outside of Gotham. That explains how your wall got chopped up, Harvey said. Do you have any idea why they did that? No, Wayne said, shaking his head. None! Questioning witnesses was Harvey's forte. And even when he was 2 sheets to the Jameson wind, as his relatives in Ireland liked to say, this is, I'm going to say this. This is also offensive to the Irish. He had that feeling. Oh, he could tell when someone was holding back. He had that feeling about Thomas Wayne. Come on, you must have some ideas, Amanda insisted. Harvey glared at her, annoyed. Hadn't he made it clear that he'd ask the questions? Wayne remained silent for another few seconds. Well, since they're art thieves, it might be that they were looking for some sort of electrical alarm system, he suggested. Maybe they thought the painting was wired for protection. No, he's reaching, Harvey thought, but for what? Do you have separate alarms like that for your paintings? Amanda asked. No, Wayne said. I thought my main system would suffice. With a smile, he added, obviously I thought wrong. How do you think they disabled the main system? Harvey asked. That I have no clue about, Thomas said. Nobody knows those codes except my wife and Alfred. Interesting how those two are lumped together. And this is a Penny Wayne's Conspiracy live blog. Well, and Wayne Security, the company we employ. I mean, surely you don't just employ them. You clearly own them. But I digress. Well, they figured out the code somehow, Harvey said. So somebody must have squealed. He looked at Alfred. I beg your pardon, the butler said, and it came out more of a growl. Oh my god, my wife is in the chat. Everyone be nice to my wife. Also, presumably my wife's boyfriend. Hi, Austin. Are you implying that I might have any involvement in this? Pennyworth had a British accent. Thank you. I'm all over it. It was the kind of accent that tough guys had in crime movies. Yeah, that's definitely what I'm doing here. I like to shoot from the hip, Harvey said. Bloody idiot, Pennyworth said. He looked like he was ready to jump over the table. Harvey kept a hand on his piece, just in case. Oh my god. All right, welcome to the worst part. Shout out to someone named perhaps Arga, who bought 99 fucking pages with 99 real goddamn American dollars. This whole next chunk belongs to you, baby. Thank you from hell. Anyway, allow me to continue. Love my wife and dear friends just saying hi to each other in the chat. It's okay, Amanda said. Let's just calm down. I'm calm, Harvey said, not calmly. It's this guy who looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Then he said to Pennyworth, down, boy. The butler's face went red, and Harvey saw veins in his forehead. Oh my god, this man is like in his 60s. You're gonna kill him. So the detective turned back to the master of the house. Is it possible anybody at Wayne Security is involved in this? He asked. Anything's possible, Wayne said. I'll certainly conduct an internal investigation. For those of you just joining us, this is Thomas Wayne, Bruce's dad, not sweet baby Bruce. I don't think he's in this very much. Tragic for me. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Harvey said. Pennyworth was still sneering. Here's a fun fact for you. A group of butlers is actually called a sneer. I know this because I once took it upon myself to homebrew a D&D class that's just the butler. And their subclass is called is called like a sneer. No, I've not finished it yet. No, I'm probably never going to. It's a very silly concept. But it is fun to play with. So where were you when you heard the intruders? Amanda asked Wayne. In your bedroom? Wayne hesitated and then said, no, I was in the kitchen. Now, for those of you just joining us, that's a lie. He was in his freak cave where he does freak activities. Again, Harvey's gut told him that something was off about the man's answer. Didn't they have to pass by the kitchen to get to your study? He asked. I suppose they were already in the house when I went down to the kitchen to get a drink, Wayne said. He was smooth, Harvey had to admit it. Okay, Harvey said, so you heard them, and then what happened? I came out here and one of the intruders, the one with the werewolf mask, shot me, so I shot him. He didn't die, though. Alfred shot him from the stairwell. One shot from the stairwell, huh? Harvey was impressed. That's some good aim you got there. What are you, some kind of sniper? Actually, I did toy with it in the military, Pennyworth said. A butler who knows how to kill, Harvey said. I guess that can come in handy. It did tonight, Wayne said. Back to the walls, Harvey said. Sorry, but I ain't buying the security system theory. These art thieves are pros. They can tell if a painting's wired or not without doing enough damage to raise the dead. Okay, so perhaps they thought I had something hidden in the walls, Wayne said. Jewels or money, or some sort of valuables. Do ya? Harvey asked. Do I what? Hide valuables in your walls. No, Wayne said. It was just another theory. I have no idea why they chopped up the walls, detective. Maybe they're just crazy. There are a lot of crazy people in Gotham these days. Just look at how Arkham's overflowing. No, absolutely. Okay, no, hi, sorry. Okay, so we can't look at how Arkham is overflowing because I'm about to become the most insufferable person on God's green earth. I have not been fucking painstakingly watching Gotham, fucking taking notes, trying to put together fucking anything that, oh my god, me and my wife are wearing matching overalls. Anyway, so the thing about Arkham being open is that it's fucking not, because it's like a really significant plot point in season 1 that Arkham Asylum opens for the first time in years. It's been closed for fucking years. It's like it's a whole political thing. There's like all this like maneuvering amongst the different gangs trying to like get that land and reopen Arkham. It categorically cannot be overflowing because it's closed. When it opens, it's a whole thing that there's like this creepy ass nurse who's running around killing people who turns out not to be a real nurse. High fucking spoilers for Gotham. She was a patient there who just got left behind when they cleared the place out to close it, and she just like fucking lived there skittering around the walls until they reopened the place. Then she just put on a nurse uniform and started going around with needles killing people. Arkham is closed. I'm fine. I feel so normal about this. It's overflowing with emptiness. Thank you. AJ, there's not enough money in the world that you could get. Oh, actually, I guess I did pitch a Gotham prequel that's just like the kind of the same scenario, except like it's just the Waynes trying to cover up that they're in a throuple with their butler. So I guess I could write that. Anyway, not to call Jason Starr a fucking fake Gotham fan, but there's a mental health crisis in this town, which is why Wayne Enterprises has been such a huge advocate for mental health reform in Gotham. He cut himself off, rubbed his forehead with one hand, and continued. Look, it's late and I'm exhausted, so can we call it a night? I'd be happy to answer more questions you have, just as I'd love to get my painting back. But it's very late and it's been quite an eventful evening. If you'd like to come by again tomorrow. Just one more thing, Harvey said. You said nothing else is missing, but can you think of anything else these guys might have wanted? Besides the family jewels? Mental health reform for goths. Yeah, you're so right. They do need... Mental health crisis is a wonderful name for a baby girl. So true, bestie. Something else valuable, Harvey said. Some other piece of art, maybe? Something they were really after? Do you have any idea how much Le Picador is worth? Wayne said. Let's just say I'm confident it's out of my price range, Harvey said. It's worth tens of millions of dollars, or more, Wayne said. I think that's more than a big enough score for art thieves, don't you? Touché, Harvey said. But tying up the guy at the gate, taking apart your office, these don't exactly look like the moves of professional art gangs. Too much fuss, especially when their target was hanging in plain sight. I hate that Harvey is making a really good point right now. Can I ask you a question? Wayne asked. Shoot, Harvey said. Then he pointed to Alfred. I meant him, not you, sniper. They capitalized the S, so I guess Alfred has acquired a fun pet name now. I'm gonna have a little sippy. I'm trying to be so careful with how much water I drink, because having to take too many piss breaks would really ruin this. In a different way than actually having to read this book is ruining this. Anyway, suffice to say, I have a lot of water and a pretty weak bladder, but I'm going to hang in there for you guys. Have you been drinking tonight? Wayne asked Harvey. Excuse me, Harvey asked, pulling back as if offended. Again, for those of you just joining us, the answer is categorically yes. Because I think Captain Essen might want to know that one of her detectives showed up here after a night out on the town, tossing around wild, bizarre theories when he should have been trying to find my stolen property. I think Thomas Wayne is kind of a cunt. I'm just going to say that. He didn't deserve, but like maybe kind of a bitch. What makes you think I'm drunk? Harvey asked drunkenly. I can smell alcohol from across the table, Wayne said. Harvey glared. How do you know it's not my mouthwash? Amanda stood up. Thank you for your time, Mr. Wayne. Mr. Pennyworth, she said. We'll keep you updated on the progress of the investigation. At that, she spun and marched out of the room ahead of Harvey, moving at a clip. Good, get him out of there. Leaving Wayne Manor, she was looking straight ahead in a rush to get to the car. The sky was starting to lighten in the east, but it was still pretty much dark. Harvey had the car keys out. I'm driving, she announced, and snatched it away. A headache was starting to make itself known, and Harvey didn't protest. Well, that went pretty well, huh? He said, as they drove along the driveway, the headlights illuminating the open gate ahead. Amanda at the wheel still wouldn't look in his direction. Harvey didn't get what was wrong with her, why she always had to be so freaking moody. Women, he muttered. I fully believe that Harvey actually does, in Kesha fashion, brush his teeth with a bottle of Jack. Yeah, that's... Honestly, I think Harvey Bullock really related to Kesha's TikTok. Just like on a really deep level. All right. Chapter 3, it seems, is bringing us back to the Wayne Manor side of things. We're going to be rejoining Thomas, which is great because I've started to really enjoy this voice I'm doing for him. Oh my God, my good friend Kelsey is here. This is going to be this is going to be so fun for you. Kelsey does not know a ton about Batman. God, we need to find time to watch forever though. All right. Hi, Kelsey. Chapter 3. It wasn't noon yet, but Alfred had already arranged for a crew of repairmen to fix the walls in Thomas's study. Most of the other repair work had already been done, and all of the blood on the floor had been cleaned up. There was practically no evidence that there had been a shootout in the house, and a man had been killed less than 12 hours ago. Yeah, man, being rich is great. Looking good, Thomas said to Alfred. The wall should be repaired by the end of the day, he replied. I'm sorry this happened, sir. Sorry, Thomas sounded confused. It's not your fault, like Detective Bullock said. You're a hero. Not quite, Alfred protested. I'm afraid a hero would have made it downstairs much earlier. We're skewing Australian now. Lucky is what I was, but I assure you it won't happen again. It was the middle of the night, and you had just taken a transcontinental flight. If I wasn't working such crazy hours, I wouldn't have heard them either. Alfred took a few moments to absorb this. Thomas Wayne didn't talk much about his work, and Alfred was always careful not to overstep his boundaries, but he was sharp. Especially when it came to security, he knew Thomas had been having issues with work, and he could tell the incident bothered his employer more than he was revealing. The robbery very well might have been a cover, and there may have been another reason behind the break-in. What that reason could be, however, Alfred could not fathom, and that didn't sit well with him. Well, let's hope the police get the painting back soon, he said. I'm not keeping my hopes up, Thomas confessed. The police are overloaded these days, given the turf war between Don Maroney and Don Falcone's crews. That's a little bit of subtle and tasteful foreshadowing for season 1 of Gotham. The body count is high and increasing by the day. How hard do you think they'll look for a missing painting? They'll take a half-hearted look around Gotham, question the usual suspects, but if the trail isn't obvious, it'll turn into a cold case by this time tomorrow. I can take a gander around town if you like, Alfred said. I do have a bit of Scotland Yard detective work on my resume after all. That's news to me. I appreciate that, Thomas said, but you have your own responsibilities here, managing the household, seeing to our schedules, and, as last night exemplified, protecting us. But I'll need your help finding out how the security system was compromised last night and what exactly happened at the gate with Nigel. I know you and he are good friends. How's he doing? I'm just gonna say this right now. There's like in my brain, in my little heart of hearts. There's a 0% chance that Nigel is not like responsible for this in some capacity. Like Nigel was definitely like, come break into my fucking rich asshole boss's house. Just like tie me up and like punch me a lot to make it look good. It'll be fine. I would willingly go to the hospital. I would get punched in the face a few times if I got a split of that fucking stolen Picasso money. You know what I'm saying? In quite bad shape, I'm afraid, Alfred said. His face may require reconstructive surgery, and one of his knees was shattered, perhaps irreparably. I'm going to pop over and visit him later on. I actually immediately revoke what I just said. That's way too much dedication to the bit. Nigel's innocent. Don't I look foolish? Perhaps you can put together a care package from all of us, Thomas said. That's quite nice of you, sir. I know the police will talk to him, but perhaps when you visit him, you can find out if he knew any of the intruders or saw anything of importance. I will as soon as he's up to it, Alfred said, though I assume they were wearing the same masks they were wearing last night. Do you mean if he recognized their voices? Or if he actually knew them, Thomas said. Alfred frowned. You're not implying what you You're not implying that you think he's lying about what happened, are you? I'm saying we have to look into everything, Thomas said, not backing down. So first that detective Bullock implied that I might have leaked the alarm code to the intruders, Alfred said flatly. And now you're accusing my best mate of letting them onto the grounds. He gave his employer an expressionless stare. I am not accusing anyone of anything, Thomas said, though his voice wasn't conciliatory. I am once again stating that I think Bruce's dad is just like maybe kind of an asshole. And that's fine. A lot of dads are assholes. I do think it's really funny that Alfred has this like guy who's apparently his best friend. So, not to be that guy, but like in the show, Alfred does have a best friend who's like this guy he was in the army with, who's like a drug addict now, and he does show up and like try to murder Bruce in exchange for money, and like fully banks on like being Alfred's BFF to like get into the house, gain access to the child. Again, people are constantly trying to murder like 12-year-old Bruce in this show. It's really funny. Mainly because, like, you know nothing can happen to him. So it's like, this isn't even really child endangerment. You're just making him weirder at this point. All right. What? I've known Nigel for 35 years, Alfred said. He'd never betray you. Besides, his face looked like beef tartare when they took him away. Some people will do anything for money, Thomas said. Nigel isn't some people, Alfred said. Security breaches can't happen at Wayne Manor, Thomas said, his voice rising. Not ever again! And that's final. The workers looked over. Wayne glared at them until they resumed working. Of course, sir, Alfred said. I understand the situation entirely. Thank you, Thomas responded, and he walked away. I've already mentioned that it's going to be a pretty recurring problem in the show proper, that like every 3 episodes someone just waltzes right into Wayne Manor to try again to do a hit on the child. The security's pretty shit. It might have been foreshadowing that there's just fully bats already like getting into the house, because it turns out everybody can. Thomas regretted losing control and taking his frustrations out on Alfred, but he was under so much stress lately he had to give himself a pass. No, you don't. Besides, he and Alfred were old friends, so they were allowed to vent once in a while. In fact, their ability to get angry at each other without any lasting fallout was what made their friendship stronger. These men are in love. He went to the kitchen to get a bite to eat. He hadn't slept much, an hour at most, and upon awakening, he'd forgotten to eat. He felt lightheaded. Oh, he's hangry. Which probably contributed to his edginess. A roast beef on rye sandwich with mustard would hit the spot, so he fixed himself one. Unlike other billionaires, Thomas knew, who lived with a full staff, cooks, maid, drivers, and people to provide practically every other service imaginable, Thomas and Martha had chosen a different lifestyle for their son, Bruce. Aside from Alfred, the Waynes only had a few full-time employees who were involved in their daily personal lives. A maid came several days a week, a landscaper and his staff came to work on Wayne Manor's lavish gardens, and Alfred did most of the cooking. They didn't go overboard on buying Bruce things either. He had a modest allowance, and aside from living in Wayne Manor, spending vacations at the Wayne's family chalet in Switzerland, and visiting other exotic locales around the globe, Bruce experienced a fairly normal and low-key upbringing. Boy, it sure would be a shame if something happened to that. As he ate, something still gnawed at Thomas, fueling his anxiety. It had to do with the walls in his study. The idea that the thieves had been searching for a security system seemed far-fetched indeed, but the thieves certainly seemed to have been searching for something else. Unless their goal was a hidden cache of wealth, the most obvious alternative was also the most disturbing. Everyone start placing your bets in the chat right now about what the fuck he has hidden in that wall. I bet it's a dead body. Or like a treasure map or something stupid. Could they have been searching for Thomas's hidden office? Oh, wait, that's probably the answer. Yet, I still hope there's a dead body. Yet how could they even know of its existence? If that was true, the violation of his home struck deeper than he could have imagined. Barring further information, however, it was a waste of his time trying to figure it out. He could come up with endless theories, but it was up to the GCPD to solve the mystery, not him. Okay, yeah, we're feeling dead body. Meanwhile, the sandwich had rejuvenated him. This is actually the most relatable line in the entire book. Let's hear it for sandwich rejuvenation. After he loaded the dishwasher, he looked out through the kitchen window to the garden and saw Bruce out there on the veranda. Okay, so we're all feeling dead body. And saw Bruce out there on the veranda writing in a notebook. Bruce didn't have many friends from school and spent much of his time with adults. Or alone. Thomas and Martha had hoped that when Bruce started at Anders Preparatory Academy, he would begin to socialize more, but so far that hadn't happened. In fact, he seemed to spend even more time alone, mainly reading, studying, playing video games, and watching movies. His best friend was probably Alfred, whom Thomas had hired when Bruce was quite young. Also, bullshit! They're in the fucking television program Gotham, Alfred specifically says he was there at the manor the day that fucking Thomas and Martha brought Bruce home from the hospital. That man has been there fucking forever. You hired him when Bruce was quite young. Bruce was not fucking conceived. Alfred was there for that too. Sorry, I'm normal. The boy had always liked Alfred. Wow, they said that kid is a loser. The boy had always liked Alfred, and Thomas couldn't think of a more positive role model for his son. Nevertheless, while Alfred took Bruce to the movies and other events, Bruce still shied away from children in his own peer group. He never seemed upset or depressed, though. He was different from other kids, but in a good way. He didn't need attention from others in order to be happy, and he didn't desire material things. He was smart, curious, determined, and had an inner confidence that was astounding for a boy his age. That's the autism, babes. Thomas went out to the garden and approached his son. It was a sunny but cold fall day. Leaves were whipping up, but Bruce was seated on the veranda overlooking the garden, immersed in his reading. Gripping stuff, huh? Bruce hadn't heard his father approaching, but didn't seem startled as he glanced up from the classically bound hardback. Yeah, Beowulf, he said. Is it astounding for an obscenely wealthy white teenage boy to be confident? Hey, don't worry about it. He's also reading Beowulf. This kid, I'd give him a swirly. Ah, one of my all-time favorites, Thomas said, but I haven't read Beowulf since college. Are you enjoying it? Quite a bit, Bruce said. Particularly, I'm enjoying reading about Grendel. Monsters fascinate me. Really? Thomas smiled, always impressed by Bruce's precociousness and his way with words. That's not a particularly advanced thing for a 14-year-old boy to say. Why do you think that is? Maybe because it's so foreign from my own experience, Bruce said. Sane people are easy to understand, but monsters are a true mystery. You can think you know a monster, but there's always a part of the monster that's elusive, that you'll never know or fully understand. Yeah, man. Well, speaking of monsters, Thomas said, how are you after the invasion by the werewolf, zombie, and gorilla last night? That was smooth as hell, Thomas, parent of the year. I'm okay. Bruce was confused. Why wouldn't I be? Well, there was a shooting in the house last night, Thomas said. I'm sure it was traumatic for your mother, and I just want to make sure you're not having a hard time with it as well. A man got murdered in your house, dude, like that. Oh, I understand now, Bruce said. You're worried about my psychological state. He smiled. I'm fine, but I appreciate your concern, Dad. Thank you for asking. They're writing Bruce like a little baby serial killer, and I'm not into it. Justice for my son. Thomas didn't want to let it go. What about when you heard the gunshots or saw the dead body? He pressed. Are you sure you weren't at all frightened? Nothing like that frightens me, Bruce said in a youthful, matter-of-fact voice. To all appearances, he was sincere, but... Now I know that's not true, Thomas said. You have a strong constitution, but you're not made of armor. You used to be afraid of the dark when you were younger, and you've had plenty of nightmares over the years. I remember we were at the Prado in Madrid, as one does. And there was a Rembrandt self-portrait that for some reason terrified you. You had a visceral reaction and started crying. After that, you couldn't even look at a poster or a photograph of the painting without getting upset. The painting must have reminded me of something, Bruce said. A suppressed trauma, perhaps, but that was the past. I think I was just 5 or 6. I'm older now. Nothing frightens me anymore, but things do make me angry. Hey, this is nuts. This kid's fucking nuts. And not like normal Batman nuts. Like, I'm scared. I'm worried. He's gonna start biting throats. His constitution modifier is upsetting, to answer your question. Really? Thomas was intrigued. What sort of things? When people get away with things, you could call it injustice, I suppose, Bruce said. It angers me that people can get away with crimes like beating poor Nigel without being punished. My humanities teacher told our class that 70% of all crimes go unpunished nowadays, and the number may be higher, since many crimes go unreported. In Gotham, those numbers are probably even worse. I don't think this is fair at all. He paused and then added, criminals deserve to be punished. I'm pushing this kid down a flight of stairs. Well, many good people in Gotham, including myself, agree with you, Thomas said. The trouble is that there are a lot of bad people in the world, too, and the police sometimes get overwhelmed. They can't investigate cases as thoroughly as they'd like to, so don't get your hopes up too much for our break-in. What makes the situation more complicated is a lot of crime isn't on the surface, he added. Oh my god, I lost my spot. It's not just under... I'm gonna throw myself out this window. Those are the words of someone who grows up to install a torture dungeon for criminals in his dad's old freak cave, not become Batman. Yeah, this is a lot. They're laying it on thick. Like, don't get me wrong. Most of Gotham Bruce's personality is saying, like, weird shit that a teenager, dare I say, should not be saying. But, like, you can kind of work. Sorry, I'm trying to close my window. It's cold. But, like, you can kind of work with it because he's, like, you know, like, he's, like, a fucked up little trauma baby. I guess I'll freeze. But this is, like, dude, your parents are alive. You've got it good for the next couple of months. Anyway. The least I would do is push him down a stairs. I would do so much more. Yeah, I truly... This does say... He has a little, like, future serial killer vibe to him. It's not just shootings and stolen paintings. It's what's going on under the surface that's the real problem. The deep-seated corruption on every level that pervades our society. Corruption? Bruce's interest had been piqued. I think that's how you say that. What sort of corruption? Well, like... Thomas cut himself off, realizing he was talking too much about subjects he didn't want to discuss with his son. He never involved Bruce, or even Martha, in the details of Wayne Enterprises and his other business ventures, and the baggage that came with them. There were things he and his company had done, things that continued to this day that made him ashamed and could put his family in danger. In many ways, Thomas retained some of his father's old-world values and believed in keeping business and family separate. Actually, that's a conversation for another day, Thomas said. But now, it's important that you focus on other things, like Beowulf. Do you have a test coming up? No, I have to write a paper, Bruce said. It's due Monday, but I don't know what to write about. Okay, place your bets now. Bruce is going to find some fucking thematically appropriate link to the current situation to write about for his paper. And then, I mean, if you're the teacher, like, what are you going to do? Say, no, you actually can't write about how someone broke into your house and got murdered. You have to process that somewhere. Anyway, pleased that his distraction strategy had worked, Thomas said, "It seems like you have a lot to say about monsters. All you have to do is put it into words." Oh, wait, this is like a kid that would be discussed in an episode of a true crime podcast in the future. It super is. No further comments. He honestly, he feels like when, like, there's a child in, like, a movie and that kid is, like, the Antichrist. If I may be terribly unkind. I suppose so, Bruce said. I don't know. I like reading literature for personal enjoyment, but I don't like to have to explain how I feel about books. I prefer science and mathematics. Literature is all based on opinion. Any two people can read the same book and have vastly different views on it, but science and math are precise. There's only one answer, and if you search hard enough, you can always find it. That's not... Okay, whatever. Thomas smiled, once again impressed by his son's beyond his years wisdom. Then he saw Martha approaching from the house. She was wearing a red, elegant dress, heels, and her dirty blonde hair was pinned back. Thank God Harvey's not here. He would die of nosebleed. He knew why she'd gotten dressed up. She was hosting a luncheon today downtown to help raise money for the Gotham Mental Health Crisis Center, a group that had received many generous donations from Wayne Enterprises. Bro hasn't even found the scientists fighting papers yet. That is very embarrassing. Scientists fucking love to fight about things. Are you kidding me? There you are, Martha said to Thomas. I was looking all over for you. God knew Thomas had made some mistakes in his life, yet he'd made some good decisions along the way as well, and the best had been marrying this amazing woman. They'd met in their early 20s, set up by mutual friends. Martha didn't come from money. That's not fucking true. But Thomas knew from the get-go that she wasn't a gold digger. Yeah, cool. Her honesty, integrity, and overall down-to-earthiness had been some of her most enchanting qualities. Oh, and it didn't hurt that she was gorgeous. She became a great mother to Bruce and had raised him without the help of a full-time nanny. They had talked about having more children, but Martha felt she wanted to focus on raising Bruce and her charity work in Gotham. He respected her decision. I love male feminists. Yeah, men in this book, please stop being weird about Martha challenge. Also, yeah, AJ said maybe there's a reason this kid has no friends besides his butler. It's not the autism anymore. He's just creepy. Her down-to-earthiness. That's how you know she's not a gold digger. Let's see. She came over, kissed Thomas. I can't. Also, what do you mean Martha didn't come from money? It's a whole thing. Martha comes from the fucking Kane family. They are also one of the wealthiest families in Gotham. Bruce, she's fucking, this is a whole thing. It's a whole fucking thing. There's, that woman, Kate Kane, Bruce's cousin. That's his maternal cousin. She's from that side of the family. What is it? Hey, level with me, live stream. What is it about Batman adaptations that just want to fuck with Martha Wayne's backstory? Because I really liked the Batman 2022, as you all know, barring certain elements. Paul Dano, I'm looking at you. But they felt the need to be like, one, Martha was in Arkham. I mean, that's the thing. Like, why are we doing that? Like, Martha has like a pretty set thing. Like, we know, like, Martha's maiden name and where she came from are not like mysteries of the ages you can just like dick around with. Like, this is pretty locked and loaded. Anyway, whatever. Okay, I'm fine. I can't find the keys to the Bentley, she said. Do you have them? Yes, they're inside, Thomas said. And how are you this morning, Bruce? Martha asked, smiling. Fine, Bruce said, just doing some schoolwork. Don't forget, you have your tennis lesson this afternoon. Alfred will take you. About tennis, Bruce said. I enjoy the sport, but can I possibly take boxing lessons instead? There's a gym downtown and it has a great reputation. Many professional boxers have trained there. Absolutely not, Martha said. Boxing is a brutal sport. Boxers get hurt, wind up with awful head injuries that affect them for the rest of their lives. I don't mind the pain, Bruce said. Thomas smiled, but Martha remained serious. No, N-O, Martha said to Bruce. For some reason, they felt the need to, phonetically spell out the letters, and, You're not a fighter, so just get that out of your head. Dad, what do you think? Bruce asked. While Thomas thought that a boxing class would be good for Bruce, toughen him up, he knew it was important for parents to put up a unified front, and he didn't want to be disrespectful to Martha. I love male feminists. I think you just got your answer from your mother, he said. Yeah, he's a freak. Bruce seemed disappointed, but he was a smart kid. He knew that Thomas wouldn't bend, and it would be a waste of time to try to manipulate him. He had taken it as far as it was going to go. I understand, Mom, he said. Then he said to his father, there's a big fight on TV tonight. Can we watch it together? Yeah, I hope Bruce does just beat the shit out of someone with a tennis racket. Right, the William Sanchez bout, Thomas said. I forgot that's tonight. I'd love to. Then he noticed Martha's disapproving expression, but he tried to avoid it. Great, Bruce said, and he returned to reading his book. As Thomas and Martha walked side by side through the garden back toward Wayne Manor, Martha spoke. Sometimes I worry about Bruce. You're right, too. It's just a fight on television, Thomas replied. The whole country will be watching it. No, it's not that, Martha said. I just feel like he's looking for trouble. A frown wrinkled her perfect features. I think it's age appropriate, Thomas said. He's not looking for trouble per se. He's just looking for a little adventure. Well, I think there's a way to achieve adventurousness without getting your head bashed in, she persisted. If he wants adventure, he can go hiking or take a trip to Africa or read spy thrillers. People who look for fights wind up getting killed. You know, a trip to Africa. Okay, wait, actually, sorry, the sometimes 3 question marks followed by, well, sometimes she's not looking at him. Very funny. Thank you, chat. But there are situations where he might need to defend himself, Thomas said. Last night, for example, those men were armed and dangerous. What if they'd come upstairs? I can't imagine Bruce will ever be in a dangerous situation ever again. That seems unduly paranoid. He would have tried to fight them, and they would have shot him, Martha said. My point exactly. Judging from her tone, Thomas knew there would be no way to win this argument. When she got stuck on an opinion, she rarely budged. Well, we don't have to worry about head injuries on the tennis court, Thomas said, hoping to put the issue to rest. They entered the house through the back entrance. Construction noise came down from Thomas's study, an electric saw, a drill. A normal 14-year-old experiences going to Africa, not watching a fight on TV. Yeah, I don't believe for a second that Martha came from nothing. This woman is out of touch. Happy Out of Touch Friday, Martha Wayne. Any word from the police? Martha asked. Yeah, like no one's ever been hit in the head with a tennis ball. Thank you. If you're bad enough at tennis, you can get head injuries in any sport if you are either bad enough or fucking unhinged enough. And I do think Bruce will be the one inflicting head injuries very quickly. No, and I doubt that we'll hear much, Thomas said. Really? Why is that? She looked puzzled. Detective Bullock said there had been other robberies lately, didn't he? He seemed confident he'd crack the case, even if he'd had a few too many last night. That didn't exactly inspire confidence, Thomas said. I wouldn't count on Detective Bullock if I were you. He's a man's man, Martha argued, but it seemed to me as if he was sincere. One of the good guys. A good guy. Thomas let that linger as they headed along the wide, lavish hallway. Then he said, I agree, Bullock seems like a good guy, but sometimes I wonder if there are any truly good guys left in law enforcement. The whole system is so corrupt from the top down that it's impossible to have confidence in anyone anymore. It was his turn to frown. Something has to be done about it. Somebody has to come to this town and clean it all up, but I don't know who that person is, or whether cleaning up the GCPD is even possible. They entered the drawing room. Well, I still have faith, and I certainly hope the police find the painting soon, Martha said. It's not just about the money. I mean, that's important, of course, but the Picasso is a masterpiece, and it needs to have an owner who appreciates its value. Great art is like a beloved pet. It deserves a great home with a kind, loving owner. This woman grew up stupid rich. Are you kidding me? No normal person has ever said that. Thomas opened the drawer to the antique oak Yeah, woke ACAB Bruce Wayne. This is Thomas for the record. Thomas Wayne said ACAB. Thomas opened the drawer of the antique oak armoire, took out a set of car keys, and handed them to Martha. I swear I looked in there 5 minutes ago and didn't see them, she said. God, I feel so scatterbrained today. That's understandable, Thomas said. We had a wonderful, relaxing time in Switzerland, and then we came back to a difficult situation. Still, I guess that's just par for the course in our beloved city. Am I right? Of course that's what you would think, Martha. Of course it is! Sad, Martha agreed, but probably true. I hope Martha's in so much of this book. I'm getting very into the Martha voice. They left the drawing room. A repairman, an older man with a potbelly carrying a can of paint, passed by in the hallway on his way to Thomas's study. Mr. and Mrs. Wayne, the man said in a friendly, respectful way. Oh my god, hi, Lucille. A cat has joined us. Come here. She's not going to. She hates me. They smiled, acknowledging him. When he was out of earshot, though, Martha spoke. I think it could have been an inside job, she said, her voice low. I mean, think about it. People come in and out of Wayne Manor all the time. Workers, acquaintances. Oh, sorry. Hi, your mom wanted me to blow you a little kiss. Okay, she's yelling at me. Lucy, wait, do you want to hop up here in the window? If you hop up here in the window, I can. Okay, well, I was going to spin the camera around and show you all the cat, and then she sensed me using her for clout, and she ran. I'm sorry I did that, ma'am. I'll never look at you again. I mean, think about it. People come in and out of Wayne Manor all the time. Workers, acquaintances, delivery people. Many seem nice, but how do we know who is and who isn't trustworthy? And how long have we had this new alarm system? Over a year now, right? In all that time, someone could have seen one of us setting the alarm and memorized the code. I guess anything's possible, Thomas said. We'll change the code, that's for sure. Yeah, stop making it your fucking son's name. And maybe even upgrade the whole system. But if it is an inside job, Martha said, not letting it go, I still don't understand why they destroyed the walls of your study. What were they looking for, and why in there? She noticed his expression. I know, I'm playing detective, but I can't help it. I feel like the answer's obvious, but we just don't know it yet. Thomas didn't want to tell Martha about his secret freak cave, mainly for her protection. It says office, not freak cave, but by God, I am going to be calling it the freak cave, because that's what it is. If she didn't know the office existed, no one could extract the information from her. For that same reason, he didn't tell her much about what he did on a day-to-day basis at Wayne Enterprises and the sordid people with whom he sometimes had to interact. He wanted to run Wayne Enterprises with honesty and integrity, but sometimes in Gotham, that was simply impossible. He had enemies, including some of his own board of directors. Nevertheless, he didn't want to be deceitful to Martha in any way. His secretiveness was for his own protection. I love male feminists. Also, hang on, I'm going to open this window a little bit more to see if that'll make her, come back and get in there. She is leaving the room because she senses my scheming. Okay, well, maybe a cat will be into that window. The less she knew, the less danger. Look, who knows why they tore up the place, Thomas said. Maybe they were trying to disable an alarm. That was my first instinct. Or it's possible they weren't looking for anything at all. Maybe they just did it because they're destructive, mentally unstable, anarchistic, or all of the above. Sometimes people don't need a reason to act crazy. It's just what they do. Okay. Well, I still think there has to be an explanation, Martha said. There's something they wanted in your study. Maybe something they thought was there in the wall. Something hidden. So that means it had to be somebody who knows you. The guy who got shot, the one in the werewolf mask, Thomas said. I'd never seen him before in my life. But somebody may have hired them, Martha said. Somebody you work with. Somebody who's visited the house before. We may never have all the answers, Thomas said, seeking to keep his voice even. Not every mystery is meant to be solved. Yeah, Lucille did say this book sucks. I'm out of here. This is just like when Phoebe got mad at me for watching Gotham. I think I'm learning about our cats as a group is that they fucking hate Gotham and all of its tie-ins. And that's fine. They're right. I suppose you're right, she said, though he knew better than to think she'd let it go entirely. I'd best be going. The luncheon awaits. She kissed him on the cheek and walked briskly towards the door. As Martha left, Thomas began to think. Maybe she's right. There had been something else behind the home invasion, something they were looking for and didn't find. Maybe, as Harvey Bullock had suggested, they thought there were treasures in his study, or a dead body, but his private records, which he kept in a safe in his secret freak cave office, were more valuable by far. If a business associate was in fact behind the robbery, there were far too many suspects to consider, including the members of Wayne Enterprises' board of directors, and there was one person in particular he needed to rule out. Not a business associate, per se, but someone with whom he had once worked, on a project he regretted every waking hour, a former friend who had become a bitter enemy. Dare I say, an ex-lover. Thomas went upstairs to his bedroom, where he could be assured to have privacy, and picked up the phone. "Frank, there's been a new development," he said. "We need to meet immediately." I don't know who the fuck Frank is. And that's the end of the chapter. Unfortunately for me, I can't stop there. I would, by now, I would, if this were of my own free will, would I have given up by now? Yes. Dear readers, yes. But it's chapter 4, and it does seem we're going to have an alternating Wayne Manor GCPD structure. So we are going to be, we're going to be jumping back to Harvey now. Good old Harvey Bullock, who doesn't think women should be cops. I mean, like, listen, he's half right. Nobody should be cops, but he believes it for sexist reasons, not cool ones. Okay. Heard we have a print match on Mr. Werewolf. Gotham City Police Department headquarters was already bustling and noisy in the early afternoon as Amanda Wong approached Harvey Bullock's desk in the center of the cavernous room. Despite the high, arching windows and hanging lights, the steel beams and railings, open holding cells, dark wooden front desk, and concrete walls left shadows in every nook and cranny of the chaotic landscape. Old-fashioned metal desks piled high with paperwork seemed vaguely out of place in the Victorian workspace. "Who is he?" Harvey asked. "Don't know yet," Amanda said, "but let's go find out." Harvey stood, grabbed his coffee mug, and followed his partner, weaving through the mob of beat officers, detectives, recently arrested criminals, and then down the long corridor to the forensics department. As with the rest of the GCPD, the laboratory seemed like something out of the past, with its brick and tile walls, cluttered granite countertops, and thick wooden blinds. I am so tired. Stop trying to sell me this fucking building. I don't care about the features. Oh my god. The body of the werewolf guy was laid out on a cold metal slab. Edward Nigma, a young lab technician, was peculiarly intent on his examination. As they entered into Harvey, it seemed as if he might be enjoying his work a little too much. "What's up, everybody? It's my favorite character in Gotham, the Riddler in season 1 before he's the Riddler. I would fucking die for him. Let's go." AJ has thrown in Chad ACAB feminist Thomas Wayne versus beta misogynist cop Harvey Bullock. I hope they fight to the death, frankly. Oh, no, okay. "Oh my god, visitors," Nigma said quickly. "I do want you guys to know it is spelled out OHMIGOD, all one word, no spaces." "Oh my god, visitors," Nigma said quickly, as if surprised, and maybe a little annoyed at being interrupted. "Knocking is polite, you know," he added, pushing his glasses up the narrow bridge of his nose. "If you want some more alone time with your new friend, we can come back," Harvey replied. Truth be told, like everybody else at the GCPD, he liked to kid around with Nigma, give him a hard time, but the kid was all right. A freak show, yeah, but harmless. That does not hold up in the slightest. The thing about their dynamic, put in a blender, Edward. Yeah, correct. The thing about their dynamic in season 1 is that, so, I mean, we have to know about Gotham. If you've never seen Gotham, is that in season 1, the Riddler's not the Riddler. He's just some guy who works as a crime scene analyst or something. He should not be examining dead bodies, but he does it all the time. He's just like an autism-coded coworker who, like, literally once per episode shows up and goes, "Here, I found a clue that is going to solve the entire mystery of the week. You're welcome." And then everyone goes, "Okay, thanks, freak. Now scuttle back to your little freak cave." Huh, what a weirdo, am I right, guys? It's fine. I feel normal about it. Well, we are getting to know each other. Nigma grinned the way he always did, showing too many teeth! I feel called out. I do describe a thing that Corey Michael Smith does when he gets a little too, God, how do I put this? The Riddler is consistently one of the shittier performances in Gotham. And whenever Corey Michael Smith gets a little too into it, he does this thing that I refer to as acting with his teeth, where he gets a little like he kind of he juts his mouth and like gives himself like a pseudo underbite, which is a thing that I feel shitty for noticing because it does feel like I am committing like a queer on queer hate crime. Even Jason Starr noticed. Anyway, showing too many teeth. I always love meeting new people. Man, this kid was weird with his nerdy glasses and goofy, toothy smile and all. Then again, anybody who wanted to work with dead bodies all day long as his freaking career had to be one taco short of a combination plate. I've decided for my own sanity, anytime Harvey thinks the word freaking, I am just gonna say fucking. Because I deserve that. I wish they... I know Gotham was on Fox, on fucking cable television. I wish they'd let them say fuck. So what's the verdict? Harvey asked. Who is he? What word of 5 letters only has 1 left when 2 are removed? Sweet mother of Christ, Harvey said. I'm barely through my 2nd cup of coffee here. A stone, Amanda said. She's a smart cookie, Enigma said in his usual smug know-it-all tone. Label me impressed. So his name's Stone, Harvey said. Byron Stone. He was released from Blackgate Penitentiary 2 weeks ago where he'd served 12 years of a 12-year sentence for manslaughter. He looked down with a look of admiration. No time off for good behavior for this bad boy. Harvey went over to the body on the slab. Byron Stone, yeah, now I recognize him, Harvey said. I didn't connect the dots last night because he'd been off the board for so long. I was a beat cop when Stone took the manslaughter rap. If I remember correctly, he was a career criminal, hired gun, typical Gotham freelancer. No loyalty to any criminal organization, worked with Falcone, Maroney, and anybody who had cash to pay him. Basically, he could have been working for anybody, Amanda said. Basically. So I suppose that puts you back at ground zero, Nigma said, sounding almost happy about it. You need to make some friends, Nigma, Harvey said. I mean friends who are alive. Without another word, he turned and headed for the door, 1 step ahead of his partner. Walking back through the station, he said to Amanda, since Stone just got out of lockup, it's unlikely he's connected to the other painting robberies. Unless he was a recent hire, Amanda said. All right, that does appear to be the end of our Riddler cameo. Everyone say goodbye, the Riddler. Regrettably, I do relate to Harvey reacting to some shit-ass riddle with Sweet Mother of Christ. I would also start swinging. Good point, Harvey said. Let's find everybody who's interacted with Stone since he got out of jail. There must be an old cellmate or someone who he shot his mouth off to. And let's see if anybody knows who he went to work for. The 2 top choices are Maroney and Falcone. Our first stop should be a visit with Fish Mooney, Amanda said. She's running that club for Falcone, and you 2 have a history, don't you? I love that everybody knows who Harvey's fucking. Probably because he never stops talking about it. He's like, I worked at I hope you all just heard that scream. One of my housemates is having a play rehearsal in the living room right now, so there's a lot of theater happening in this house. Anyway, I worked at a certain big box store that I won't name for a summer once. And I had a coworker who would just he was fantastically homosexual, and he would just wander up to show me the dick pics that guys had been sending him. And that would have been sexual harassment if it wasn't extremely funny. How the hell did you know about me and Fish? Harvey asked. I saw it on the list. Yeah, okay. Yeah, a lot of theater happening. Felicia, babe, no, the shows are tomorrow night and Sunday. It's last rehearsal tonight in our living room. Sorry to everyone who doesn't live with me or know what the fuck we're talking about. I'm not that sorry. The list of worst kept secret. Whatever. Amanda, everyone knows that he's fucking Fish Mooney. Harvey almost smiled. Yeah, all right. Amanda could be funny when she wanted to be, but that didn't mean he had to working with her. Well, don't believe everything you hear, he said. So you and Fish Mooney don't have a past? Oh, we have a past, all right, Harvey said. I said don't believe everything you hear, but that don't mean some of it ain't true. They reached his desk. They reached his desk. He chugged the rest of his murky coffee, then grabbed his hat and overcoat, and together they left the precinct. At the car, Harvey said, I'm driving this time, so don't even ask. Amanda frowned and looked him over. Is this how you are in a relationship, she asked. Then she handed him the keys. Relationships? He grunted a laugh. I haven't been in a relationship since my high school girlfriend, and that lasted 3 weeks. I like to get out while the going's good. That's just the end of that segment. They end on a witty one-liner for old Harvey. On the way to Mooney's nightclub, Harvey pulled out a flashing light and put on the siren to make better time, weaving through traffic. You should avoid Chinatown, Amanda said. The traffic's terrible this time of day. If we go through the theater district, it's even worse, Harvey said. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about, she said. You're so controlling. You'd be the type of guy who always has to hold the remote and who has all of the light switches on his side of the bed. I don't see a ring on your finger, Harvey said. She looked away out of the window. Harvey could tell he'd hit a sore spot. Finally, she said, I don't have time for a relationship. Oh my God, Danielle is here! Hi, Danielle. A lonely person's greatest excuse, Harvey said. What's that supposed to mean? It means I know your type. You get on the horn with your girlfriends on Saturday night and complain about how there are no good men in Gotham anymore. Everybody's taken. All the single guys are only out for one thing, or they're too this or too that, or when you meet one that seems okay, you try to change him into something he's not, and that blows up in your face. Then you wallow away your sorrow with a big carton of mint chocolate chip ice cream. Meanwhile, it's your attitude that's the problem. You know, a chicken and egg kind of thing. Harvey Bullock deserves to be put in a cannon and fired into the sun, I think. Kelsey, I'm also always saying that about Gotham. First of all, it's Vanilla Swirl, Amanda said, which I regret to inform you is actually a little funny. Second of all, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Danielle, how much am I reading? Well, unfortunately, I raffled off the book for $1 per page. Every $1 people sent me, I would read. They bought the entire goddamn book, Danielle. How much am I reading tonight? I don't know. Until I can't go any longer. Yeah, oh no. Danielle, if you want the really bad news, there's a sequel to this. There's a second Gotham official tie-in novel by the same author. People actually overshot this book by $18 so far, so I do have to start reading that one as well. I'm gonna die here. It's fine. I'm talking about that, Harvey said. Perfect example. Your attitude is your own worst enemy. This book, non-binary fish, is 347 pages. We have so far read 56 in nearly 2 hours. It's fine. I feel normal about this. Anyway, I'm talking about that, Harvey said. Perfect example. Your attitude is your own worst enemy. If you could just rein it in, a guy would be able to put up with you, but your loneliness becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, Amanda said, and what about your loneliness? You're not exactly the ideal relationship counselor yourself. I have a question. Why are we doing this? 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 There's been a break-in. There's been a murder. We got shit to do. This character isn't going to fucking exist. This is a prequel. She's not in the main series. This woman doesn't matter. Why are we spending so much time on this? I ain't lonely, Harvey said. I'm alone. Big difference. He swung a left on State Street, heading toward Chinatown. Then he had to hit the brakes because of bumper-to-bumper traffic. What did I tell you, Amanda said. And what did I tell you, Harvey said. Attitude issues. I can spot him a mile away. All right, we got Gotham has corrupt cops makes you think it's a bribery issue, not a 100% of our time spent hashing out relationship drama and bullying Ed problem. Yeah, listen, it's layered. It's a top down. Everything's bad here. My favorite part of all this is every time you have to say I'm normal about this. Stop calling me out on my own stream. Also, I'm just gonna say something. It's sus that it feels unfortunate that Amanda just happens to have such a great knowledge of Chinatown traffic. It feels racist. Although they were only about 10 blocks from Mooney's, it took them another half hour to get there. Fish had taken over the location 10 years earlier from a Chinese bookie who used the place for cockfighting. Harvey had been to the old joint many times, and it was still hard to believe it was the same place. Fish had done a great job with the renovations and getting the stench out, When they entered the moody, low-lit club, Harvey had to squint as his eyes adjusted from the brightness outside. It was late night, 24 hours a day at Fish's. Up ahead, a few sad sacks were sitting alone at tables, looking unemployed. Yeah. Looking unemployed, sipping their drinks, gawking at the scantily clad young woman on stage who was singing, appropriately, the blues. Been working all day, but ain't getting no pay, she sang. Hey, Harvey, what can I do for you? Butch Gilzine, Fish's bulky right-hand man, was sitting at the bar. He was in a suit and tie, sipping a drink. Harvey had never seen Butch kill anybody, but if he was working for Fish Mooney, it was a good bet that the guy had at least broken a neck or two. Looking for my lady, Harvey said. He didn't have to glance over till Amanda was rolling her eyes. Oh, sorry, he said quickly. This is my partner, Amanda. He turned to her and gestured. Amanda, meet Butch. How do you do, Butch said, checking her out, eyeing her up and down. She's single and looking, Harvey said. I mean, if you want to take her out sometime. Oh, yeah? Butch had seemed half asleep before. Now his interest piked. Peaked? I don't fucking know. It's one of, hey, you know those words that you're like, I learned this reading books slightly above my reading level as a child when I was like 11, and no one's ever said it out loud in front of me, and at this point I'm afraid to ask. Peaked? I don't know. The cue throws me. Amanda gave Harvey a vicious look. How about some drinks? Butch asked. I'll have water, Amanda said. Bourbon, Harvey said. Why not? It was afternoon. Way past time for a little hair of the dog. Harvey! And there she was, the goddess herself, Jada Pinkett Smith. She had come out from the back and was strutting toward them, hips swinging in a dress that barely went to mid-thigh. She had a tight body, stronger than most men, but the muscles didn't overwhelm the curves. And the best part as far as Harvey was concerned, how she smelled! Lady soap. Her natural aroma always sent shockwaves through his brain. She was the kind of woman a blind man could fall for. Call it love at first scent. This man is a freak. Hey, Fish baby. Harvey kissed her. Man, those lips felt good, and then he hugged her and didn't want to let go. What made it so great, he knew she felt exactly the same way about him. She doesn't. Butch brought the drinks over. You shouldn't be drinking on the job, Amanda said, sounding pissed off. Correctly? What are you gonna do, Harvey said. Report me? Maybe I should. You do that? You're a squealer. Now, Fish said. Look at you two, fighting like an unhappy couple. We ain't a couple, Harvey said. Just partners. Can't you just agree to disagree? Fish smiled slyly. That's my motto. You know how much I hate conflict. It's the people who say they hate conflict who always seem to wind up in the center of it, Amanda said, and the smile disappeared. Fish glared at Amanda the way she glared at her enemies, like a tiger preparing to strike. Uh-oh, Harvey thought. This is going south way too fast. Really, Fish said. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were talking about me. I'm not trying to be ambiguous, Amanda said. I am talking about you. Hey, Amanda's the only person in Gotham who matters to me, frankly. Fish tilted her head slightly and squinted. Harvey had seen that look before. Hey now, Harvey said. No need to let the temper flare, ladies. There was something about Fish that did that to other women. Fish ignored him and said, It seems like somebody has already overstayed her welcome, and she just got here. Don't worry, Harvey said before Amanda could say anything. We won't be long. We just need your help on something. A little favor. Oh, really? Fish didn't just laugh. She guffawed for a few seconds. And then, looking straight at Amanda, what makes you think I'd do a favor for you? I mean, I'm just keeping it real, but you haven't been around long enough to earn favors from me. You've only been a detective now for what, 2.5 weeks? Yeah, you were a parole officer for 6 years and did 2 tours in the army, but as far as I'm concerned, you're a total novice. I love organic exposition. How do you? Amanda asked, and she gaped. Honey, I know everything that goes on in this town. Why do you think they call me Fish? What? With her index fingers, she touched one of her own cheeks right below her eyes and added, 'Cause like a fish, I can see in every direction. I can see in front, to the side, even behind me. They did right behind with like 4 eyes in there. Then without looking back, she suddenly shouted, No cameras! Harvey jumped and glanced beyond her. Sure enough, a man in front of the stage had taken out a camera. He was in the process of photographing the blues singer. He almost dropped it, putting it down so fast. Wow, that's pretty impressive, Harvey said. Butch, escort that gentleman out, Fish barked at her right-hand man. Okay, yeah, guy who's never met a fish. A guy who's confused. I'm gonna be just, like, so real with you. I don't think fish, like, their eyes are over there. I don't think any fish, hang on. Do fish have good eyesight? Biologists believe that their depth perception is poor, and most fish have a semi-blind spot straight ahead of them. Cool. Yeah, all right. Yeah, Fish, Butch said, sounding more like a servant than an employee. Harvey knew Fish was probably paying Butch well and all, but the guy took orders like a well-trained dog. They call me Fish because I have a semi-blind spot and limited depth perception. They call her Fish because she's extremely nearsighted. They should have made Jada Pinkett Smith do the, like, Velma crawling around looking for her glasses bit. All right. As Butch approached the tables near the stage, the camera guy cowered. No, please! Too late. Butch grabbed the guy's camera, crushed it with his bare hands. They call me Fish because that's what I go by online. All right, non-binary Fish, the winner of this round of Why Did They Call Me Fish? I assumed they called her Fish because that's what she's serving, but okay. Butch grabbed the guy's camera and crushed it in his bare hand. Holy jeez, Harvey said. The J in G's is capitalized. Please, the guy begged. Oh, sorry. Then with a little effort, Butch lifted the guy up over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and carried him toward the entrance. Please, the guy begged. Put me down. I'm sorry, Fish. I mean, Miss Mooney. I'll never do it again, I swear. Hey, Amanda said. Let him go. Harvey gritted his teeth. She was getting involved where she had no business. Cop or no cop, it was the biggest mistake you could make in Gotham. Not if, as they said in Ireland, you wanted to live long enough to comb gray hair. The thing is that I believe Harvey being of Irish descent comes up maybe one time in Gotham. And admittedly, it is also when he is talking to Jim about, like, alcohol-induced liver problems, which he says runs in his family. And Jim goes, how did you know that? And Harvey goes, I'm Irish! So, like, I guess it's just par the course for... The Irish are a minority within the universe of... Within the Gotham cinematic universe, they are a minority and they are being hate crimed. By the writers. Anyway. Leave it alone, he said. Butch tossed the screaming guy out to the street. Then he returned to the bar to finish his drink. As you were saying, Fish cooed. Amanda gave Harvey a look as if to say, go ahead, you take it. There was a robbery last night at Wayne Manor, Harvey said. Yes, I know that, Fish said, and a guy named Byron Stone was killed. I know that too. Byron was a useful pawn at times, but pawns, of course, are always expendable. Do you know who else is in his crew? Amanda asked. What did I say about favors? Fish reached over and began caressing Amanda's hand. Dyke. You have to earn them. Off guard, Amanda let her do it for a few seconds, then she yanked her hand away. Harold. Harvey had to smile. Amanda was so high on her own horse, it was interesting to watch her get taken down a rung or two. They're going to scissor you, fucking idiot. I wouldn't do a favor for her, Fish said, turning to Harvey, but for you. She leaned in close and kissed his cheek. Man, she smelled good. A bunch of sexy memories flooded back all at once. He loved it when that happened. Roberto Colin, Fish said, old cellmate of Byron's from Blackgate. I heard last week they were planning to work together. Where can we find him? He was a regular at Angel's near South Station. Harvey knew Angel's, a criminal hangout controlled by Don Maroney, but it was hard to make a bust there because it was a protected location. The owner, Bobby Angel, made regular payments to the GCPD to ensure that they stayed out of his business. Thanks, baby, Harvey said. As he and Amanda got up, Fish grabbed Amanda's right hand, hard like a clamp, and pulled her in close. She whispered something in Amanda's ear so that Harvey couldn't hear. Then she let go. Any time, Harvey, Fish said. Amanda was livid, her face red, but she didn't say anything. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. What if Fish and Amanda had gay sex? Oh, thank you, Danielle. You're so right. The writing, I suspect, will get worse, which is the point. Obviously, they were heading back to the car when outside they were heading back to a car, not obviously, when a guy approached them. He was youngish, kind of deranged looking, as some guys are, with wild blue eyes and messy black spiked hair. Hello, kind detectives, the man said. Harvey and Amanda didn't stop, and the man kept walking briskly alongside them. Who the hell are you? Harvey asked. I'm a great friend of Fish Moon. Oh, I'm so sorry. Wrong voice on this guy. It's the penguin. Fuck me. I'm a great friend of Fish Mooney's, the man said. One day, with any luck, and let's face it, he does look kind of deranged. Oh, that is my baby girl. One day, with any luck, and let's face it, the right connections, I'll be a powerful figure in my own right. Good for you, Harvey said, thinking, is everybody in this city whacked? Am I the last of the sane people? It was a scary thought, even for him. I assume you came here for a favor, the man continued. Why else would detectives come to see Fish Mooney? I mean, let's face it, you didn't come here to see a mediocre blues singer. He laughed, cracking himself up, and then said, but I want you to know that if you ever need a favor, I can be an extremely useful source of information myself. The guy held out a business card, and just to make him go away, Harvey took one. At that, the guy stopped walking, and then they quickly left him behind. Harvey had more important things on his mind, but he waited until he and They're not even going to say that was Oswald Cobblepot. You know who that was. Harvey had more important things on his mind, but he waited until he and Amanda were back in the car, heading toward the South Village. What the hell happened back there? He demanded. She grabbed my arm, Amanda said. Who the hell does that woman think she is? That woman is Fish Mooney. That's who he is, he said. She's connected to Don Falcone. For those of you unfamiliar with the lore of Gotham, imagine just the shittiest, evilest old man. That's Don Falcone. I don't care who she's connected to, Amanda protested. I should have cuffed her and taken her in for assault. Yeah, you don't want to know what would happen if you tried, Harvey said. Then he added, besides, you started it trying to analyze her, telling her she's looking for conflict, for Christ's sake. The woman's a known criminal. So is fucking half of Gotham, he replied. If you want to be a detective in this town, sometimes you gotta do things you're not proud of. You get into a thing with Fish or Butch or another one of her goons will pay you. Or worse, someone in your family, a visit. I'm a police officer, Amanda said, but she seemed to be running low on steam. I refuse to be intimidated. You won't be a cop for long with that attitude, Harvey said. You'll be fired or you'll be a dead cop. So actually, when Jim shows up again 2 months after this book happens, he's basically exactly the same way, but worse because he's extremely willing to waterboard and fucking kill people and just do general police brutality. Why couldn't Amanda have been the protagonist of this show? I could really get behind Amanda. Harvey also says ACAB, but he thinks it's a good thing. Genuinely, yes! Every fucking episode is Jim Gordon going, I can't believe cops are corrupt in this city, and Harvey going, Jim, calm the fuck down and take a bribe. What did she say to you anyway? I mean, before she left. It had to do with you, actually, Amanda said. Me? Harvey was intrigued. What did she say? Good things, I hope. She said, stay away from him, he's mine. Harvey laughed. My kind of woman. Part of him wasn't sure what to make of it, though. I don't know what you see in that thug, Amanda said. Yeah, you wouldn't. At the red light, Harvey looked at the business card. Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot, consultant. Looney Tunes, he muttered, and ripped the card into little pieces. When the light turned green, he tossed the pieces out the window like confetti and sped away. What's up, champ?
Is Chesterfield his canon name in the comics, or is that a Gotham original?
No, that's been pretty locked in for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my God, we're back to Thomas and Alfred. We're back to Thomas and Alfred, everybody. Thomas drove to downtown Gotham City and parked in an indoor parking lot on the corner of Smith and Wexler. As he was leaving the lot, Rick Allen, the parking attendant, waved to him. We're on a full-name basis with a parking attendant, everybody. Hey, Mr. Wayne, how's it going? I'm doing well, Rick, thanks, Thomas said. How are Deborah and the kids? We're on full family basis with the parking attendant. Deb's great, and the kids are doing well, thanks for asking. Andy's starting high school next year. I've made this guy sound way too young. Oops. They grow up fast, Thomas said. Every time I look at Bruce, he looks more and more like a man. You gotta live in the moment, Rick said. Enjoy the time while you got it, because nobody knows how much they got. It would be a shame if something happened to them. So true, Thomas said, and he continued on. Have a good day. You too, Mr. Wayne. Thomas always enjoyed moments like that. Although he was the wealthiest man in town, he didn't feel the need to live an isolated life. He didn't think he was better than anyone else, or that his life had any greater meaning. He often reminded himself that the only difference between him and the less fortunate was that he'd had some good luck. Yeah, man. But just because he'd been dealt a good hand, that didn't mean he'd come out the winner in the end. Yeah, it'd be a shame if something happened. Any poker player would say the same thing, and Thomas took nothing for granted. He tipped well all the time, especially around the holidays, but that wasn't why people liked him. They liked him because he was real, because he was genuinely interested in their lives. Thomas had no political ambitions, but if he had wanted to run for mayor of Gotham, he would have won in a landslide. As long as the past stayed buried, he mused. Oh my god, this man has done war crimes. He entered the tenement-style building and headed up the steep stairs to the second floor. There were few offices on the floor, a real estate agency, an insurance company at the end of the hall, an office door with gold letters emblazoned on the frosted glass door. Frank Collins, private investigator. Thomas knocked and a voice grunted, "Come in." I can't stick to that. I'm going to sandpaper on my throat. We'll find something for Frank. Frank's office couldn't have looked more like the stomping grounds of a stereotypical private investigator. The messy desk, the old filing cabinets, the dirty windows, and of course Frank himself had a potbelly pushing against a stained button-down shirt with rolled-up sleeves. A cigar moldered in the ashtray that sat in front of him. He was at his desk on the phone and motioned for his visitor to sit down across from him. Thomas had to move piles of papers and folders from atop the rickety chair, and then he sat. Thrilling. While Thomas could have afforded any private investigator in the world, he'd kept Frank on a retainer for nearly 10 years to handle his personal assignments. In hiring someone, Thomas only cared about two things, the person's work ethic and their ability to get a job done. Frank was a former GCPD detective who had struck out on his own and knew Gotham inside out. He was the best PI in Gotham, and he was discreet. Thomas didn't want the press finding out about his personal affairs, and he didn't want board members to know the details either. Frequently, the board itself, especially over the past few years, had been the subject of the investigations. Guys like Frank had private in their business titles for a reason, or at least the good ones did. Look, I know that. Yes, of course. He had the old-fashioned phone pressed to his ear. No, that would be a mistake. I don't suggest doing that. Look, I know you're upset, right? I know. Sorry. But if you do that, you're going to wind up in Blackgate in an 8x10 cell for the rest of your life. And I don't think you want that, do you? I understand. But is murder really worth it? Frank gave Thomas a look as if saying, can you believe this crap? I'm sorry? No, I'm sorry, but I don't give out referrals, especially not for that. Look, I have someone else in my office and I have to go now. Yes, I know. Yes, and I'll send you a bill for the balance of your fees, including expenses. All right, okay. Goodbye. Putting the phone back in its cradle, he gave a deep sigh and then reached out. Hey, Tommy, how's it going? Frank might have been the only person in Gotham who'd ever called Thomas Tommy. They're in love. Good to see you, Thomas said, taking the hand. Picking up the cigar, Frank took a long drag, blew the smoke across the desk toward Thomas, and responded. Normal way to write dialogue. Can you believe these people? I catch her husband red-handed, cheating on her with 4, that's right, 4 different women, and she can take him to the cleaners, wind up with the house, the cars, the boat, the kids, you name it, but that's not enough with her. She wants me to find her a hitman to kill the cheating son of a bitch. And she's right. Sounds like you should refer her to a therapist, Thomas said. Or a loony bin, Frank said, and lately I get calls like this all the time. I do what I can, try to talk them down off of the roof, but if somebody wants to do something stupid, there's a limit to what I can do. There's a limit to what I can do to stop them, you know? I mean, what am I gonna do? Turn them into the cops? Go to the GCPD like, hey, I got a client, tells me she wants to whack her hubby. What are they gonna do? Arrest the broad for what she might do? How many people around the city are plotting to kill somebody or hurt somebody right this second? A lot, that's how many. It's like what they say, you can't stop crazy. There certainly is a moral crisis in Gotham these days, Thomas said. Crisis, Frank said. It's a freaking epidemic. He took another puff of his cigar and then said, but hey, who am I to complain? It keeps me in business. If the crime rate in Gotham went down to 0, I'd have to go back to my old job as a GCPD detective. No, my old job, Frank said. I used to be a house painter back in the day. Do you think that'll come in handy at some point? Like, do you think he'll use his house painting skills to save the day? Oh, this voice is kind of John Mulaney. Not intentional, but I think so. Also, yeah, people would still have affairs, actually. I'm also just gonna like go out on a limb here. I think most of the shit you hire private investigators for is probably not like murder. Hang on. What do private investigators, I mean, I know what they do. Google is suggesting what do private investigators wear. Okay, yeah, private investigators are hired to perform surveillance, background checks, investigate cases such as adultery, child custody, hidden assets, like, I'm just, like, people would still have affairs, bro. Okay. I didn't know that, Thomas said. It's not exactly experience I put on top of my resume, Frank said. But speaking of painting, I heard there was a break-in at your place last night. They took a Picasso that's worth a pretty penny. I've decided I hate Frank for, like, no reason other than I don't care. I hate that I'm going to say this. I think I'm going to like the Midquel book that takes place between season 2 and season 3 a lot more, just because it seems like that one is going to actually have something to do with characters who fucking matter in the overall storyline of Gotham. Don't get me wrong, I'm rooting for Amanda to kill Harvey Bullock with a tire iron, but, like, you can't just fucking don't just dangle like a 1-page fucking Penguin cameo in front of me. I want to see my little guy. I actually don't think he's in the second one a lot either. I think it's mostly about, like, Jim, and I hate Jim, but we'll see. News travels fast, Thomas said. Hey, I got my finger on the pulse, Frank said. That's what I can't hear that phrase now without thinking of the they'll finger anything with a pulse bit from Bob's Burgers. That's what you pay me for, right? I pay you because I know you're the best at what you do, Thomas said. Exactly, Frank said. I'll get on the case right away. If that painting's in Gotham, I'll find it, and if it isn't, I'll find out where it went. That's perfect, but I think it may be more complicated than a simple theft, Thomas said. I think it might be related to Hugo Strange. Fuck! Okay, so I was just complaining about this book not having anything to do with characters who matter in the overall plot of Gotham. How does one begin to explain Hugo Strange? So he's not even running Arkham right. Well, I guess he might be, because fucking we're in an AU where Arkham is fucking open prior to the start of the series. I think that it shouldn't be. He's a funky little mad scientist who just does a lot of deeply unethical experiments on people to, like, give them, like, monster body parts. It's a whole fucking thing. I'm so tired. I'm preemptively exhausted finding out that he's involved in this. The only worst thing for me would have been, like, the Court of Owls, honestly. I would have taken Ra's al Ghul. I don't normally like Ra's, but he's fuck crazy in Gotham. His whole motivation is that he wants to get, like, 12-year-old Bruce to murder him. And I think that's deeply funny. He's lived for, like, 6 million years, and he's tired, and he just wants to be done. With a slight whoosh of air, Frank sat back, the cigar clenched between his teeth. He didn't speak, though, and Thomas knew why. Though it had ended 10 years earlier, Thomas's association with Strange had been by far the most regrettable mistake of his life. He lived in constant fear that Strange would someday resume his medical experiments, although Thomas had funded them with good intentions, hoping Strange's genetic research would cure disease, prolong life, and provide the next step in the evolution of mankind. It turned out that Strange was a deranged madman whose procedures had caused deformities such as missing limbs, grotesque malformations, and uncontrollable psychotic behavior. If I'm remembering correctly, Hugo Strange is the one who brings the Joker back from the dead for the first time. That is a thing that happens, like, repeatedly in Gotham. Leave them dead. Thomas managed to stop Strange's experiments by defunding the operation. Probably this would not have happened to you if you ran things by an IRB, Tommy. Maybe. I've lost my spot. Thomas had managed to stop Strange's experiments by defunding the operation, but this didn't end the horrific human suffering that Pinewood Farms had caused. For years, Thomas had supported many of its victims, giving them housing, money, and medical care. He did it for redemption, and because he knew it was the right thing to do, but Pinewood remained a great burden, and without doubt, the greatest regret of his life. He'd never be able to fully forgive himself for the damage he'd done. Over the years, he'd watched the victims he'd been helping die off one by one. Many met their demises by natural causes, or by suicide, and some just disappeared. Thomas suspected that Strange and his associates were responsible for some, if not all, of the disappearances, and it added to his frustration that there was nothing he could do to stop Strange or bring him to justice. Surely there's something. You could afford a hitman. Because Thomas had founded Pinewood Farms with Strange and had provided all the financing, he couldn't go public without incriminating himself and damaging, perhaps irrevocably, the reputation of Wayne Enterprises. So let me get this straight, Frank said, finally, and then he took another drag on his cigar. After exhaling, pardon me, I wouldn't want to be guilty of perpetuating false information about how a cigar works. After exhaling, he continued, "You think Hugo Strange broke into your house and stole a Picasso?" "Whoever did it might not have been after the Picasso," Thomas said. "I think it was just a cover. I think Strange was behind it and that he was after something else." "Must have been something he wanted pretty badly," Frank said. "I mean, to send 3 guys in, 3 armed guys? That's quite a risk to take. I don't even know if all 3 of those guys were armed. I know one of them had a gun. I think the other guy just had a meat cleaver, which, like, is a weapon, but, like, if you can stay, like, 5 feet away from him, you're fine. The gorilla was just there to carry the Picasso, I guess. This book sucks. "I kept my old records to Pinewood, hidden in my office," Thomas said, being careful not to mention which office he meant, because we can't let Frank know about the freak cave. "I think Strange might want them back." "First question, then," Frank said. "Why would he want them back?" Frank is becoming more and more of a cartoon character, and I am sorry for that. "I'm not sure," Thomas said, "but if he's thinking about resuming operations, picking up where he left off 10 years ago, he might want to make sure I have no information that could incriminate him." Oh, I meant to tell you guys when we got to page 69, but we missed it. Nothing sexy happened. "But Strange is a smart guy," Frank said. "A genius, maybe. What would he think?" Frank has been written as a cartoon character, yeah, and I'm so sorry we missed 69. AJ, you'll live. The only thing that happened on page 69, that was just Frank talking about this woman. This woman's husband cheating on her with 4 other women. So I guess something kind of sexy happened. Unfortunate. He knows better, Thomas said. "It would have been too dangerous all these years, keeping multiple sets of records, running the greater risk that my involvement in Pinewood would be exposed. I have my records and he has his. It's like we've been stuck in a Cold War, using nuclear weapons to deter each other. Only in this case, it's not nuclear weapons, it's the information that might put either one of us in jail." No, it's not. It wasn't lesbian adultery. He was cheating on her with. I guess they never said the women were. He could have been cheating with all 4 of them at the same time. We don't have the information one way or the other. God. Okay. So, sorry, wrong voice. "So," Frank said, I'm assuming he didn't find what he was looking for. Okay, AJ, I don't know how to tell you this. He, him lesbians don't exist in Gotham. Lesbians barely exist in Gotham. The relationship Gotham has with gay people existing is so fraught and complicated, I cannot begin to explain it here. It is extremely possible that the Penguin is the only guy who's ever even had the thought that having sex with another guy might be cool. No, Thomas said with certainty. No, he did not. As I said, I have them hidden in a very secure place. This chapter goes on for so long. Oh my god. Well, this sounds like you dodged a bullet last night. Frank peered at Thomas as if trying to read his mind. Literally and figuratively, Thomas said, recalling the projectile that had whizzed by his head. Okay, I'll look into all of it, Frank said. I'll ask around, check in with my contacts, see what he's been up to. I haven't heard anything new lately, but it can't hurt to check again. I'll start with the painting. At the mention of the Picasso, something clicked into place for Thomas. Maybe the Picasso was his target after all, Thomas said. Noting Frank's puzzled look, he continued, if it's true that Strange is looking to restart Pinewood, he might need funding, and it's not as if he can apply for a federal grant. So, hey, federal grants will fund, like, fucking anything. I've got it. I guess my job is not federal grant funded. It's a different grant. Never mind. Federal grants don't cover shit. I was gonna say, if they'll pay for me, they'll pay for a fucking torture murder ranch, whatever. Maybe he stole a Picasso to raise funds to finance the operation. Seems like a stretch, Frank said. I mean, why your painting? If it's just about money, why not rob an art gallery or a museum? Think of the irony, Thomas said. Maybe it was personal to get my attention and send me a message. Oh, Lucille came back. Hello, sweet lady. Please let me pet you. Oh my god, she hates me so much. Woman, come here. Oh my god, every time I reach out to pet her, she gets mad. As if he was basically saying, you can cut me off, but one way or another I'll have my revenge! And you'll be responsible for the new Pinewood. Strange is a brilliant yet deeply insecure man, so it makes sense that he's been getting antsy. He's been out of the limelight and would want to do something splashy to make himself the center of attention again. Dare I say, former lovers. The burglars obviously figured out a way into Wayne Manor, and that has Hugo written all over it. Maybe he got help from the guard at the gate, Nigel. Or maybe he hacked into the security system. Either way, now that we've been warned, he won't try it again. Thomas paused and then added, look, maybe my hunch is wrong about all of this. Maybe the robbery had nothing to do with Strange. But I think it's something we have to rule... I think it's something we have to rule out as a possibility. Oh, my life, my family, and my future depend on it. I have great news about your future life, dude. You only got 2 months left. Whatever happens now doesn't really matter. Woof. It's just, I think that's kind of one of the things that I take issue with the most in Gotham is that it's just such a naturally, self-defeating narrative. It's because Bruce is a tiny baby child. So, that, nothing is fundamentally going to change. Jimothy Gordon is absolutely not going to succeed in fixing the city because he can't, because this is just laying the groundwork for Batman to come to do Batman stuff. So nothing can really get better. If anything, it's just going to become more and more of a shithole, and then it's going to keep being a shithole for 10 years, because you can't watch this. And no one was watching Gotham thinking this will run long enough that David Mazouz will naturally age into an adult man who could plausibly play Batman. That's fucking crazy. He was 12. He was a tiny baby. No one thought that was going to get fucking 15 seasons to see him organically age up. What is this, Supernatural? That's a different flavor of bad. This is the kind of flavor of bad where fucking every season they got renewed, it felt like a miracle, and the writers did so much cocaine to celebrate, and then wrote the entire plot of that season before they could come down from their cocaine high. Things were just happening. Anyway, so the point is that you fucking know that our fucking protagonist, our main character, the guy we're supposed to give a shit about, Jim, is going to just crucially fucking fail everything he tries, repeatedly, all the time, forever, only to be upstaged by the kid who's currently in gym class. He's not in gym. We never see Bruce in gym class. By the fucking 12-year-old virgin child who will someday grow up and dress up like a bat. It's a narrative that eats itself. There's no hope. There's no fucking space for it. And this is like maybe the worst offender of that. I don't give a shit about Thomas Wayne's reputation. He's gonna die in 2 months because he's fucking Batman's dad. He was born to die. It's fine. I feel normal about it. Anyway. I agree, Frank said. Well, let me see if I can find out what Strange has been up to. His phone rang. He held up his index finger and mouthed, 1 sec, and then said into the phone, hey, how's it going? Okay, what's the line now? Yeah, give me another G on Williams. That's right. And give me another 500 on a 3rd round knockout. Right, okay. Yeah, very good. Okay. Ending the call, he looked at Thomas. You think I made a mistake? 3rd round? Maybe I should have gone with 4 or 5. Nah, 3rd has a good ring to it, and you always gotta go with your instincts, right? Or against them, depending on your superstition, Thomas said. So you like Williams, do you? Oh, yeah, I'm really hoping Brucey takes a tennis racket to somebody's knees. I don't think it's gonna happen, but it could. Yeah, Frank said. Sanchez. Okay, so this is, for those of you not, like, on the edge of your seat keeping up with everything, Thomas and Frank are now discussing I think it's a boxing match that Bruce and his dad are going to watch on TV later. I don't want this to become a plot important thing, but maybe it will be. AJ has discovered YouTube emojis. We love to see it. Yeah, Frank said. Sanchez talks a big game, but Williams is prepared. That's what always wins out in the end. Preparation. I just hope it ends in the 3rd round. Or maybe you're right and I should go against my instincts for a change. I mean, I've always gone with my gut, and where's that gotten me? He looked at his belly as if it had betrayed him. Maybe I should change the bet to the 5th round. Or better yet, the 4th. Yeah, the 4th. Frank called his bookie and changed his bet to a 4th round knockout. Bruce wants to learn how to box, Thomas said to the PI after Thomas said after the PI hung up. Frank had never met Bruce or Martha, but Thomas talked about them often. This man is having an emotional affair. He's committing a crime of the heart. Fighting is a good skill to have in this town, Frank said. I don't think I'd be alive right now if I didn't know how to fight. You fight with a giant cartoon hammer, Frank. I agree with you, Thomas said, and he smiled, but Martha wants him to continue with tennis. Tennis, Frank said. In Gotham? What's he gonna do if he gets mugged? Beat a guy up with a racket? Yes, that's what we're all actively hoping for. Exactly my point, Thomas said, and they both laughed. He liked Frank. He was one of the good guys. Thomas Wayne, you want to suck this man's dick. So about the painting, Frank said. First and foremost, we have to find out if Strange was involved in the robbery, Thomas said. We'd love to recover the painting, obviously. It would be crazy if someone didn't know how to defend themselves in a mugging. Oh my god, imagine if someone's parents got killed right in front of them in a freak mugging gone terribly wrong. Wouldn't that be wild? Wouldn't that change the trajectory of a young man's life forever? Good thing that'll never happen. We'd love to recover the painting. Obviously. But if Strange goes away for orchestrating an armed robbery, well, that would solve a big problem for me. I wouldn't have to worry about him starting experiments again if he was locked up. Spoiler alert, you guys. He does not get locked up. It's also imperative that if Strange is involved, we find out about it before the GCPD. Obviously, if they were to dig up anything about Pinewood Farms, it would be a disaster for me and for Wayne Enterprises. And that would send a ripple effect throughout all of Gotham. Yeah, Frank said. I heard Harvey Bullock's... Oh, no! I heard Harvey Bullock's working on this case with his new partner, an Asian broad. I'm going to say something that is perhaps controversial. I think maybe I think there's a great I think when Jason Starr is writing the misogyny from Harvey's point of view, at least, I think maybe that is an in-character choice. I think maybe sincerely Jason Starr just actually cannot be normal about this woman being Asian American. I don't know Jason Starr. I don't know what lies in his heart, but that feels true to me. I want to beat him with a tennis racket. Oh my god, okay. Sorry, I'm gonna fucking wow, Thomas said, you really do stay informed, don't you? I have a new contact feeding me info, a guy named Cobblepot, Frank said. That's the penguin, everybody. I swear, the guy's like a sponge. He sops up everything. Ambitious kid, too. He's gonna go places. Anyway, how do we... There's no GoFundMe on Earth that could convince Jason Starr to let me beat him with a tennis racket. I don't know what lies in his heart. I almost said something vile, which is that he just seems so insistent on Harvey being really into getting the shit beat out of him, which is a thing that there's not really anything to support that within the universe of Gotham, the show proper. Maybe Jason Starr's projecting, which is what I'm getting at is maybe he would be maybe a little too into getting hit with a tennis racket, and I can't risk that. Obviously, I am not of the mindset that anytime an author writes about sex, they're writing about something that they are directly into or enjoy. But I think in this case, Jason Starr sucks enough that I feel comfortable advancing that theory with no remorse. Anyway, also what BF said, bro, don't tell people your contacts' names. It's just wildly irresponsible. Anyway, Harvey visited Fish Mooney earlier today, so he's probably bearing down on some suspects. The good news is he's starting from the bottom up. If he started with the penguin, he sure is starting at the bottom, but it'll take him some time to get to the top. But if you have a legitimate concern, if Strange is involved, you can't have Harvey Bullock stumbling around your involvement in Pinewood. Then we have to get there first, Thomas said. One thing you should definitely do, Frank said, is make sure that girl you've been taking care of, Karen Jennings, hasn't heard from Strange lately. If it's true that what you're suspecting and Strange really is back doing experiments, then your records aren't the only loose ends. Jennings is a loose end, too. As far as Thomas knew, Karen Jennings was the only remaining survivor of Pinewood. Over the years, he'd been giving her money, paying all her medical expenses, and he'd even moved her to a secluded cabin upstate just to ensure that she remained safe. They had become close over the years, and Thomas considered her to be a good friend. If I'm remembering this character correctly, this is a woman who got, mutated. She has, a talon for one hand. Fucking spoiler alert. She dies in Gotham. She's fucking, unceremoniously, shot and killed to cover up fucking Doctor Strange's experiments. Yeah, he is. They always call him Professor Strange in Gotham, so that you won't confuse him with the Marvel Doctor Strange. I think it is simply funnier to call him Doctor Strange. Figure it out. Also, BF has said every time they say Pinewood, I think they're talking about a Pinewood Derby, desperate to keep Hugo Strange from telling people that he took part in a race of homemade toy cars. He should be. He should be desperately trying to cover that up. Okay. If Karen has heard from Strange, Thomas said, she'd tell me. Besides, she never knew Strange by name during her time at Pinewood. For her protection, I still haven't mentioned his name to her. Yeah, Doctor Strange was the Benefit Cumberbund character. A thing that it's not funny, it's just an interesting coincidence, is that, there was a lot of pushback against the Doctor Strange movie for being, a very Orientalist story in which, a white American goes to, mystery woo-woo ambiguously East Asian country and just learns their magical ways and becomes the best wizard ever. And there was a lot of discussion about whether or not Doctor Strange should have been cast as an Asian actor, race bending a character who was historically depicted as Asian to be played by Tilda Swinton. This Doctor Strange in Gotham is played by B.D. Wong of SVU fame and also voicing the love interest in Mulan, whose name I've forgotten. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. Anyway, so that we do have an Asian Doctor Strange, which he's white in the comics. Everyone's white. Li Shang, there we go. Thank you. Bisexual king. So this Doctor Strange is Asian. Unfortunately, that does play into Gotham's really bad habit of only casting like East Asians as like shady criminals. But that, hey, nobody's perfect. Sorry, I just had such a violent shiver. I need to close this window. Enjoy the free ass profile, everybody. Yeah, yikes indeed. Anyway, God, I hope he shows up. Okay. If Karen has heard from Strange, Thomas said, she'd tell me. Besides, she never knew Strange by name. Oh, no, I already read that. I know you like this girl, Frank said, and I'm guessing she likes you too. She also sounds like the type of person who puts other people ahead of herself. What I mean is if she thought it could put you in any danger, most likely she'd keep her mouth shut. It was true. Karen was one of the most selfless persons. One of the most selfless persons Thomas had ever met. In her place, he didn't know if he could ever be so forgiving of his sins. One of the most selfless persons he's ever met. Very well, Thomas said. I'll get in touch with her just to make sure. Aside from you, Frank said, Karen's the only person Strange knows might incriminate him, right? You haven't told anybody else, have you? Aside from you, not a soul, Thomas said. Good, Frank said. Let's keep it that way. Thomas stood. Frank came around from behind the desk and they shook hands. Don't worry, the PI said. We'll get to the bottom of all this. If anyone can do it, it's you. Thomas is having like 8 emotional affairs. You are correct. Thomas is the one who would single-handedly be keeping private investigators in business if there were no more murders. Every PI in the city would be tracking a different emotional adultery case. Martha Wayne, take him for everything he's got. Would Martha Wayne still be alive if she had simply divorced Thomas? Yes. And that's my hot take of the night. Just out of curiosity, Frank said, cocking his head, how much is that Picasso worth? I mean, give me a ballpark. Hard to say, Thomas said. Similar paintings have gone for 20 million or more. Whoa, Nelly, Frank said, and he whistled. So let's say whoever stole it tried to resell it. What would they get? Half of that? I think Frank stole it. Actually, on the black market, paintings can go for as little as 25% or less of their market value. It's understandable, as a buyer would be taking a big risk, especially in the case of a Picasso, because it's so recognizable. You can't just take Le Picador into a major auction house and sell it after a high-profile robbery. Very true, Frank agreed. Then where do you think it would be sold? Russia has a notorious black market for art, Thomas said. North Africa as well. I'll put an award at the airport and the docks. That painting will never get out of Gotham if I have any say in it. Why does Thomas know this and not Frank? Because the Waynes stole the painting. That is so fucking true. They robbed Picasso. Fucking Pablo Picasso. If that is not his name, please kill me right now. That does feel correct. Amen to that, Thomas said. Frank walked him out of the office and into the hallway. Thank you, Thomas said. Oh, thank God it is Pablo. As he shook Frank's hand again, they both had strong grips, which I imagine they will be using to give each other celebratory bro hand jobs in a moment. Anytime, Tommy, Frank said. I'm an art scholar, thank you. I'll be in touch sooner rather than later, I'm sure. Later, driving back to Wayne Manor, Thomas replayed snippets of the conversation in his mind, in particular what he'd suggested about Karen Jennings. Thomas hadn't spoken to Karen in about a week or so. Everything had seemed fine then, but over the years, things had seemed fine with other victims of Pinewood, and then a couple of days later, boom, they vanished, never to be seen again. Thomas is actually really not good at keeping people alive, including himself and his wife. Karen was the last one, his last chance to salvage any redemption for what he'd done, so if anything happened to her, he'd never forgive himself. He tapped his smartphone and called her number. All he got was her voicemail. 5 minutes later, he tried again. Sad. Well, there's other Gotham citizens. There's so many of them. It's so actually, according to, not to beat this guy again. So according to a Batman comic from, I want to say 1989, I believe Gotham was listed then as the 3rd largest city in America. So Gotham is fucking huge. Assuming that growth has been kept up apace and is broadly similar in the Gotham cinematic universe. I did the numbers on this once to calculate approximately how big Gotham would be in modern comics if that is held. I'm normal about it. 5 minutes later, he tried again. Voicemail. His anxiety building. He called her a couple more times with the same maddening result. This wasn't like her. She had no place to go, and normally she picked right up when she saw his number. To hell with it, he concluded, and he headed for the highway that would take him upstate. The drive would take about an hour and 20 minutes, an hour if he really hit the gas. Seeing her in person would provide him with some peace of mind. Yeah, as in the third largest. And he could inform her about the possible new threat. As he pulled onto the access road, he made another call, leaving another message. Alfred, listen, Thomas said into his cell. I have some business to attend to this afternoon, and I may not be able to make it to dinner tonight. Can you let Martha know? You know how she gets. When I'm off committing emotional adultery. And can you please take Bruce to his tennis lesson this afternoon and then pick him up as well? He'd never forgiven himself. He won't have to again. He's going to be dead in 2 months. And then she dies like a year later anyway. If this is the character I'm thinking of, I'm like 99% sure it is. Can you please take Bruce to his tennis lesson this afternoon and then pick him up as well? I really appreciate it. You're the best. He felt lucky to have Alfred to rely on, but felt bad because Karen didn't have anyone other than Thomas. She led a lonely existence, hiding from her enemies, living like a prisoner. But a prisoner has bars as protection. Karen had no such safety. Still stuck on the emotional adultery. There's so much of it happening. He tried her again. Voicemail. Veering onto the Gotham Turnpike, he gunned it. Okay, we're gonna get back to Harvey in a second here. I'm gonna finish off my first water bottle. But it took me like 3 hours to do that, so this is great. This is actually way better than I was doing going through water bottles on a recent road trip. I was peeing like every hour, much to my wife's consternation. All right, let's go, gamers. Chapter 6. For the record, I said this before, the person who paid $99 for this chunk of book will not see heaven. Angels was a regular hangout for gangbangers, pimps, hookers, arms dealers, drugs dealers, and just about every other kind of degenerate lowlife you could imagine. Okay. Instead of bar, yeah, everybody tag yourself as one of the genders: gangbangers, pimps, hookers, arms dealers, drug dealers, and every other kind of degenerate lowlife. I'm picking that miscellaneous option. I am just kind of a degenerate lowlife. Instead of bar and club, the sign in front should have been halfway house, and there should have been bars on the windows. Everybody in the place was either wanted or had some kind of record, and not the kind that spun on turntables. Oh, Jason Starr, you scamp. Harvey and Amanda had double parked in the front. Before they got out of the car, and even with the windows shut, Harvey could already hear the throbbing death metal beat coming from inside. You may want to wait out here, he said. I mean, this isn't exactly the wine and cheese crowd. Amanda didn't answer or even look out of him. You don't know any of these people aren't into vinyl. Dude, they're listening to their fucking death metal records at home. They love them. I don't think Jason Starr could identify death metal if it attacked him with a tennis racket, frankly. Amanda didn't answer or even look at him. She got out of the car, doing her job. Okie dokie, Harvey said. They entered and the music went from loud as hell to deafening. Although it was in the middle of the afternoon, the place was dark, and not just because Harvey and Amanda's eyes hadn't adjusted to the light. Seedy, sweaty men were 3 or 4 deep at the bar, shouting over each other for drinks. As someone who listens to metal, I never want to hear it described as throbbing again. Correct. Okay, things that Jason Starr did not personally experience before writing this Gotham prequel. Death metal. Gotham, the television show. That's at least 2. Probably more. Possibly ever talking to a human woman. Seedy, sweaty men were 3 or 4 deep at the bar, shouting over each other for drinks. Harvey recognized at least a few former busts. As word got around that they were there, like a game of telephone on speed, a few guys ducked out the back or side exits. Where's Bobby? Harvey shouted at the thin, grizzled bartender, who was covered in prison ink. The guy didn't answer, just gestured toward the back with his chin as he poured scotch into 2 glasses at once. The drinks looked good. Later, Harvey thought, and he glanced at his partner. Jason started what Charlie XCX did for the Hunger Games movie song she did, and she just got sent some vibes for the prequel and said that's enough. No, straight up. I didn't read any of this book beforehand, so all of these reactions are 100% genuine shock and disgust. But I did read this book's page on the Gotham fan wiki, which is a trip and a half. And in the trivia section, they specifically note, actually, let me pull this up. The book's author, Jason Starr, collaborated with some of the staff writers on the show in the process of writing this book. Well, he didn't collaborate with them very fucking good. Anyway. As they headed toward the back, the crowd parted, creating an aisle for them. But it didn't feel like they were walking through a bar. It felt like they were in a prison, passing by the angry, rakish cellmates in maximum security. Amanda, Harvey realized, was the only woman in the whole place. My God. It's men hookers in here. This is a gay bar. This is the only gay bar in the entire Gotham cinematic universe. We found it! Someone tell Oswald! And the men were acting like they hadn't seen a real live female in years. Some of them were actually salivating, with their tongues hanging out of their mouths. You know, like men do. He hoped Amanda was smart enough to stay professional this time and not let any of these jerk-offs get under her skin. Then a guy stepped in their path. He was the size of a bear. Had to be way over 300 pounds. With a thick black beard and going by the dense hair on his arms, hands, and neck. His whole body was probably covered in as well. This is a real life bear. We found the gay club, everybody. She with you, he said to Harvey. His voice was deep and hoarse, like he smoked 3 packs a day. I would normally love to take a stab at that voice, but my throat would perish at this point. The voices I have chosen to do for Harvey Bullock and Thomas Wayne are killing me. So he's just going to talk like me. I could be a bear if I wanted to. He smelled like a smoldering ashtray. Harvey and Amanda had to stop. The guy was so big there was literally no way to get by. She's my partner, Harvey said. So yeah, she's with... I'll handle this, Amanda said, stepping in front of him to stand face to face with this hulky goon, or actually her face to his stomach. How tall is this man? No, I'm not with anybody, Amanda said, looking up at the guy. What's it to you? Yeah, the author has also not seen a real woman in years. Jason Starr, seek help. Uh-oh, here we go. Now they had an audience. Guys in the bar were huddling around, whistling and catcalling. Harvey didn't like the look of it. They were outnumbered and outgunned. He shook his head. You couldn't let it go, could you? He whispered to himself. That case looks like we got something in common then, the guy said to Amanda. I ain't with nobody neither. How about you let me buy you a drink? He's mistaken her for a twink. AJ... He genuinely, sincerely, actually might be 6'9". This is really upsetting. So I'm assuming Amanda's short if she's coming up to stomach height on this guy. I have a friend who's 6'7", and I'm 5 foot, not a lot. I do come up to like right about his nips, so like plausible actually. Well, that's an offer that's going to be hard to turn down, Amanda said. I mean, it's one thing to find a guy who's as charming as you are. But to find one who's as handsome, too? God, I feel like I hit the jackpot today. What the hell? Harvey knew she was stubborn, but this wasn't playing with fire. It was playing with a fucking inferno. The guy grinned. A few teeth were missing. The rest were yellowed and crooked. Obviously, the sarcasm had gone way, way over his head. 6 feet and 9 inches up there. What can I get you? He asked. How about a big, tall glass of no way in hell? The crowd jeered. Finally, the big guy was catching on and looking pissed off. What did you just say? You heard me loud and clear. Hey, we're not looking to give anybody a hard time, big guy, Harvey said, knowing he was wasting his breath. We're just here to see Bobby. I don't think so, the guy said. The girl said I could buy her a drink, and I'm going to buy her a drink. The crowd began to chant, drink, 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 drink. Oh, great. Now it was an ego thing, so there was no way in hell the guy would back down. Girl, Amanda said. I'm not a girl. That's right, the guy said. You're my girl. He tried to put his hairy arm around her waist. This is the worst bear ever. Harvey had a hand on the handle of his gun, ready to come to Amanda's rescue. Geez, talk about a headache he didn't need to have. As the goon reached out to grab her, however, Amanda did some kind of karate move. She grabbed the guy's wrist, twisted it around, and he crumpled to his knees with a grunt of agony. Everybody in the bar froze, stunned and silent, including Harvey. He left his gun right where it was, in his holster. The beat of the music continued. Please, the guy begged. Let me go. He could hardly be heard over the beat. I should probably break it, Amanda said loudly, just so you can't grab the next girl you come across. She twisted his arm a little further. He groaned louder. Please. I can feel it breaking, she said. Just a little more and I'll snap it like a wishbone. What do you say? Ready to make a wish? Then Harvey heard a familiar voice. You want to see me? He looked up and saw that Bobby Angel had come out of his office. He was short, bald, with thick glasses that made one eye look twice as big as the other. Rarely had anyone been so beautiful as he was at that moment. Yeah, Bobby, actually we do, Harvey said. My office, Bobby said. Amanda held the big guy for another second or two, then let go. He remained on the floor, writhing. Harvey shot her a look that said, What the hell? Amanda ignored him. They followed Bobby to the back of the bar, to his cramped, windowless office. No wonder the guy's so pasty, Harvey mused, living in here like a rat. All right, Harvey Bullock, you're one to talk. After Bobby shut the door, he turned toward them, barely contained fury on his face. What the hell was that about? He bellowed. I pay you good money every month to keep you and your pigs out of my bar. Then you show up and start fighting with my customers? With all due respect, Harvey said, we didn't start this fight. You still shouldn't be in here, ever. I'm sorry, Bobby, Harvey said. Wait, you're taking kickbacks from this guy? Amanda glared at Harvey. Guess you and your partner don't communicate too well, huh, Harvey, Bobby drawled. Then he said to Amanda, yeah, he gets kickbacks, 2 G's a month to keep my bar a cop-free zone. Honestly, small price to pay to keep cops out of the gay club. Harvey didn't bother answering her. Look, you're right and I'm sorry, Harvey said to the club owner. It won't happen again. I just needed to ask if you know how I can find a guy named Roberto Colon. Inspired name, by the way. Never heard of him, Bobby said. Harvey knew he was lying. According to a reliable source, he hangs out here. Reliable source, eh? Bobby smirked. You mean Fish Mooney? The smirk morphed into a laugh. As smirks do. Then he added, you cops are so arrogant. You really think you're the only ones with ears on the street? Harvey remembered that weirdo who'd given him the business card. What was his name? Hobblepot? Something like that. I love this book's pitch that Oswald Cobblepot is selling information to literally anyone and everyone who will talk to him for 3 seconds. That's actually super in character. This man has no loyalty. He's truly just sucking and fucking his way to the top at any cost. He'll work for anybody. He will do anything. There's no ass he will not eat. Twink of the year. All right. How many years we go back? Harvey said to Bobby, keeping his expression serious. 10, maybe 12, Bobby said. That's a good stretch, the detective said. Hate to play hardball with you. I mean, given our long, amicable history and all. But if you don't cooperate, I'm going to tell Don Maroney I found out that you unstoppable twink, that you've been skimming off the top of this joint, ripping his ass off for years. Why would he believe you? Why would he believe you? Harvey countered. It would be a he said, and Maroney respects me, knows I'm a straight shooter. Maroney's known to kill people who steal from him. So the question is, how much faith do you have in your relationship with the Don? Bobby's hesitation spoke volumes. Me and Maroney are good friends, he said, like he was trying to believe it himself. Hope you're right about that, Harvey said, because if you're wrong, you're going to be fish food in the Gotham River before midnight. And then he turned to leave, knowing what was going to happen next. If they could just get there before Amanda said something stupid. Wait, you bastard! Man, Harvey thought, I love being right. It always gave him a rush. Okay, Cullen was here before, Bobby said, but he must have took off when you two came in. Where'd he go? Amanda asked. I don't know, but he's staying in this SRO on Caldwell near Walker, above the liquor store. You better not tell him I tipped you off. He gave them as close as he could to an angry glare. What with the glasses? I think people with glasses can glare angrily. Is this chapter over soon? Yeah, we're so close. And then we get to get back to whatever bullshit Thomas is up to. Give me a break, Bobby, Harvey said. Don't act like you're some kind of virgin. You ratted out... I'm always saying that to people. You ratted out plenty of perps over the years and nobody's killed you. Well, yet. Bobby will also be dead in 2 months. When the club owner didn't reply, Harvey led the way out of the bar. with Amanda close behind. This time, nobody bothered them or even looked at them, including the big guy who was at the bar with a bag of ice against his wrist. After they left the bar, Harvey asked a question that was becoming familiar. "What was that about in there?" he demanded. "You tell me," Amanda said. "You didn't tell me you were protecting this place." "I didn't think that was pertinent information." "I'm your partner. Everything is pertinent information." "You could have got us killed," he persisted. "What if the guy in there had a friend who got trigger happy? Did you even think about the danger you were putting me in when you put that guy on the floor with some fancy move you learned in a police self-defense class?" "Actually, I'm a 3rd-degree black belt," she said. Jason Starr is not allowed to write Asian women anymore, is my diagnosis. It's fine. It's not, but it is what it is. Harvey didn't think she was lying. "Good for you," Harvey said, "so you can chop and kick, but I'll tell you one thing, I never saw karate win a gunfight." "Fucking I guess, dude." They got into the car, Harvey driving. The stony silence persisted, and Harvey turned on the radio, tuning in his favorite oldies station. "Taking kickbacks is against the law," Amanda said finally. "Really?" Harvey deadpanned. "I had no idea." Then he added, "So what are you gonna do? Report me, partner?" Yeah, top tier literature. AJ, what was the line that finally pushed you over the edge for top tier lit? I must know. Sound off in the comments. "Maybe I should." "Crap, that again." "Go ahead," he growled, and he meant it. "Rats have a long life expectancy at the GCPD, I'm sure." He rolled his eyes for emphasis. "I don't get it," Amanda said. "I mean, I get why other cops get dirty, but why Harvey Bullock? I mean, I know you have a moral center in there somewhere." He doesn't. "I've watched you do your job, and you're pretty good at it, at least when you're sober." Right up there with classics like Frankenstein, yeah. "It's called earning a living," Harvey said. "You think I can live on a cop's salary? Nobody can. Kickbacks are a performance bonus." "How much do you get?" she asked. "Why, you want a piece of the action?" "It doesn't have to be this way. Corruption in Gotham is part of the problem. I should report all of this. You'd go on desk duty, or better yet, you'll get suspended. Either way, you'd be off the street, and part of a problem would go away." "A suspension would be great right about now," Harvey said. "I could use the beach time." "My man, just stop being a cop. Go be a lumberjack." He'd be so happy as a lumberjack. He could just live in the woods and fuck other dudes all day. "Gotham could use it too," she said. "One less dirty cop." Harvey yanked on the steering wheel, pulled over to the curb, and hit the brakes. Amanda, not wearing a seatbelt, that doesn't sound like her, had her hands on the dash to protect herself from putting her head through the windshield. "Are you crazy?" she said. You have no idea who or what I am, lady," Harvey said. "I dedicate my life to my job. I put scumbags in jail every day. Another priority of mine? Staying alive. It's survival of the fittest in this town. So yeah, I know how to take care of a number one. Me." "What the hell does that mean?" Amanda said. "It means if you want to be a cop of Gotham, you gotta know how to play the game," he said. "People who don't play the game end up with worms in their brains. Now get out." "I'm not going anywhere," Amanda said. "You sure as hell aren't." "Not with me," he said. There are so many lines that have pushed me over the edge. I keep falling down the cliff like in The Princess Bride. I just keep falling. Yeah, man. Woo. I'm so hydrated. Okay. I can handle the personality issues. I mean, I can deal with a pain in the ass and all, criticizing me all the time, acting like you're holier than thou. But you want to talk about partners? You almost got in a fight by shooting your mouth off to Fish Mooney. And then when you got into an actual fight, one we could have avoided, you threatened to turn rat on me. But then worst of all, you have the balls to tell me how to do my job. There's a solution for having a partner like you. It's called a divorce. No, it's not. If I have a problem with the way you're doing your job, I have the right to speak up, she countered. You can't, she searched for the words. You can't fire me. No, I can't, Harvey said, but I can make you get out of my goddamn car. She didn't budge. He took out his gun and aimed at her face! I said, get out. Oh, Nathan, I'm having the worst time, but Harvey Bullock just pulled a gun on his partner. An Asian woman being mistreated by the narrative on every conceivable level. Let's see what happens next. I said get out. Maybe she didn't believe Harvey would actually shoot her, but the threat worked because something made her get out. Probably the gun in her face, Harv. Harvey reached out across the front seat and slammed the door shut. Amanda stepped back and stared through the open window. Wow, and I thought you were one of the good guys. Wake up, Harvey said. This is Gotham. There are no good guys. He sped away, leaving her on the curb. When he got a couple blocks away, he looked in the rearview mirror and saw that she was still standing there, hands on her hips, stubborn as all hell. Okay. Hour 3, everybody. Happy hour 3. Let's go. Okay. Back to Thomas Wayne, rushing to go check in on his little emotional affair buddy, Karen. Traffic was heavy at times, and Thomas made it upstate in about 2 hours. He was eager to get to Karen's retreat to make sure she was okay, but he stopped at a supermarket in the closest town to where she lived, about 20 miles away, and bought as many groceries as he could fit into his trunk and the back seat of his car. He also bought lots of toilet paper, paper towels, soap, shampoo, and conditioner, light bulbs, and other necessities. If she was going to remain safe, then it would be best that he minimize his visits, and she would need enough supplies to keep her for an extended stretch. Leaving the main roads, Thomas drove along a winding, secluded stretch for about 10 minutes, then turned onto another, even more secluded lane. Finally, he turned onto a nameless, rocky dirt road that went through dense woods. Anyone who wasn't looking for it would miss it. He continued along the road for about a mile. Stop with the driving! Until he reached the cabin by a small lake. It was where Karen had lived for the past 10 years. In the beginning, Thomas had considered putting her up in an apartment in Gotham, where it would have been easier to watch her. Yeah, dude! But as other Pinewood victims went missing, some of them in the city, he knew he needed another option. 18th century nobleman with a secret house where he keeps his mistress vibes so hardcore. This is a kept woman. She's his mistress and all but literally having sex with him, maybe, as far as we know. Let's find out what the vibes are. I can't believe he's cheating on Martha and Alfred like this. Who drives that much in evil New Jersey? Rich people with secrets. Correct! Nathan, we actually had a whole chat earlier about like where Gotham is located. New Jersey is the correct answer, but like I believe someone identified it as evil Boston. It's definitely very East Coast. He pulled a couple whatever. She didn't come to the door. I did skip like a couple chunks. You're not missing anything. It's literally just him talking about the groceries and driving more. She didn't come to the door, and he didn't hear any movement from inside. During the write-up, he tried to call her again and had gotten voicemail. There was no cell service out here, and she didn't even have a cell phone, just a landline. He managed to assuage his fears that something was wrong, that something had happened, telling himself that she was probably napping, hiking in the woods, or maybe she'd gone out on her rowboat. She told him how much she enjoyed rowing alone on the lake and how the solitude made her feel safe. He banged on the screen door, which was hook-locked on the inside. Karen, are you home? He said, nervous to speak so loudly. Karen! No answer. He shook the door and was able to jiggle the lock open. Once on the porch, he peered in through the window. Nothing looked out of the ordinary, but he didn't see her. He banged on the door a few times with the side of his fist. Karen, are you in there? Hello? Hello? Thomas. The sound jarred him. He spun around and saw Karen standing there outside the cabin. She was young, in her early 30s, with wavy brown hair. If she hadn't been a victim of Pinewood, she could have been leading a simple, happy life, had a career, a husband, a couple of kids, a great future. Thomas had no idea what Strange had done to her, or what he'd been trying to activate. He hadn't been privy to the details of his experiments, though he knew, in general, that the experiments involved merging animal DNA with human DNA, just like in The Amazing Spider-Man and The Amazing Spider-Man 2, a couple of movies that I desperately wish I was watching right now, because they're a lot better than this. The thing that I really love in the Amazing Spider-Man movies is how everybody is like everybody is caused by a fucked up creature. Like Spider-Man, obviously, but then Electro is also like fucked up electric eels. And then like Harry gives himself like goblin DNA or something. The lizard. I forgot about the lizard. He's a very obvious one. But he does lizard the fuck out. The thing about the Amazing Spider-Man movies is that they are broadly pretty bad, and the lizard is actually a pretty fucking forgettable villain. It is really about the second one, because that's where all the crazy shit happens. Namely Dane DeHaan's Harry Osborn, who I do think about often. He's not like my little meow meow the way that like James Franco's is. He's just bugfuck crazy, and I love that for him. Where does this rank alongside Red, White, and Royal Blue? Oh my god. I mean, I had so much more fun reading Red, White, and Royal Blue. Like, it was appalling, but it was like, it wasn't this. Most likely, Karen had been given materials taken from some reptile, which was how she'd received the huge, monstrous claw where her right arm should be. This is exactly who I thought it was. She'll be fine. She will die pretty unceremoniously in the show, but she'll survive the book. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Knowing Hugo Strange and his twisted ways, though, he might have introduced dinosaur DNA into her system. Nothing was off limits for that madman. You scared the hell out of me, Thomas said. Who else were you expecting? Karen asked. She had cut off all ties with anyone she had known before Pinewood, friends and relatives alike. Many assumed she had died years ago. Thomas was the only human being she had encountered in years. This woman's life is a nightmare. Not even because of the dinosaur arm. Good point, Thomas said, but I tried to call you before, and well, I was worried. I was just out walking, she replied, but thanks for worrying. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to relax. Thomas had gotten to know Karen well. She'd become not only like a daughter to him. Okay. But also a friend. They talked about pretty much everything. How old is this bitch? This woman is in her early 30s and you've daughter zoned her? How old are you? God, I assumed he was like of a similar, maybe not like a similar age, because he has like a teenage son, but like, you don't have to be that old to have a teenager. Whatever. Alfred's in his fucking 60s. Maybe everyone's just old as shit. They talked about pretty much everything. Although she'd never met Bruce and Martha, he told her all about them. This man is having many emotional affairs. When Bruce had an issue with a teacher or a classmate at school, Karen offered good advice. When Thomas had to make a big decision about something going on at Wayne Industries, he talked things through with her, getting her input. She was smart and insightful. She told him about the trauma of her childhood, and he tried to help her, but not like a therapist. He was an ear for her, a sounding board. Having been involved in so much of her pain, he wanted to do whatever he could to make her life a little better. He brought her books to read, and they spent hours talking about them. She had never traveled, so he told her about his time in Europe, Asia, and other places. Although she was free to do whatever she wanted with no car or money of her own, she was essentially a prisoner, so she's not really free to do what she wants, is she, Thomas? While a cabin in a serene area wasn't exactly like being in Blackgate or Arkham, solitude could seem like the worst punishment of all. She'd had mental health issues in her past, which was part of why she'd been selected for the Pinewood experiments. And sometimes Thomas wondered how the aloneness out here didn't drive her over the edge. Loneliness, Jason, the word is loneliness. Trauma dumping with Thomas out. These two are having an affair. Whatever is going on here is so psychosexual and codependent. I must have a slice of it. Gonna become the world's only Thomas Wayne Karen Jenners. Whatever, shipper. Catch me on AO3. Karen helped Thomas take the rest of the shopping bags out of the car. She could only use one hand because her claw was so sharp it would slice right through the plastic and containers inside. Quite some time ago, in a fit of rage and despair, she had tried to cut the claw off with a saw. She'd almost bled to death, but then something worse had occurred. The claw had regenerated. It had returned a little longer and more pronounced than it had been before. Since then, she'd become resigned that there was no escape. The claw would remain part of her for the rest of her life. When he was away, Thomas allowed denial to comfort him. As always, however, when he saw Karen, the pain pushed it aside until it was replaced by shock, shame, and disgust at the gruesome memories of deformed victims and their horrific fates. He hated knowing that he was responsible for this poor woman's misery. As the monstrous claw appeared, he tried to remind himself that the situation could have been much worse. Many patients had died during the procedures, unable to withstand the lethal dosages of the concoctions that Strange injected them with. Others wound up with extra limbs, missing eyes, and brain disorders, yet they had survived. Despite occasional fits of rage, Karen was at least an intelligent, functional human being. Nathan, that does sound like such a threat. If I was on AO3, you would have found me years ago. You are correct. I don't have an AO3 account. I've never had one. I never planned to have one. I like just lurking. Catch me lurking on AO3. Usually I only hop on with Raleigh after we've watched a movie and we have to go see like what people are writing fanfic about. Many patients had died. Oh no, wait, I read that. At times like this one, it was hard for Thomas to believe that he had become involved with Hugo Strange at all. They had been good friends once, played at the same polo club. This is why you can't trust the rich. Celebrated holidays together and enjoyed some good laughs. While there had always been a dark side to Strange, it had seemed to manifest in a fierce, sardonic wit, not in a willingness. Oh, thank you. I also love the pseudo mullet. There had always been a dark side, blah, 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 not in a willingness to hurt people. He enjoyed the witty insult, the occasional practical joke. But it was always under the guise of camaraderie. Sometimes people even commented, "Oh, Hugo, he's harmless. If only they knew!" Although Hugo had seemed to have a thick skin, perhaps that had added to whatever drove him as he was dismissed and ridiculed by others. Because something in him changed, the dark side that he'd managed or concealed for years finally had taken over. Ultimately, Strange was responsible for the horrors that had occurred. Thomas had been misinformed, deceived, a victim himself in some respect, yet this realization had never been enough. Although Thomas had become involved with Strange, with good intentions, to cure disease and prolong life, the onus was on him for trusting Strange without question, for not realizing sooner that something was amiss. That pain was his alone. Fish, I'm glad you have one. You don't have to be the best writer. It's about having fun and being yourself. Just make art, motherfucker. To continue to function, Thomas tried to detach himself from all the horrors of his past, much as others detached themselves from the horrors of war. Compartmentalization was his coping mechanism. Sometimes his past didn't even feel real. It seemed like a nightmare, and not even his own. Someone else's nightmare, one that he was watching unfold like a movie or a television show. That wasn't me, he wanted to tell himself. That was somebody else, yet he knew better. He'd made attempts to redeem himself. He did good things for Gotham, supported initiatives in which he believed. He'd never be able to undo the mistakes of his past or heal the wounds of the victims whose lives he'd ruined. But he could do some good. He could help people in the city, enable them to lead happier and healthier lives, and create a better world in which Bruce would grow up. At Wayne Enterprises, he had developed technology and health initiatives that improved people's lives. On his own, he'd supported many of the Pinewood Farm's victims, paid their housing and medical bills. Aside from Karen, none of the victims ever knew that Thomas had been involved in their horror. They'd assumed that his support was entirely humanitarian. He was discreet about his efforts. Even Strange was unaware of what had occurred after the closing, and so the victims didn't have to go public. Strange probably lived in a fear that Thomas would at some point blow the whistle on him, and that likely had ensured his own silence. For years, as far as Thomas knew, Strange had dropped entirely out of sight. They encountered each other at random occasions, had awkward yet amicable conversations, but that was all. Where? Where are you running into each other? Neither of them discussed the past, and as far as Thomas was concerned, that dark period of his life had ended. What if it had all changed? What if Strange had come out of the shadows? If they were caught, Thomas could lose his entire company, his fortune, and perhaps spend the rest of his life in prison. I have great news about how long the rest of your life is going to be, motherfucker! They won't even have time to get you to trial. Your lawyers will have them tied up for fucking years, and you'll be dead by then. Am I starting to crack a little? Yes. It's been a long 3 hours. Well, he couldn't undo the mistakes he'd made. He could prevent future tragedies. He feared there might be new victims, new subjects for Strange's hideous experiments. He couldn't let anyone else experience what Karen and the others had gone through. I don't want to minimize Karen's suffering. Seems like homegirl's having a bad time out here. I think you could do worse than having like one big lizard claw. Like, she has one normal hand. I'm just saying, people are dying, Kim. Oh, Nate, buddy, I'm gonna have a bad time. Okay. In the cabin, after they had brought all the bags inside, Karen and Thomas sat in the living room, sipping wine and nibbling on cheese and crackers. These two are in love. It's good to see you, Karen said. I wasn't expecting to see you for at least another week. Kept woman. I just got nervous when I couldn't reach you, so I figured I'd come today. Nervous? Karen was confused. Why? Phone service sucks up here. You haven't been able to reach me before, and you didn't get nervous. Thomas didn't want to frighten her by telling her about the robbery at Wayne Manor, and about his suspicions that Strange could have been involved. At least not yet. So he tried to keep the mood light. Oh, you know how I get, he joked. I'm like an overprotective father. I wish you wouldn't say that. Then his eyes shifted toward the end table, landing on the music box he'd bought her last Christmas. She followed his gaze. Thank you again for the gift. I love it, she said. I listen to the music all the time, especially at night when I find it very comforting. Then she hesitated. Wait, is that weird? No, it's charming, Thomas said, but he decided to shift the topic. How are you fixed for clothes? I'm okay, she said. Not much use for formal wear out here. You sure? He pressed. Winter's coming. Supposed to be a cold one this year, according to the almanac. I'll get you a warm coat. Wool or down. Whenever Thomas brought Karen shirts, blouses, or coats, he cut off most of the right sleeve so she could get them on and leave her claw exposed. It didn't seem nearly as sensitive to the temperature extremes as the rest of her body. That's very generous of you, she said. She glanced at the floor then and continued. You know, I'm glad you're here because I've been thinking a lot about this, situation. And you don't have to keep coming here, you know. I mean, Bruce is getting older now, and you work awfully long hours. I'm sure you'd rather spend time with your family than me. Don't be ridiculous, Thomas said. I enjoy coming here, and you are family to me. Lizards are cold-blooded. Shouldn't it be more sensitive? Hey, don't bring that shit in here. Also, I'm having a bad time, but I am staying hydrated. Let's go. Hydrate or dihydrate, motherfucker. You guys would not believe how many water bottles I have on the floor. Raleigh, Thomas Wayne is having an affair of the heart. I don't think they've actually had sex. Wait, Raleigh, oh my god, you missed the Riddler cameo and the Penguin cameo. No, he's also having sex with Alfred, but he's cheating on Martha and Alfred with, several people at this point. God, where was I? I believe you, and I don't believe you, Karen said. I know you care about me, and you're a good man. If my own father were like you, then my life would have become so much different. Oh, God. Rawls, I have not gotten to your fucking portion of the book. I'm caught on the lunatic who bought 99 pages. Yeah, oh, also Gotham's only gay bar, which is violent. She took a sip of tea and then looked away. When her gaze shifted back toward Thomas, her eyes were glassy as if she were holding back tears. That was strange. She never cried. I can feel it whenever you come here, she said. I can see the pain in your expression. When you look at me, even when you're smiling or laughing, it's always there in the background. That isn't true. Hang on. I'm receiving a message from one of my housemates. But. Oh boy. Okay. God. That isn't true, Thomas said. It is. I see it right now, Karen said. Oh, it actually says I see it right now with a K. This book did not get edited well. I know what it's like to feel shame and self-hatred, so I'm pretty good at spotting it in others. She snickered a little, holding up one hand to her nose. Others. Like there are any others. I mean in you. I can spot it in you. This has turned into a weird romance, and I hope Jason Starr pursues it, frankly. Weird claw sex. Weird claw sex. Thomas reached out to hold her hand. When he realized he was about to grab her claw, he pulled it back instinctively. Am I implying that this book might not have been written or edited with the utmost dedication and care? Yes, I 100% am. I would dare say I'm not merely implying, I am outright stating that. You may quote me. Jason Starr, meet me out back with the tennis racket. We're settling this like gentlemen. Elaborate on the claw. Rawls, I'm so glad you asked. So this woman is a character who appears in Gotham. She was experimented on by Hugo Strange. Thomas Wayne has been secretly keeping her on a little cabin 2 hours from the city where he regularly comes out to visit her for long, heartfelt conversations and supplies her with literally all of her living materials. Her right hand is just a big fucked up lizard claw. Kind of sexy. Yeah.
I'm done. Can I pop?
Yeah, dude. Let's see. Yeah, it's a pretty fun claw. For everyone in the chat, we are currently being joined by my beloved housemate, Vivian. Everyone who knows Vivian, say hi. Everyone who doesn't know Vivian, say hi.
Hi.
Let's see. Thomas reached out to hold her hand. When he realized he was about to grab her claw, he pulled it back instinctively. I'm sorry, he said. It's okay, she said. I don't blame you. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's just a parade of high vivs. More popular than me in my own chat. That's fine. It's okay, she said. I don't blame you. Whenever I see it in the mirror, I get freaked out too. Look, I understand how you feel, Thomas said. At least I think I do, and I'm not going to lie and say it will always be as it is now. But I really do love spending time with you. I think... Hey, Vivian, Bruce's dad is having a fucking emotional affair.
Oh my god, I forgot they're alive.
Yeah, it's a prequel. It's really funny because Thomas keeps going like, this could ruin the rest of my life. And I'm like, homie, you die in 2 months. You don't have much to worry about. I think you're funny and smart and wise, and I know this will sound corny, but you've taught me a lot about how to live my life. Your fearlessness and dignity in the face of adversity are nothing short of remarkable. You're sweet, Thomas, and thank you for saying that. She got up, walked to the window, and stared out. I appreciate all that you've done for me, and I don't blame you for anything that happened to me, but I know you. You'd be happier without me in your life, without this obligation. This woman has just the saddest fucking existence in the world. I'll never abandon you, Thomas said. It's okay. I've lived a lot longer than I expected to when they were treating me at Pinewood. Treating me like I had a medical condition that needed curing. I think their brainwashing is still affecting me all these years later. She cut herself off and was silent for a couple of seconds and then said, "Oh, God." She still had her back to Thomas, still staring outside. "What is it?" Thomas asked. Oh, sorry. Okay, AJ said, yeah, the best part was when he said he wouldn't be able to live with himself if something happened to this woman. And it's like, man, you won't have to. Don't worry. Yeah. Don't worry, man. You'll be super dead by the time she gets murked in season 2. I think it's crazy that this is like the most canon relevant character in the entire book is fucking 1 episode Karen with the lizard hand. God. Babe, would you still love me if I had a claw for a hand? Yes. What is it? Thomas asked. I just saw someone, she said. Oh my God, he was behind that tree and now he's... A gun fired, and then the glass in front of Karen shattered. Thomas darted across the room, grabbed her by the waist, and tackled her to the side as another bullet shattered the rest of the window where she had been standing a second earlier. He held her down on the floor. Did you see who it was? Thomas asked. No, she said. Where's the gun I bought you? He bought her a gun. In the bedroom, in the top drawer of my dresser. Stay down here. Do you understand me? Don't move. I won't. Thomas crawled as fast as he could into the bedroom. He passed other windows and feared that if he stood above the level of the sill, he'd be killed. He had no idea who had shot at Karen, but he knew it was no coincidence. He'd been followed. Oh, but God, we're so far in rural New Jersey. We spent so long describing the road. In the bedroom, he came to his knees, reached up and opened the top dresser drawer. He knew he didn't have much time. Fumbling around, he felt undergarments, panties, something silky, maybe a slip. I fucking hate it here. Sound off in the chat. Would you keep a gun in your underwear drawer? Yes or no? Don't call it the lizard slip. Oh, Thomas, I have news for you about worrying about getting killed. Yeah, man, sure would be a shame if somebody shot Thomas Wayne. That'd be crazy. Vivian, I cannot emphasize enough how much, like, every 5 pages, someone's like, oh boy, you have to be prepared for anything in Gotham. People get mugged all the time. What if something went wrong? Like, you know what not to bring up the Amazing Spider-Man movies again, you know what the opening of the Amazing Spider-Man 2, Gwen is like, life is so short. Just, like, so short. Like, so short all the time. The future could hold anything. Better live it up right now because life is so short. And then Emma Stone just looks in the camera and goes, I'm gonna fucking die. It's that, like, but like every page. God. Okay, yeah, AJ said a gun can't go in drawers. Cats hang out in there. That's absolutely unsafe.
True.
That's so true. Can you
So
imagine?
true.
Lucille, Charles, and Chaplin all hang out in my sock drawer. That's no place for a gun. Okay. I took this headphone out, so if y'all want to pop in, I can't
Wait, out
hear
of
you.
all the people that chipped in, there's only 8 people watching.
It's been a kind of a revolving door. As you can see, I've been doing this for 3.5 hours, so I would not expect anyone to be full-time on this. God, where was I? He's in the underwear drawer. I had this. We found the lizard slip. She said the top drawer, didn't she? He tossed the undergarments onto the floor, reached further inside, but nothing was there. Becoming more frantic, he opened the other drawers, flung clothes onto the floor, but he couldn't find the gun. Then he heard some noises. A screen door opening, a creaking footstep. Someone was on the porch. He checked the bottom drawer, the only drawer he hadn't checked yet, but the gun wasn't there either. I'm going to beat myself to death with this book. He got up and looked in the drawer of the night table on the small bookshelf in the closet, but time was running out. The front doorknob rattled. He looked for another weapon. The table light with a heavy base was the best he could find. He removed the shade and held the lamp upside down. I hope we get a fucking graphic scene of Bruce Wayne's father beating someone to death with a fucking lamp. Then he heard a loud bang and realized that the intruder had broken down the front door. Fish has been crocheting this whole time. I love that. Okay. Listen, you
Fish Mooney crochets?
no, fish in the chat.
Oh,
You did miss Fish Mooney though. Fish Mooney is here.
Who's Fish Mooney?
You've missed the Riddler cameo. You've missed the Penguin cameo. There's been so much. Anyway, oh wait, are two people crocheting? I love this. Oh my god. Sorry, there's cats being gay in here. Yeah, Rolls, you missed Fish Mooney, and I don't think she's coming back. Jason Starr really shot his load on the cameos pretty early on.
Is that the author's name?
Starr with 2 S's, baby! Jason Starr! That's not his real name.
That's not a real name.
Okay, anyone who is crocheting in the middle of this or making anything, you do. Oh my god, Rolls is knitting. If you are crafting, you do have to, like, post a picture on Tumblr and tag me. Thomas hoped Karen hadn't listened to him after all. Hopefully she'd gotten away. Maybe climbed out of the broken window and run into the woods. He moved to the door, stood with his back against the wall, and listened carefully. He heard creaking footsteps, but no more gunshots. A good sign, because if Karen had been in clear view, the person would have shot again. Suddenly, there was a man's voice. Okay, come on, let's make this easier for all of us, the man said. I mean, it's all over now anyway, so what's the point of the hide-and-go-seek crap? I'm gonna find both of you anyway, so you might as well make it quick. The harsh, gravelly voice sounded unfamiliar. Thomas remained still as the man's footsteps grew louder. Come on, you freak show, where are you? The man said. Psst, 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 psst. Come on, let me put you out of your misery. I'll put a bullet in your head right between your pretty eyes. I hate this. You won't know what hit you. You too, Mr. Billionaire Wayne. Hey, Vivian, so at the very start of the book, there's a break-in at Wayne Manor. And Thomas calls 911 and goes...
Well, incident, according to the back. Right?
Yeah, he calls 911 and goes, "Hi, there's a break-in going on right now." And she goes, "Oh my god, are you Thomas Wayne? Aren't you like the richest man in Gotham?" And he's like, "People are breaking into my house!" And she's fully like, "I just want to talk about how you're like a celebrity." It's insane. It's
Will the sound of a stapler bother you if I deprogram?
Nah,
Okay,
go nuts.
Cool.
If anyone hears the sound of a stapler and that bothers you, go fuck yourself. Well, Nathan, why aren't you playing Arkham City? Get to it. God. I think it's very funny that you are reading fic while you listen to this, though. I hope that genuinely confuses the hell out of whatever you're reading. Go find some, like, bad Gotham smut. You know, do it for me. I wish I was reading bad Gotham smut. Then the man stopped walking. All Thomas could hear was his own breathing, then maybe the intruder's breathing too, unless he was imagining it. He kept a strong grip on the lamp, ready to swing. Maybe 10 seconds passed. It seemed much longer! Then the footsteps resumed. As the guy entered the bedroom, everything seemed as if it was in slow motion. Thomas saw the tip of the gun, then the whole gun, then the guy's arm! He made his move, swinging the lamp like a club. He hoped to hit the man in the face, to knock him out or at least stun him, but the intruder was much taller than he had expected, maybe a foot taller than Thomas. Jesus Christ, it's that guy from the bar.
Did you tell us how tall Thomas is?
I mean, he seems to be a pretty normal-sized adult man. This is a fucking tall gentleman who has just entered the scene. Yeah, Rawls has commented, this prose is so painful. I concur! He made his move, swinging the lamp like a club. He'd hoped to hit the man in the face and blah, blah, blah. The lamp's brass base hit the guy's upper chest. There is a chest where you thought a head was going to be. This is my friend Adam. Still, the force of the blow knocked him off balance. Thomas dropped the lamp and grabbed the guy's arm. The one with the gun! As they struggled, his assailant managed to squeeze off a couple of shots. They went into the ceiling. You should have let me make it easy, the guy said. Thomas was overmatched physically, but he had learned some self-defense moves from Alfred. All right. He kneed the guy in the gut, and when he bent over, Thomas headbutted him. Stunned, the man dropped the gun to the floor. Thomas went for it, but just when he was about to grab it, the guy grabbed him by the hair and pulled him back. You had your shot and you blew it, the intruder said. He lifted Thomas up and tossed him head first across the dresser. Sparks blocked his vision. He felt as if he might pass out, but he knew if he lost consciousness, he'd never wake up again. so he garnered the strength to wheel around and charge at the guy who wasn't expecting any more resistance. AJ said, I'll replace my suggestion of the South Park book with some IDK Omegaverse Gotham smut. I've read it! It was unimpressive. Thomas wanted to tackle him, but the guy was too strong. He couldn't budge, and the man easily grabbed him and pushed him back up against the wall. He must have retrieved his gun while Thomas was dazed because he had it in his hand again, and he pressed the tip of the barrel against Thomas's forehead between his eyes. Sayonara, billionaire, the guy said. I'm always saying that. Oh, God. Too bad you can't take your money with you, huh? He had scars on his face. A few teeth were missing, and his breath was foul. But don't worry, this is the painless part. Thomas stared straight ahead at the guy's thick neck, ready for the permanent darkness of death. Stay ready, man. And then he saw an image of Bruce on the veranda overlooking the gardens at Wade Manor reading Beowulf. Bruce had a content. Young Bruce's dialogue is fucking serial killer shit in this book, by the way. I hope
that
he comes back.
tracks.
Yeah!
Right?
Does he just talk like Damien?
No, it's so much worse. It's horrifying. Yeah, Thomas Wayne is ACAB, but he is still a billionaire, so unfortunately we cannot stand him or Harvey.
Oh, Thomas Wayne's a billionaire, so he's ACAB for the wrong reasons.
He is fully like, oh, the cops are corrupt and I don't fucking trust them, but then he's also like, no, I'm a good billionaire.
Sure.
Okay, Nathan said I'm not going to read smut. I'm not going to read trash from Gotham. I'm going to find better stuff in the Batman Superman tag. Honestly, respect. A man of taste. Bruce had a content, peaceful, Buddha-like smile. He was so young, but wiser than his years and had so much potential. Would he ever realize it? Was he strong enough to survive in Gotham without his father? Yeah.
Lucille just tried to fit Chaplin through the open door.
Oh, the thing about Lucille is that she loves to assault the boys through my door, as if this is not their room. Then something odd happened. The image of Bruce vanished, but no gunshot was fired, and darkness didn't set in. Thomas was still staring at the man's neck, but something had pierced the center of it. Maybe a blade, and then blood. Oh my, I wonder what it could fucking be. Do you think it's a lizard hand, guys? Sound off in the chat if you think it's a lizard hand. Maybe a blade, and then blood spurted like water from a garden hose. No, it came from the guy's mouth, and Thomas's face was warm and wet. I hate it here. Then he realized it wasn't a blade, it was one of Karen's claws, and as she yanked the claw out of the guy's neck, he crumpled to the ground and lay still. Blood stung Thomas's eyes. He could barely see, and the salty, metallic taste on his lips disgusted him. Then he wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and saw that Karen had remained standing there, mesmerized and horrified, staring at her bloody appendage. It's true, she said. It's all true. Thomas had no idea what she was talking about. Girl, me neither. After his close encounter with death, he was still in shock himself. What's true? He asked. What people have always said about me, she said. Strange and Pinewood didn't turn me into a monster. I've always been a monster. That's what people used to say about me after I killed my parents. Oh, cool. Awesome. In newspapers, on television, people on the street, Karen Jennings is evil. She's a monster. She deserves everything she gets. I used to think they were wrong, that they didn't understand who I really was. I was abused. I did it in self-defense. I told them I was the victim, not them. But no, they were right, and I was wrong all along. This is who I really am. This is the real me. She looked frantic, but still she refused to cry. You're not a monster, Thomas said. You're a hero. You just saved my life, for God's sake. Of course, I could have handled it myself if the gun I gave you had been in your dresser. Okay,
Oh, is this the woman Thomas is having an emotional affair with?
Yes! It's not meant to be an emotional affair. He just, keeps her in an isolated cabin in the woods away from society and brings her all the stuff that she needs to live and drives out 2 hours to see her pretty regularly and tells her all about his problems. She gives him advice about his life and his child.
I mean, when we popped in, I thought this was his wife.
Yeah, man!
This
This is an emotional affair. Rawls has said I am taking 4 real psychic damage. Raleigh, I've been doing this for 3.5 hours. I'm not well. You're not a monster, Thomas said. You're a hero. You just saved my life, for God's sake. Of course, I could have handled it myself if the gun I gave you had been in your dresser. She looked startled at the mention, and it seemed to calm her down as he'd hoped it would. Oh, that's right, Karen said. I got nervous the other night and put it under my bed. Who knows? Maybe I was having a premonition. Then her eyes widened, looking to Thomas's left. Thomas, watch out! Thomas turned and saw that the man with the gushing wound in his neck had managed to get a hold of the gun and with his weak, unsteady hand had aimed it. Thomas dove toward the man and wrestled him for the weapon. He couldn't get the gun away, but managed to twist it so that it was aimed upward at the man's own face. He had a demented smile. Oh no, my curtain's attacking me. He had a demented smile, blood dripping from his lips. The carnival always ends, he said. Who the fuck is this guy? And then the guy, most likely delirious from blood loss, probably unaware of where he was or even who he was, pulled the trigger and a bullet ripped through his own head, splattering his brains on the wall behind him. Who was this giant murderer? Then a sudden, absolute silence in the room. The man in charge of Pinewood. Karen looked terrified. The man with the weird beard and the tinted glasses. He's behind this, isn't he? She seemed incapable of moving, and Thomas couldn't either. Hugo Strange. Thomas's greatest fear had come to pass. It had to be him. He had to be responsible. He'd hired people to break into Wayne Manor, and now had hired someone to follow Thomas to find out what he knew, to locate the last irrefutable evidence of his crimes. Still, Thomas didn't want to frighten Karen. Though she didn't know Strange by name, she'd seen him many times. The poor young woman, she'd been through so much. He didn't want her to feel any more pain. He stared at the mess on the wall, blood and brains dripping in a seemingly coordinated way, like a macabre work of modern art. Looks like we have our work cut out for us, he said. How are you fixed for sponges? And that's the end of that chapter. Cool, normal. The next chapter is gonna unfortunately get us back to Harvey. Give me a second. Viv, Harvey is fucking trying me in this book.
Wow.
He has a whole internal. He has because this is before Jim hits Gotham, so he has a partner who's some OC woman named Amanda, and Harvey has a whole monologue about how he doesn't think women should be cops because he respects them so much he doesn't want them to be in danger by being cops.
Is this Harvey Dent?
No, this is Harvey Bullock.
Okay.
The thing about Harvey Dent is that he hypothetically exists in Gotham, but only for 2 episodes, and then they forgot he was there and didn't have anything to do with him, so he just never showed up again.
Somehow it's never even occurred to me. Like, the giant Harvey Dent-shaped hole in Gotham has never...
He's in, 2 episodes, and it's every time...
You say.
And every time he shows up, half of his face is in the shadow, and he's, flipping a coin, and Jim's there's something a little weird about that guy, and then fucking the Gotham writers couldn't figure out what the fuck to do with him if he couldn't be Two-Face yet, and they were like, get that bitch out of here, and we just never see him again.
Oh, yeah, because most of the rogues, it's fine to have Batman, not exist yet-ish, but, Two-Face, you kind
We're drawing the line. Oh, yeah, I just said CW saved Harvey Dent for Misha Collins. Gotham wasn't on the CW, it was on Fox! Which is not better or worse, just different.
Different bad.
A different kind of bad. Let's hear it for Misha Collins, Harvey Dent, everybody. Okay.
Wait, was that on Fox or FX?
What?
Gotham.
I was on Fox, baby. Yeah. All right. Oh, the channel that also hosted Glee. Yeah, thanks, AJ. All right. Chapter 8. A bunch of degenerates were hanging out in front of the liquor store. A bunch of degenerates were hanging out in front of the liquor store on Caldwell Street, and one of them recognized Harvey. Nathan said, but did Gotham know what to do with literally any of its characters? No. No. Some of them just had to stay around and suffer for it. But they did. Most of the ones who were stuck there were ones that they were pitching as mains from the jump. Harvey Dent just kind of wandered in an episode called Dick Lovecraft. And they were Dick Lovecraft is a corrupt politician who gets murdered by the end of the episode. They killed Dick Lovecraft. Tragic.
And is Dick Lovecraft in this book? I want to know more about Dick Lovecraft.
You know what? He could be. He's still alive. I hope Dick Lovecraft shows up. That's the only cameo I need.
Do you know what the second one's about? Yeah, maybe it's his viewpoint.
Dick Lovecraft? He's already dead by then. No, the second one takes place between season 2 and season 3, and it's when Jim is being a bounty hunter because he's been fired from the GCPD for the 5th time. Okay, anyway, a bunch of degenerates were hanging out in front of the liquor store on Caldwell Street, and one of them recognized Harvey. Hey, look who it is! The guy's voice boomed. Harvey Bullock, GCPD's finest. The dude seemed sort of familiar. Oh no, is this a character I should know? The dude seemed sort of familiar. He had stringy long hair over the shoulders and looked like he hadn't had a bath in weeks. He was drinking from a bottle of scotch without even bothering to put a paper bag over it. That's how you know he's a degenerate. Heading into the building to question Roberto Colin, Harvey nodded, vaguely acknowledging the seedy speaker. The guy broke away from his friends and came over to him. I hope to God this isn't a character I'm supposed to know. I need everybody to know the formatting on this one page just got kind of weird. It's like I swear to God, the text is further from the spine than it was before. They printed this in a warehouse that was like operated by 12-year-olds. This is a sweatshop book. You don't remember me, do you, Harvey? The guy said. Your face looks kind of familiar, but not the rest of you. He looked the guy over and made a half-hearted attempt not to show his disgust. I grew it out in Arkham. Harvey stopped, facing the guy. He took a closer look. You really don't remember me, huh? I don't, Harvey admitted.
Harvey's been asking the same questions as you.
Yeah. Me and Harvey are both just wandering around going, who the fuck is this? Okay, Nathan said, sounds like Harvey Dent got lost after taking a wrong turn, ended up in the wrong show, then got directions to something better. That's such a generous read on whatever the CW is going to be putting down. He did also turn into Misha Collins, which is haunting. Harvey had a random drunk hookup with this dude. Maybe so! Ryan Maxwell, you arrested me. They said I wasn't fit to stand trial, and they were right, I wasn't. Harvey was a quick draw, but he put his hand a little closer to his piece just in case. When an ex-con you locked up met you on the street, it rarely led to anything positive. Name rings a bell now, Harvey said. What did I arrest you for?
Yeah? What is it?
The suspense is killing me. What was he arrested for?
I'm so sorry. It's just a really bad confluence of the voice I gave this guy. I'm sorry, AJ and Rawls are in the chat begging me to get my shit together. Name rings a bell now, Harvey said. What did I arrest you for? I strangled my wife.
Oh no.
Oh no. I should not have made this guy fun. Hey, I strangled my wife. Suddenly, Harvey remembered the case. The wife hadn't shown up to work for a few days. When Harvey and one of his ex-partners arrived at the apartment, Maxwell was sitting at the dining room table having dinner across from his dead wife. The body had been decomposing, but Maxwell didn't seem to notice or care. The guy was a real freaking whack job. Oh, sorry, the guy was a real fucking whack job. Shouldn't you still be in Arkham? Harvey asked. They let me out last week. The guy said, get this. They said I was cured. Now, once again, I am forced to point out that in the continuity of Gotham, the TV show, Arkham had been closed for years at this point.
You think this writer
No!
knew anything?
No, I don't think Jason Starr knew that, but it does make it funnier. I'm literally in shambles. I'm so sorry.
This man actually had been wandering Arkham for like the whole time and like hallucinated being let out, but he actually just found an open door.
So when Arkham does open and become operational again midway through season 1 of Gotham, there is a woman who turns out to be the serial killer of the week. Because they think she's a nurse at first, and Jim's like, oh my god, it's a nurse. And then it turns out she's not a nurse at all. She's one of the old patients from when Arkham was operating before, and she'd just been living there the whole time. And when people came back in and like opened it up again, she just put on a nurse's uniform and no one questioned it at all. And she'd just been working as a nurse. Bless you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Harvey wasn't surprised. Because of overcrowding, Arkham had a revolving door these days and often let dangerous people out too soon.
Categorically not what you just said is happening.
Categorically not what you just said is happening. People who remained a threat to themselves and to society. You couldn't blame the asylum for the problem, though. It was a numbers game. Too many crazy people in Gotham versus few two beds to put them in. Nathan, my dear friend Nathan has commented with the opinion that I know too much about this show. Nate, buddy, I have to agree. Fish is also thrown out, actually, unironically, this is on the same level as Frankenstein. I can't fault you for that one. Oh, God, okay. Good for you, Harvey said, and he gave Maxwell a thumbs up. Well, it was great catching up. Before he could move, however, Maxwell got in front of him, wouldn't let him go into the building. Man, the guy reeked like he doused himself with a new cologne called Back of a Gotham Taxi. Trust me, Ryan, Harvey said, you don't want to do this. I've already been having a messed up day. He pulled a gun on his own partner like 3 minutes ago. And you don't want to deal with Harvey Bullock on a messed up day. But you can't go yet, Maxwell said. I mean, you didn't give me a chance to thank you. Harvey tried to breathe through his mouth to avoid the stench. Look, he said, I'm going to give you and your hygiene issues one chance to get out of my face, and then I'm going to have to cuff you and run you in. Next time they send you to Arkham, they'll throw away the key. He was bluffing, but the guy didn't look like the brightest bulb in the chandelier. That's exactly what I want! Maxwell's eyes widened with excitement. Cuff me, please! You did such a great thing when you arrested me, Mr. Bullock. I'll do anything to go back to Arkham. What the hell? That was a thought, not a not a statement, but I do concur with the what the hell. Harvey didn't know how the shrinks tested people to find out if they're crazy, but if one of the questions was, do you want to go to Arkham, and the guy answered, yes, please, then it was a safe bet the guy was a full-blown wacko. Maybe you have short-term memory loss, Harvey said, but Arkham ain't exactly a country club. People would kill to get out of Arkham. A lot of them have. No, I loved it there, Maxwell insisted. It was the happiest time of my life. Really, it was. I had 3 meals a day, and the occasional maggot in my grits didn't bother me. Oh, my God. I was busy all the time, had free medical care, lots of chances to socialize with talkative, eccentric people. Sounds sort of like a luxury cruise, doesn't it? This can't be real, Harvey thought. The guy continued. The bed wasn't the most comfortable in the world, but I got used to it. One downside was that it was kind of hard to get booze, but not impossible. I do seem to recall the Scarecrow making toilet wine in like season 4, so it's possible. It's kind of like a mini Gotham in there. It's all about connections. If you know the right people and do the right favors to the right people, you can get whatever you want. Out here, it sucks. You're really gonna have to get out of my way now, Ryan, Harvey said, but I'll give you a piece of free advice. Consider yourself lucky. Lucky, Maxwell said. Lucky how? Let me put it this way. You're not gonna be the next mega lottery winner, but most guys who whack their wives never see the light of day again. Like a cat, somehow, you wound up landing on your feet. So don't piss this opportunity away. Kick the booze, get a job, stay on your feet, find Jesus, anything that works. If you take another fall, you won't get back up. But it's not safe for me to be out, Maxwell said. I was safe inside. Everybody was safe. I told them that, but they didn't listen. They sent me to a counselor. The guy wanted me to find a job, become a normal citizen. He told me people can change, but the truth is that people never change. If you're evil, you stay evil forever. I don't know what it's like to be good, but I guess it's the same way. I'm going to become the Joker.
And then die halfway through the season and be replaced by
my worst twin. Yeah. Okay. To each his own, Harvey said. Finally, Maxwell stood aside and let him pass. I don't need you to take me, the man said, his tone angry and defiant. I'll wind up back in Arkham somehow, you'll see. Shrugging it off, Harvey entered the building. The vestibule smelled like piss, but after breathing in Ryan's stench, it was like a breath of fresh spring air. Nathan said, I'm so sorry, Mackenzie. I can see your brain melting out in real time. Yeah, buddy. I said till the edge of madness, and I meant it. We are past page 100 at this point, though, so, I think I'm getting my second wind. Also, hey, everybody sound off in the chat. What does the back of a Gotham taxi smell like? We can solve this together creatively. I think blood. There's blood in there. People were hanging out in the hallway. I thought, are we in a liquor store? The hallway of the liquor store?
Yeah, they were hanging out. The degenerates hanging outside the liquor store, remember?
Yeah, but there's a hallway inside the liquor store.
I think they'd probably be aisle.
That's so possible.
Look, I'm not getting the impression this is a great writer.
No. Oh, okay.
Malapropism isn't that unexpected.
No, the editing's been rough.
There are also some weird liquor stores that are like basically just hallways. And, like, you go
It's just a hall of liquor.
like depending on where Gotham is located. Well, yeah, no, like different. Like there are like some state laws. Like there are liquor stores that like just sell liquor.
Yeah.
Like that's.
All right. The kind of people were hanging out in the hallway. The kind of crowd you'd expect to find at a cheap SRO on this side of town. Oh, the genders again: pimps, hookers, drug dealers, drug addicts, and ex-cons. Looking for a date? Yeah, listen, they did this earlier too. Really big liquor store, like the 2-story McDonald's. Thank you, AJ. Looking for a date? A hooker asked Harvey. She wasn't bad looking, long, straight blonde hair and a kind of sexy black leather getup, like something Fish Mooney might wear. At a hornier time and place, Harvey might have taken her up on the offer. Hi, I am actually going to start unapologetically peppering the phrase "at a hornier time and place" into my speech.
That took me like 5 seconds to catch up with the rest of my brain. Like I heard you say.
You know where Roberto is? He asked. A moment of hesitation, then she shook her head. Harvey knew what that meant. He held out a 20. Do you know where Roberto is? She grabbed money faster than a seagull, snatching a dead fish on the beach. 4th floor. It is a multi-floor liquor store. Room at the end of the hallway. Harvey headed up, passing more deadbeats and hookers. For God's sake, it was like a convention. A wide range of music blasted from the... Where are we? Are we not in the... There's a variety of rooms and they're all playing different music. In the liquor store? A wide range of music blasted from the rooms. Salsa, reggae, hip-hop, metal. Again. Rawls, you're always thinking about Fish Mooney. People arguing about the usual topics. Sex, drugs, and money. By the 4th floor, Harvey had his gun out. He banged on the door twice. Come in. Harvey opened the door. A scruffy guy, about Harvey's age, whatever that is, was sitting on... Earlier, they described Alfred as being in his 60s. The actor was like in his mid-40s at the time Gotham started. Like, what are we doing here? Why did you do that to Alfred? Anyway. Whatever Harvey's fucking Mr. I think the liquor store might just be a club, dude. I don't know what's going on. I've gotten very lost in the architecture of the liquor store.
Oh, hey, do you remember that, like fake grocery store? It was like Supermart or Ultramart or something. It was all over Tumblr. Like it was an art installation.
No. Oh, the one that's like, it's in Vegas?
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
that?
Yeah,
maybe.
It's that.
The fucking fake art installation.
It's like
fucking...
a club that legally has to be a liquor store to be
That's
licensed
how they keep
that
their
way.
license, yeah.
And
Harvey Bullock, Detective GCPD. He flashed his badge. A detective. The guy acted surprised. What can I do for you? Are you Roberto Colon? What a name. Either that was a great first guess, or you're a psychic. Either one would be extremely impressive. Though I've met psychics, and you don't have the right soul for it. I can tell that, and we just met, 20 seconds ago? One of those liquor store club apartments. Classic. Hi, Chaplain. A talker, huh? Harvey said, great, just what I needed today. Why did you take off from Angels? Angels? What's Angels? Oh, Viv is in the chat and my room. You want to be a wise guy, huh? I'll run you in and we can talk all you want downtown. You're making a big assumption there, detective. I think we're going to give Roberto Cullen kind of like an old-timey like radio, like news guy kind of voice. Yeah, Harvey said. How's that? Well, to take me in, you'll have to be alive. 2 guys Harvey hadn't seen, hiding on either side of the door. Oh, they fooled him with the old door trick. Grabbed him, each one taking an arm. Both of them were big. Then one of the gorillas kicked the door shut. Cullen pulled out a gun and aimed it at Harvey. This is what I believe is called a turn of events, Cullen said. Drop it, detective, or I'll kill you right now. This is a speakeasy. Yeah. Harvey dropped the gun. Well, talk about a role reversal, Cullen said. Maybe I should call you Roberto and you should call me detective, or do you prefer Harvey? He laughed. One of the guys holding Harvey laughed too. Well, more like gurgled. Normal. If you're looking for a career in stand-up, Harvey said, you better work on your material. Cullen got up and approached. He doesn't think I'm funny, he said in a mocking voice. I'm so hurt. Leaning in closer, he added, you know, when you're a guest, you should always laugh at your host's jokes. Did Jason Starr want to do his own Joker red herring?
Yeah, I was just wondering about
Maybe
that.
so. Hey, Roberto Colon is a hell of a real name for the Joker. Yeah, you're... Using his free hand, Cullen lashed out with a blow to the gut. It was a good shot, took Harvey's breath away, and he keeled over as much as he could with 2 goons holding him up. Not a lot, I'm guessing. The bust had officially gone from bad to worse. Now we're clear about the power dynamics, Cullen said. How about you tell me why you're looking for me? Son of a bitch, Harvey managed to say. True, my mother was quite a bitch, Cullen said. She neglected me, beat me, and pretty much tortured me on a daily basis. So I'm one of the rare guys who don't mind it when you insult my mother. But getting back to the matter at hand, he lifted Harvey's face with one hand. Homoerotic. The purpose of your visit.
Oh wait, it's Colin, not Cullen?
Colon, Collon.
Oh,
Colon.
I thought it was Cullen.
No, Roberto
So I said the
Colon.
lost Cullen sibling.
Yeah, no, listen, still funny. Yeah, I'm gonna second that. Hello, many question marks from Rawls. What the fuck is happening? This guy and Jerome should make out. A friend of yours was killed at Wayne Manor last night, Harvey said. A painting was stolen. A Picasso. Well, I'm impressed with your sleuthing, detective. It's been, 12 hours since the robbery, and you've practically solved the case. Emphasis on practically. Which is good news for me, bad news for you. So you admit you broke into Wayne Manor? There you go, asking questions again. I thought we discussed that. He unloaded another fist into Harvey's gut, leaving Harvey gasping like he had a bad case of asthma. Well, as much fun as this has been, Cullen said, I have business to attend to, so I'm going to have to cut our visit short. He aimed the gun at Harvey's face. Was this really how he was going to check out? It's not. Killed by some loudmouth punk? Harvey glanced at his gun on the floor a couple feet away, but he couldn't reach for it with the goons holding his arms. Wait, he said. How will you get rid of my body? Too many people know where to find you. People saw me come up, too. You've been sloppy. He was stalling for time, trying to find a way out. Wayne Manor, I hardly know her. Get the fuck out! AJ said this dialogue is like a high schooler's first fanfic notice. Respect to high schoolers who write way better than this. Jason Starr was already a failed fucking crime novelist by the time he was doing this. Grow some shame.
Wait, does he just have, crime novels?
He has tons of them! Listen.
So he seems to be kind of a successful crime novelist. Like he does seem to be making a career out of it.
You think anybody cares what goes on in this place? The fucking McDonald's liquor store club apartment complex? Colin asked, but he lowered the gun. Community center. Sex dungeon. Soup tube hub.
Oh, he also writes comics.
Oh, for fuck's sake, of course he does. There are shootings here every day. As for your body, that's where a chainsaw and some trash bags come in handy. This time tomorrow, you'll be sinking to the bottom of the Gotham River with God knows whoever else is still down there. Then you'll be fish food. Are there still fish in the Gotham River? You don't have to answer that. Sayonara, Detective Bullock. Oh, boy. He aimed the gun again. Oh, Rawls, did you look up what Jason Starr looks like?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to send this to the chat.
Oh, my God.
I also... yeah. You can't send images to a YouTube chat.
Good. I understand why. Let's see.
I can't imagine anything going wrong.
He aimed the gun again. Someone knocked on the door. Hello, I have money. Hey, I'm gonna bet you guys $9,000 Amanda got here on foot and is about to save Harvey's sad ass. A girl, it sounded like one of the pros. Another knock. Hello, I have money for you, she said. Open up. Who the hell is that? Cullen demanded of his thugs. They just shrugged. Go get rid of her, Cullen said. One guy went to the door while the other one held Harvey. He tried to edge toward his gun, but the gorilla had an iron grip. Yeah, I always just knock on doors and say I have money. I don't think the guy from outside is going to help him. I truly think that guy was just there to be upsetting. The thug who'd let go opened the door. The hell do you? Wham! The door slammed into his face so hard that it knocked him off balance. He stumbled backward, bellowing in pain. Judging from the blood, something was broken. Maybe his nose. Could have been anything, though. Then Amanda stepped into the room, her gun up so that it was aimed at Cullen. She stood with her legs apart and her knees flexed. Drop it, she said. The thug holding Harvey went for his own piece, which gave Harvey enough slack to break free. That goon swung his pistol toward Amanda, but he beat him to it, shooting him twice in the chest instead. The other guy recovered enough to charge. From being shot twice in the chest? Oh, bloody nose guy. Jesus Christ. And Amanda whacked him in the head with the side of her pistol, managing to connect his nose again. He went down without a sound this time and stayed there. Me when the nosebleed is getting worse. Jason Starr looks exactly like what you'd think a guy named Jason Starr looks like. Okay, hang on. Pause.
Hold on, I just dropped the link in the chat.
Ooh, okay. Pardon me while I go check out my own group chat to see what Jason Starr looks like. You're making everybody look at him.
She's not making anyone. Just giving everyone the opportunity.
Wait, where did you drop him?
In the live chat.
Oh, wait, you can do that?
I just dropped the link.
Oh. There is not a link attached to that.
Oh, really? I wonder if they just don't.
It's very
like
possible. Again, I understand. Oh, that is exactly what you think a man named Jason Starr looks like. Influenced by Ernest Hemingway. I bet, buddy. All right.
Genuinely, I'm sorry. This man looks so sweet, and I kind of feel bad making fun of his writing.
I don't. I regret nothing. I've been doing this for 4 hours. Also, hour 4. Everybody give it up for hour 4. Technically, it starts in a minute and a half, but I'm clearly going to be busy. Sorry, second and a half. I've forgotten how to tell time. Minute and a half. I want to be dead. The other guy recovered enough to charge. Something. There's fucking fighting happens. Harvey was about to fire back, but Cullen ducked out of sight. I'm going to miss Roberto Cullen. Harvey rushed to the window, leaned out, and pulled the trigger, bullets pinging off the fire escape's iron railing. He was so pissed that he expended his whole clip. God damn it, Harvey yelled. He got away. That was Cullen, I'm assuming, Amanda said. Was he in on the robbery? Sounds like it. He glanced around the room and walked over to a dresser in the corner, picking up a mass of hair and rubber. It was a gorilla mask. Make that definitely. He threw it on the floor with a curse. Well, now that we know who he is, we'll get him, Amanda said. Let's put an APB out. I mean, if you think that's the appropriate thing to do, you're the boss. She looked strange, like she was sorry. I owe you an apology, Harvey. He pointed a gun at your face. Holy crap, he thought. For what? He said aloud, busting in here and saving my fat Irish ass. I meant to tell you, the Irish are a minority and they are being persecuted by the narrative of this book specifically.
Oh, the 6th gender, Irish.
Punks, hookers, drug dealers, degenerates, Irish. One of the things I forgot to say.
I think drug addicts was also on the list.
Yeah, oh, that's right. People who sell drugs, people who use drugs. There are, fucking of course, there are Gotham Funko Pops. AJ, hey, this is for you specifically. Also for Raleigh's, for anyone who has my address. If a fucking Gotham Funko Pop arrives at my house, you will not know peace until you are dead.
That's definitely not why I asked that in the chat. I definitely wasn't trying to sow.
What did you ask?
There were Gotham Funko
If
Pops.
anyone puts a Gotham Funko
I'm
Pop
pretty
in my
sure
vicinity.
If there's a Funko Pop you want, it just kind of appears.
Oh yeah, it's like those fucking like art stealer Twitter accounts where it's like, is this on a T-shirt? And then like somebody's like, here it is.
Exactly.
That's how Funko
That's how
Pops
Funko Pops
work.
work.
Yeah. No, listen. Hey, if anyone manifests a Gotham Funko Pop into my home, I'll kill you. No mercy. I'll kill you with a tennis racket. How's that for a callback? Anyway. I'm sure you would have wound up on top, with or without me. Categorically untrue. Okay, that's stretching it, Harvey thought, but he didn't want to admit that he'd been prepared to meet his maker. Speakeasies and disenfranchised Irish. Yeah, this, maybe it's the 20s. Hey, Raleigh. I'll kill you. I'm stone dead. Your friendship means the world to me. I'll fucking kill you. I will walk to Texas, so help me God. The thug who was still breathing was struggling, getting to his feet. It's not easy for me to admit I'm wrong, Amanda said. You're not wrong! Your partner is drunk and had put a gun in your face. I mean, if you haven't picked up on that by now, but I was out of line before. As she spoke, she delivered a well-aimed kick to the back of the thug's head, making it look effortless, knocking him out again. Harvey reassessed the wisdom of pissing her off. Oh, God. Okay, Charles. I'm the rookie, and you've been doing this for years, she continued. It was wrong of me to question your judgment and to threaten you with a report. I can learn a lot by working with you. I'm sure this man put a gun in your face. She sounded sincere, though Harvey wasn't sure if he bought what she was saying. Maybe not 100%. Maybe she was afraid she'd spread the word around the GCPD that she was a rat and that it could cost her job, or maybe her life. Whatever the truth, whether it was sincere or bullshit, he was glad she'd shown up when she did, or he'd probably be checking into heaven right now, if he was lucky. Harvey Bullock will not see heaven. No harm, no foul, Harvey said. By the way, I liked the hooker routine. If you did that next time with a schoolgirl skirt, I might really enjoy myself. He paused to see how she'd react. Good, AJ! Fucking good! I feel like I'm being threatened by my own chat right now. Hey, watch it, Amanda said, playing along. You don't want me reporting you for harassment, do you? Geez, how many complaints you gonna file? What are you doing over there? I don't trust you.
Oh, Sophie just said she wanted to go get her phone, so she...
I said I feel like I should get my phone so I can look at the chat.
Ah!
I keep asking them what's going on in the
Everybody, stop fucking looking at Gotham Funko Pops. I swear to Christ! I'm gonna end up with like fucking 87 Gotham Funkos in this house, and then I'm gonna have to change my name and move countries. Well, Nathan, I'm so glad you're too broke to afford a Funko Pop. That's great. I love that for you. Let's see. I mean, talk about a laundry list. I take kickbacks. I harass you. I drink. What else you got on me? They're just goofing about this now. Genuinely, I think Amanda should kill this man. I'm sure you have other endearing qualities I have yet to discover, she said, and she smiled a little. He thought she might finally be getting with the program. Well, no Picasso here, Harvey said. Nothing to tell us where they might be. Oh no, my little guy. AJ, don't. No business card, no phone number, no treasure map. So maybe the third robber has it. The zombie. The one with the meat cleaver. You all remember, I'm sure. He glanced at the bodies on the floor. The one with the bullet wounds in his chest was very dead.
How dead?
What was that?
Very
dead. Like pretty dead.
Big difference between all that and mostly dead.
Or maybe this Neanderthal knows something, Harvey said. Hey, come on, Homo erectus. Amanda knelt. That's a slur. Amanda knelt next to the thug and slapped him in the face a couple of times. Wake up, get it together. The guy's eyes opened, and then, remembering what had happened, panic kicked in. Please, he said, don't hurt me again. If you answer my questions, maybe I won't, Amanda said. Where were you last night? Yeah, they said erectus. Were you at Wayne Manor? No, I swear I wasn't. He looked around, saw the body, and his eyes went wide. Roberto, he gave us money, $100 each to be his muscle. That's nothing. That's all. I met him for the first time like 10 minutes before you came in. Did he say anything about a Picasso, Amanda asked? That's a painting. No, I swear, I don't know anything about a painting. Sorry, I just remembered that guy strangled his wife. The guy actually looked like he was going to cry. I have a daughter. I want to see my daughter again, please. He's probably telling the truth, Harvey said. Let's take him downtown and beat the crap out of him just to make sure. Amanda started to laugh and then stifled it. Wait, you're not kidding, are you? Harvey grinned. Better add police brutality to my list. This sounds harsh, but I do think Amanda should tie Harvey Bullock to some railroad tracks and run away. God. Hey, Fish, say more about that. Also, you're right, $100 is a lot in the 20s, and I'm furious about that.
I think it'd be really funny if, like, because of Gotham's anachronistic nature, like, the dollar is the same everywhere in the United States, except in Gotham where it's worth, like...
Bruce can, like, pay a guy off with a quarter. Nathan has also mentioned, I've died 6 times in a row playing my game because I'm too distracted by Mackenzie's fear of Funko Pops. Specifically... those ones. God. It's not a fear. I'm trying to prevent them from manifesting in my home because I know what you people are like. As evidenced by the fact that I have to read this entire fucking book, you guys are a little too down to commit to a bit financially. Well, this isn't exactly how I'd planned to spend my Saturday, Thomas said. The chapter is over. It ended with a fun joke about how Harvey Bullock commits police brutality on the reg. Now we're back to Thomas's fucking Crimes of the Heart cabin. Okay. My God. AJ. Also, I'm learning a lot about Robin Lord Taylor's career outside of Gotham. And by a lot, I mean one thing. AJ's learning a lot about inflation. Cool.
Gotham inflation, you say?
Someone should Google that. Well, this wasn't exactly how I had planned to spend my Saturday, Thomas said. Thomas, I fucking feel ya. He and Karen had just spent 3 hours digging a hole in the woods behind the house, burying the body. God, just fuck already. According to the ID they found in the dead man's wallet, his name was Scott Wallace. Who the fuck is that? Thomas had buried the wallet with him.
Assailant?
Yeah, this is the fucking giant guy who just busted. The guy who's a foot taller than Thomas and just picked him up and chucked him. Thomas had buried the wallet with him along with Scotty's cell phone. A thorough search of both. Thomas Wayne has killed like 2 guys in 2 days. A thorough search of both didn't turn up any connection between Wallace and Hugo Strange. Next, Thomas and Karen had cleaned up the blood in the bathroom, scrubbing the walls and the floors, and Thomas had swept up the broken glass in front of the cabin, taping cardboard over the gaping holes. He would bring her a new window the next time he visited. You can't go home in those clothes, Karen said. This is how the porn starts. She was right, of course. His shirt and pants were covered in mud and blood, and he couldn't let Martha, Bruce, Alfred, or anyone else find out about his expedition. I have a t-shirt in my trunk, Thomas said, from the last Wayne Company picnic. Picnic. My pants are a bigger problem, though. I can wash them for you, Karen said. But how can you dry them? The sun is going down soon, and you don't have a clothes dryer here. True, but he didn't even buy her a fucking, washer and dryer. This man hates his mistress. God. True, but I do have a hairdryer. He finally relented, and while Karen washed and dried the slacks, Thomas wore a towel around his waist and a t-shirt which read, Wayne Enterprises, the future is now. He cleaned the blood from his shoes as well. I'm gonna say something. It's actually insane that they're not going to fuck. I don't even, I don't want them to emotionally, just logically, from, I just feel like that should be happening. Whatever. Thomas Wayne, murderer, not an adulterer. Congrats. He only does the worst crimes. I killed a man in cold blood. That wasn't actually true, he told himself. He killed Wallace in self-defense. Technically, Wallace had killed himself. Yet regardless of the specifics, Thomas had been involved in the death of a human being, and now he was trying to hide the evidence. The devil is in the details. Thomas kills people so that Bruce doesn't have to. Yeah, maybe so. Gotta rack up that kill count before he dives into it. That's right, no consequences. Gotta live like you're dying, man. A short time later, he was dressed again in his clean clothes, having tea with Karen. They were seated across from each other in the living area, Karen on the couch, Thomas in the chair. I feel like the harder I try to dig out of the trouble of my past, the deeper I fall into it, he commented. I mean, I drove out here to make sure you were safe, and I wound up killing a man, snuffing out his life, then burying his body. A man who wouldn't have been here had it not been for me. Stop saying that, Karen protested. He was trying to kill you and me, and you had no choice but to bury the body. I used to be a decent, honorable man. You still are a decent, honorable man. Oh, God. Sophie has entered the chat. Sophie, do you want to find out what happens if you Google inflation? Specifically Gotham inflation?
You know what? Yes, I do.
Go find out! This is... The whole situation feels so surreal, Thomas said. How did I sink to this level? Surely you've seen killing before, Karen said. Weren't you in the army? No, Thomas said. I was in college during the draft. What draft? What draft? What fucking draft? I was in college during the draft. Was involved with a private army several years ago. What? But I had a hands-off role. What?
A private army? Like a military contractor?
I don't know. He was in college during the draft.
Which draft? Vietnam, right? It has to be Vietnam, right?
He was in college in the 60s?
Thomas, maybe. It's like...
No. Bruce has video games.
So it's Gotham Financial Services explaining
Oh,
stuff
that's nice, yeah.
more expensive over time.
Oh,
So-
the war. So Rawls, isn't it canon that he and Alfred
Really
met
not
in
that
some war?
surprising.
And the answer is no in the continuity of Gotham. So there's an episode of Gotham where Alfred specifically talks about how after he left the fucking British Royal Army, wherever the fuck, he was fucking around London, getting into scallywag behavior, and then he met Thomas Wayne. He was and that man saved my life by giving me a second chance to make something of myself. And the subtext was definitely Bruce, sucked your dad off, but you can't say that. He's a traumatized 12-year-old.
The next results are people speculating about how bad inflation is in Gotham.
I assume the inflation in Gotham is terrible. I'm going to be honest.
That's what they're saying on the internet.
Okay, so it turns out if you Google Gotham inflation, you actually don't get anything
Nefarious.
Nefarious! Yeah. Jesus Christ. That explains it, Karen said. So this is the first time you've been this close to death, isn't it? The first time you were actively involved in the violence. Thomas nodded. Trust me, Karen said. Killing is like diving into a swimming pool for the first time. After you've done it once, it gets easier. Who did you kill besides your parents? Thomas asked. Karen cringed for a moment, obviously the effect of some dark memory. In prison, there were situations where I had to defend myself, Karen said, but because I felt justified, I felt no guilt afterwards. That made it easier, too. Girl, what the fuck is your deal? I don't exactly feel any guilt, Thomas said, remembering how Wallace had tried to shoot him. I'm not sure what I feel, but that isn't it. Burying the evidence makes me feel vaguely ghoulish, though. There's one nefarious piece of... Wait, if you specifically go to images, but that's it. Don't mind me, don't mind me, don't mind me. I spelled Gotham so wrong in my haste. Oh my god. Well, all right.
For some reason, I got penguin smirking.
That sounds about right.
Like,
No, I also saw that, yeah. That's my little guy. That's my little freak. Okay, It was necessary, Karen asserted. What else could we have done? Call the police and tell them that someone from Pinewood sent a man to kill me? One of their former patients? And you as well? We don't know for certain that Scotty Wallace was connected to Pinewood. I'm not watching Penny with the Origins of Batman's Butler, you piece of shit! Anyway. Maybe they'll tell me what fucking war people were getting drafted in.
That's what I'm saying!
No. Oh, okay, that's an image. Correct. We don't know for certain that Scotty Wallace was connected to Pinewood. Oh, come on. What other explanation could there be? In all the years I've been in this cabin, no other person has shown up ever. And suddenly one shows up right after you arrive. That's too convenient. Okay, you're right, he relented. This must be Pinewood related. Thomas paused, then decided that the direct approach was best. I think the man in charge may be starting experiments again. He is. What's his name? Karen asked. You know I can't tell you that, Thomas said. It's for my own protection. I know. Karen stared at him for a few seconds, not blinking at all. He didn't think he saw fear in her eyes, but there was anger. Yeah, okay. Charles! Oh, he's here to see the Gotham inflation. You're too late, buddy. Get out of here. Then she said, if you knew this entire time, why didn't you tell me? Because I didn't know, not until yesterday, Thomas said. And I still don't know, not for certain. I'm just speculating. Yeah, everyone's just here for Charles. Yesterday, Karen said. What happened yesterday? Thomas told her about the robbery at Wayne Manor and his suspicion that the man in charge of Pine... Hi, baby. Aw. AJ loves you. And his suspicion that the man in charge of Pinewood had orchestrated it. He told her about the Picasso, the damage to his study, and the documents that connected him and Karen to Pinewood. Why are you assuming that Pinewood people robbed your house? Karen said. That painting is worth a fortune. It could have been anyone. How many times do we have to have this conversation? Charles, get off my keyboard. Which one of you has your sound on?
Not me.
Haunting.
Oh, wait. They're coming out of the Bluetooth speaker downstairs?
That's so creepy. Go turn off the Bluetooth.
I just turned off Bluetooth on my phone.
Good.
I had myself muted, but my phone was still connected to the Bluetooth speaker.
I hate it. That's so creepy. Okay. Professional art thieves wouldn't have done the damage they did. Wouldn't have risked being caught in the act, Thomas said. There had to be something else they expected to find. I think they expected to locate the files. In your walls? They might have suspected that I had them hidden there. Where do you have them hidden? Watch Charles perfectly type inflation into Google. Charles.
Monkey's on typewriter.
Oh my god, Charles is the ultimate monkey on a typewriter. While Thomas felt close with Karen and trusted her enough to share secrets with her, he couldn't tell her about his freak cave. He had too many secrets down there. It's not really called the freak cave, it's the secret office, but I've taken to calling it the freak cave. How many pages in are we? 127! You're taking a picture of Charles with me screaming in the background?
Yeah.
That's fine. He had too many secrets down there. Absolutely no one could know of its existence or about its contents. Let's just say they're in a safe place, Thomas said. But the fact that I was followed here today, just a day after the robbery, makes it clear that no place is entirely safe. Oh, yeah, unfortunately, if he is the monkey on the typewriter, he will someday write the sequels. Charles, don't. The man in charge, he's fishing, trying to find out what I might possess that I could hold against him. Survivors would be the greatest threat to him, the ultimate proof of his past sins if he was planning to restart the program. So he hired a hitman to kill me, Karen said. Maybe not specifically you, Thomas said. That depends on whether or not he knows what happened to all the rest. He may not even know that you're still alive. He may have thought this is where I kept the evidence. Wallace's instructions may have been to eliminate me and anyone he found with me. Until he saw you, he may not have been aware. He almost said, of your deformity, but stopped himself in time. Charles could write better than this, frankly. He has a very creative spirit. There he goes. Do the police know about any of this? No, the police think it's all about a robbery. That's it. They have no idea about anything related to me, you, or Pinewood, and I intend to keep it that way. No one, not a soul, other than me, knows anything about your connection to any of this. Thomas realized that last part wasn't true. Well, except one person. Her eyes went wide. And accusing. There's a private investigator by the name of Frank Collins, Thomas said. He's a man I trust who's worked for me for years. And he knows about Pinewood? Only what he needs to know. Thomas hesitated. But he knows about you! What did you tell him? Karen sounded panicky. But first, I fucking reached the end of that 99-page lunatic sprint that one person paid for. Eat shit, get good. Thank you for your money. The next 6 pages are brought to you by an anonymous donor. Don't worry, he doesn't know any specifics, Thomas said. He just knows there's someone from my past whom I've been protecting, but he doesn't know where the cabin is or any details about your past. Does he know my name? Yes! For God's sake, Thomas! With her non-clawed hand, Karen picked up the music box, the Christmas present Thomas had given her, and cocked her arm as if preparing to throw it. Don't! Thomas yelled. She stopped herself and placed the music box back on the end table. How dare you, Karen said. My safety is at stake. You shouldn't have told anyone, not without asking me first. I don't know anything about this man, but he knows enough that I could be killed. Frank is 100% trustworthy. Thomas is also having an affair with Frank. Seriously, the man used to be a Gotham City police detective. That is the opposite of trustworthy. Half of this book is Harvey Bullock.
Like that man bought a yacht from entirely bribe money.
Yeah!
Trustworthy.
I had to hire him to find the painting and find out if the robbery was related to Pinewood. How much longer is this fucking chapter? Oh my god.
Maybe reflects well on him that he stopped being
He stopped being a cop is the reason that he's trustworthy. It's doubtful the police are trying very hard, but they still might stumble upon something that could lead them where we don't want them to go. It's imperative that we get there first and cover our tracks. It's true, she said. If the police find out about Pinewood, it could ruin you, and Wayne Enterprises would go down with you. You're right, Thomas said. It would! See, then, it isn't really about me. Karen stood, glaring down at Thomas. It's never been about me, has it? Who am I? Some ex-con? Some mistake you made that you need to hide? You treat me like you got me an abortion or something. You hide me away, pay my expenses, and it's all fine as long as I stay a secret. As long as I remain silent. Thomas Wayne is statistically having an affair with most of Gotham City. That's the reason everything goes to shit when he gets murdered. Everyone is missing their sugar daddy so bad. Okay. You know that's not true, do I? She said. And how do I know that? Because you come visit me once in a while, throw me a bone, act like you enjoy these visits, when I can see it in your eyes, the regret, the shame, the guilt. None of this is about me. It's about you and your company and your reputation. No, it's not. It's about all of those things, Thomas said. Of course I care about Wayne Enterprises and the jobs that would be lost and the lives that would be affected if something happened to the company. But I'm also doing all of this to protect you. Well, judging from today, you're doing a great job of it. She crossed her arms, placing the normal one awkwardly over the claw and looked away. Can you sit down, please? Thomas said. She got a claw.
This sounds like an NPC you'd make up.
Yeah, just like a bitch with like one claw hand. Yeah. You're nervous? Karen remained standing. How do you know your private investigator isn't in on it? There's no way Frank would. You said he knows about Pinewood. Yes, Thomas said, but he doesn't know the details. That wasn't true. Frank knew just about everything. Huge L, my man. You told him about the robbery, about a possible connection to Pinewood, and then you were followed here. You don't think that's a coincidence, do you? Thomas considered this for a moment. Could Frank have betrayed him? No. The only guy in Gotham whom Thomas trusted more than Frank was Alfred. And I fucking hate Alfred, so rat bags all the way down. Me personally. I understand the way you feel, he said. Someone tried to kill you today. Do you fucking mind? Someone tried to kill you today, so of course you're nervous. But you have to trust me on this. Frank super did it. Yeah, I've decided to transplant my suspicion from Nigel to Frank. Nigel was a red herring. I also think he might have died in the hospital. Karen began pacing. Okay, So whether your PI is in on it or not, she said, this is just the beginning. Wallace followed you here. He could have called someone, told them I'm here, and I don't think we have to worry about that, Thomas said. I checked Wallace's phone, and he hadn't contacted anyone for more than an hour before he died. Service is so bad up here, he couldn't have contacted anyone, even if he'd wanted to. What I'm trying to say is you're safe, Karen. I'm confident that no one knows you're here except me, and it'll stay that way. So what do you expect me to do now, she said. Pretend this never happened? Go on with my wonderful little life in the great outdoors? Well, there is a bright side to all of this, Thomas said. Oh, really? Do tell. If Frank can find evidence that links Pinewood to the robbery, and we keep the details about the experiments out of it, then whoever's responsible could get a long prison sentence. That means you wouldn't have to hide here any longer. Oh, that sounds wonderful, Karen said. Maybe I could get a steady job at a circus, or better yet, at a freak show. Girl, calm down. Karen went into the kitchen. Thomas followed her. He knew her well. She wasn't crying. She'd never cried around him. But he often wondered if the tough girl act was just for show, if she cried all the time when she was alone. Okay, it doesn't have to be that way, he said. She had her back to him. I'd help you get through it, he said. I'd get you counseling. I'd get you any help you need. This man will seek a counselor for his side piece in the woods with a claw hand, but not his 12-year-old child. Specifically noted, in the show Gotham, they asked that Bruce not be taken to a therapist. Maybe ever. Thomas Wayne, go to hell. You've paid your penance, Thomas. Her voice was harsh. I formally absolve you of any responsibility you've had relating to everything that went on at Pinewood. You can go on with your life for 2 months. You can stop coming here. Come on, Karen, you know I'd never stop. You almost got killed today, she continued. You need to protect your family, not me. But you are. You know how I feel about your real family. I don't have a family. I killed my family, remember? Her voice rose until she was shouting. Now just go! Leave me the hell alone! The girl started throwing rocks at him like Old Yeller. Thomas didn't want to leave her like this when she was so upset. It's that damn female hysteria. Come on, Karen, let's just go back into the other room. And she turned around and raised her clawed hand as if about to slash him with it. Get the hell out, now! Thomas didn't think Karen would attack him, but something in him refused to make him sure. What? Okay. She looked so vicious. She had killed before, after all. Maybe her parents hadn't thought she was capable of murder either. She's got the wandering womb syndrome. Thomas backed away. Fine, I'm going. She remained with her claw raised, looking just as dangerous, perhaps exhibiting the traits of whatever reptile DNA Strange had introduced into her system. I'll check in with you tomorrow, Thomas said. Get some rest if you can. You've had a difficult day, and I just want you to know I care about you very much and my feelings are genuine. This is a mistress! You have a mistress! No response. Thomas left the cabin. Dusk had settled in, but he had no trouble finding his way to his car. Somehow the country air didn't feel as refreshing as it had earlier. He was looking forward to returning to the bustle of Gotham, and most importantly, seeing Martha and Bruce. Usually when Thomas left, Karen came out to the screened-in porch and waved goodbye until he disappeared from view. This time she didn't. See you soon, Karen, he said to himself, and he waved goodbye to her anyway. Oh my god, okay. Chapter 10. Later in the evening, Alfred Pennyworth met Thomas at the front door. Fuck! It's 2 Thomas chapters in a row. I was getting tired of his shit. I kind of wanted Harvey back. I want to see what that little freak was up to.
Yeah, I also was kind of hoping for Harvey back.
Well! Now I have to do my fucking Alfred voice again. From the road, Thomas had called home and said he would be leaving the office soon and that his day ran late. You're having an affair! Nathan, when you say you need shots, like, for rabies, or, like, what are we feeling here? Please elaborate on that statement. Good evening, sir, Alfred said. He glanced at Thomas's t-shirt. As a former Royal Marine, he recognized when something seemed amiss. Hey, man, I don't think you have to be a Royal Marine to be like, why the fuck have you come home in a t-shirt? You left in a suit. Oh, okay, no, Nathan, you weren't here for this discussion. I thought about making this like a boozy event, and then first of all, I think it's just funnier if I'm suffering along sober. I think that was the main gist of it. Also, I did specifically say Harvey Bullock has actually made me averse to alcohol just in the course of 4.5 hours of reading this book. The anti-Irish sentiment really got me. That man is concerning. Anyway,
Is Harvey not Irish?
Harvey's extremely Harvey's extremely Irish.
Oh, he is. Okay.
Oh no, the book is constantly like
so
you can tell he's Irish because he's a drunk.
I misunderstood. I thought you meant Harvey was spewing anti-Irish
No,
sentiment.
against himself, yes. How did your business go today? He continued. I thought it was a fruitful day for you. God. He feared that his tone was leaking subtle sarcasm, but he maintained his professional demeanor. Oh, fuck, is this an Alfred POV chapter? I want to die. It went well, thank you, Thomas said. It'll be nice to have a more relaxing Sunday. It's supposed to be a sunny day tomorrow, so that should get the week off to a good start at least. He gestured toward the study. The repair work's done. Do you want to have a look? Also, okay, next 9 pages are brought to you by either Excavator or Scavator. Don't know? Don't care. Thank you, Scavator. Yes, let's see how it turned out, Thomas said. He followed Alfred through the door. Impressive, he said, giving a low whistle. If I didn't know what happened here, it would be almost impossible to tell. Yes, except for one major exception, Alfred said, glancing at the spot where the Picasso had been. Hopefully we'll have Le Picador back as well very soon, Thomas said. The police haven't had any luck yet, I presume. Haven't heard anything as of yet. Thank you, Nathan. I hope it hurts you personally and deeply. Alfred is gonna sound like this for the entirety of the book. I believe in hate crimes against the British. The book is already going at the Irish so hard. I'm swinging at the English. It only seems fair. I visited Nigel at Gotham fucking General today. He thanked you for the get well package you sorted for him. He made sure to keep his expression neutral, but doubted his employer was buying it. I'm sure I made great selections, Thomas said. How's Nigel doing? He's had better days, I reckon. Lost several teeth. Can't open his eyes. He said he doesn't have the foggiest idea who attacked him. Doesn't even remember most of it. It's an odd miracle he remembers his bloody name. I know you have your doubts, Mr. Wayne, but I don't. I'm certain he's telling the truth. Oh, thank you, AJ. I do a good Victorian orphan voice. I know you have great instincts, Alfred, Thomas said. One of the main reasons I hired you, aside from the way Bruce feels about you, is that you're great at reading situations. That's bullshit. I'm reminding you all, once again, of the Gotham canon. Alfred was already here as butler the day Bruce came home from the hospital as a newborn tiny fucking infant. Jason Starr, watch any episode of Gotham. One, I beg of you, any of them. Anyway, I feel normal about this. The most obvious answer is that they got the information from the horse's mouth itself, so to speak, Alfred said. Someone at White Enterprises. Are you good over there?
The dialogue is
bad. It's bad dialogue.
And you're just a fun narrator.
Thank you. I guess I didn't want to go there. Okay, Raleigh said I really can't imagine Bruce had a say in hiring the butler. He shouldn't have! Watchers at home can take a shot every time Mackenzie says they feel normal about this. I just feel so normal about it. I guess I didn't want to go there, Thomas said, hoping it wasn't true.
Actually, quick question. When's the last time you took a sip of water?
It's been, I don't know. I kind of just emptied this out. I'm kind of fighting. Hang on. For those of you playing along at home, this is water bottle number 3. But it looks like I may have a rat to sniff out. Did you hurt yourself, sir? Alfred was looking at Thomas's neck. What? Thomas asked. Why? Then he glanced from the antique oak-framed mirror to his right and saw the blood that was there. There was no way around it. Alfred knew blood when he saw it. I must have cut myself shaving, Thomas said. What a shame, Alfred said, but he didn't believe it for a minute. Thomas Wayne paid him well not to ask too many questions, though. Nevertheless, it was bothersome! Yeah, man. Nathan, I don't think you could begin to guess how many water bottles I have ready to rock right now. Is a lot. Well, if there's anything else you'll be needing, I'm going to turn in, he said, giving a quick nod and heading toward the door. One thing, Thomas said. Yes, Alfred stopped. What's that? Thomas seemed to struggle to find the right words, then said, if anything ever happens to me, or God forbid, me and Martha. In what world? In what cruel world? I want your word.
Okay. I think it's safe, though, to conclude that this is outside of the canon of Gotham, so maybe they live in this world.
Maybe they live! Yeah. If anything ever happens to me, or God forbid, me and Martha, I want your word that you'll be Bruce's guardian until he's an adult. He paused and then added, you'll receive generous compensation, of course. Alfred didn't know quite what to say. This was quite out of the blue. Hey, hi, fucking insane to propose that Alfred became Bruce's, de facto guardian a mere 2 months before the boy was orphaned. Fucking crazy. Oh, AJ said AU where Harvey dies and the Waynes live. Extremely into that. Subtle foreshadowing, masterful. Yeah, ain't it just? Let's see. This was quite out of the blue. After a moment, he decided it was better to say little and listen carefully. This is in your wills already, isn't it? He knew it was. Yes, but to hell with wills, Thomas said, and he seemed quite intent. I want your word, Alfred. Did something happen at work today? Something I should know about, sir. He watched Thomas intently, waiting for an answer. No, it was just, well, business as usual, Thomas said, but he seemed to be grasping. This is just something that's been at the back of my mind, gnawing at me for a while, and I suppose the break-in last night got me thinking about it again. We're living in a dangerous world here in Gotham, and things don't always work out as planned. I mean, the carnival always ends, right? Yes, indeed, Alfred said. Unfortunately, that is always the case. This is a common saying. Hey, hit me up in the chat if you've ever heard the expression, the carnival always ends, or if this is just a thing Jason Starr fixated on. Well, I just want to be prepared for the unforeseen, Thomas said. As you know, after Bruce was born, I didn't hire you to clean house and handle our lunch appointments. I could have hired any butler in Gotham for that. I hired you because you connected with Bruce the moment you met each other, and because of your, well, unique set of skills. Oh my god, is that a brand new entry in the chat? Hello, that's you. Okay.
That's me. I just
You
switched my other
switch
account.
accounts. I was like, hello? How good is Gotham's season-to-season continuity usually? We don't have time to get into that!
Like, could this feasibly be canon, even with, like, the Arkham stuff?
No.
Like, is there enough wiggle
Okay,
room
actually,
there? Like,
I'm going to say something fucking crazy that I think I can stand by. The season-to-season continuity is really good. It's the episode-to-episode that's a nightmare! And I am gonna stand by that. I'm not a fool, Alfred, he said. I was aware of the direction the city was heading, and I knew that, unlike the Waynes of previous generations, yeah, deranged way of running a show. Listen, I think I can tell which actors the writer's room, hated. I think I have pinpointed that at this point in the game. Oh, wait, did I finish the show? No, I still have to watch the last 12 episodes that comprise season 5. This is a fun little project in the meantime.
that's it.
Yeah.
I still want to grab one of these.
I wish you wouldn't.
Okay,
I'm
that's
afraid
fine.
I'm going to need all of these.
That's totally fine. I don't even like bottled water anyway.
I don't like bottled water. I just need I need a fucking reservoir. Okay. Okay. Where the fuck was I? Unlike Waynes of previous generations, Bruce would have to rely on far more than his name and fortune. He'll be a target someday. People are going to come gunning for him. Like every 3 episodes we've talked about this. And he has to learn how to fight, both literally and figuratively. Figuratively. You're my secret weapon, Alfred. Martha and I are depending on you. So is Bruce. Well, I'm flagged, Mr. Wayne, and honored, Alfred said. Let's hope the carnival lasts for a very long time indeed. No. But I promise you, I'll look after the boy and respect all your wishes. You have my word. That's all I needed to hear, Thomas said. I'm going to go pee faster than any human being has ever peed in the history of anything. I'll be right back. God, stay strong, gamers. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I did make it 5 hours, and I love that for me.
Yeah, but Kenzie, you have an energy about you right now.
What's up, mothers and fuckers of the jury? I'm back. Vivian, you say I have an energy about me right now. How would you describe the energy in the studio right now?
Look, I'm not a psychiatrist. You feel a little manic. Like you feel a little ready to fight God.
Yeah! I'll fight God, I'll fight Jason Starr, I'll fight anybody. Let's go, motherfucker. Somebody start tweeting at the cast of Gotham for me. I would love to interview any of them right now.
Just start a Gotham podcast. Just do it.
Oh my god. Who would listen to my Gotham podcast? Sound off in the chat. Okay. After Thomas rinsed the remaining blood off of his neck in the kitchen, he went up the winding stairwell. He was about... Oh, yeah! Baby Bruce is coming back. Oh my god, somebody get Ben McKenzie on the phone. I must speak to him. Mostly about cryptocurrency, but I will talk to him about Gotham a little bit if he insists. The thing about Ben McKenzie, who played Timothy Gordon, for those of you not aware, is that I think I actually maybe just really enjoy him like as a person. These days he mostly just gets on Twitter to dunk on crypto. He wrote a whole book about it with like a real journalist, so it's like a readable book. Smokes a lot of weed. Did he home wreck one of his co-stars? Yes, but they are like married now and have kids. It seems to have really worked out for them. Fascinated by the fact that Gotham is responsible for at least one divorce, one marriage, and 2 children so far. They could have more. That's my favorite Gotham trivia. Stay tuned for more. After Thomas rinsed the remaining blood off of his neck in the kitchen, he went up the winding stairwell. He was about to pass Bruce's room when he caught a glimpse of his son standing in front of the mirror, shadowboxing. Thomas stopped and watched him for several moments, admiring the boy's determination and focus. Then Bruce saw Thomas watching him and stopped punching the air. "Don't stop, Bruce," Thomas said. "You're on a roll." "I don't really know what I'm doing," Bruce said. "Just imitating what I saw on TV tonight. Alfred and I watched the fight." Abruptly, Thomas remembered that he'd promised to watch the Williams-Sanchez fight with him. "I'm so sorry, Bruce," he said quickly. "My meetings ran late at the office and I couldn't get home in time." He hated lying, especially to his son. But in this case, he had no choice. Bruce could never know about Karen. Spoiler alert, Bruce is going to find out about Karen and Karen's going to die like 5 minutes later. Anyway. "It's okay. Alfred told me you'd be late," Bruce said. "It was a great fight. Williams knocked out Sanchez." Yeah, we're going to find out if Frank made his bet. Thomas recalled that Frank had bet on a 4th round knockout. "What round?" Thomas asked. "Third," Bruce said. "Ouch!" Thomas chuckled, thinking, well, maybe going against your instincts wasn't such a great idea after all. "Yeah, sorry, kid, I'm having an emotional affair with a lizard-hand woman. I killed a guy." "You should just be honest with your son." "What's so funny?" Bruce asked. "I have a friend who was hoping for a 4th round ending." "Why does it matter?" Bruce said. "I mean, Williams is still the champion, isn't he?" "It only matters to the gamblers," Thomas said. "What, did you have your tennis lesson today?" "Yes." Bruce couldn't have sounded less enthused. "I'll have another talk with your mom," Thomas said. "See what we can do about boxing lessons if you're still interested." "Oh, I'm still interested," Bruce said. "That would be awesome." He gave his father a hug, and they said goodnight to each other. After Thomas left the room, the sounds he heard coming from behind said that Bruce had returned to shadowboxing. He continued along the wide hallway with its lavish red and maroon oriental carpet. Coming to the master bedroom, Martha was in bed, reading from a book about the fall of ancient Rome. Sure. When Thomas entered, her quick glance told him she was angry with him. Shouldn't need words. Fucking obviously. "I'm sorry I ran so late today, honey," Thomas said. He leaned between her and the book and kissed her, wincing from a muscle he pulled while digging the hole for Scotty Wallace's body. Yeah, man, me too. She remained staring at the book. "Didn't Alfred tell you I'd be late?" he asked. "Yes, he told me," she said. More silence as she continued reading, or pretended to read to avoid looking at him. After the day he'd had, the last thing Thomas needed was tension with his wife. Women, am I right? "Please stop playing these games," Thomas said. Martha put down the book. "Games?" she said, and her voice was terse. "What games do you think I'm playing?" She still didn't look at him. "Even that," Thomas said, "asking me what games you're playing. If you're angry at me, just come out and say it." "Fine, I'm angry at you. Is that better?" "Much. It wasn't. I apologize for being late. I don't know what more to say." "I called your office. The service said you weren't there at all today." Uh-oh. Thomas needed to think fast. He didn't want to lie, but thanks to Pinewood, it seemed as if that was all he did. The pattern felt endless with no way to escape. "Well, I don't know what to tell you," he said. "I was in my office all day. Whomever you spoke to must have been unaware of it." Apparently Martha's the only person in Gotham not in love with Thomas right now. Devastating. The irony. The layers. The panache. He waited to see how she would respond. "I called you on your cell phone as well," Martha persisted, "but the calls kept going to voicemail." The end of the quarter is coming up, he said. I was in meetings. Then he decided to take a different approach. What's this all about anyway? Why do you sound so accusing? Your behavior's been odd, Tom. Odd? What in God's name are you talking about? He wished he could take that one back. The in God's name was too much, sounded entirely like a lie. So he added, we just had a lovely time in Switzerland, and I know it's been stressful for both of us, what with the robbery and all. I'm not talking about the damn robbery. Her voice was getting louder. I'm talking about how you've been disappearing for years, taking trips upstate, saying that you just need to clear your head. He noticed that she'd clenched her fists. I told you I was in the office today. He wished he had said that he'd gone upstate and done so from the get-go, but he was stuck. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss your wife. Let's go. Thomas Wayne male feminist card revoked.
Who gave it to him to begin with?
Me, as a goof. It was like jumping from an airplane. Once you started, there was no turning back. I do need to clear my head sometimes, he admitted, but today wasn't one of those days. Martha looked right at him, and for the first time since he'd entered the room, why are you wearing that t-shirt? She asked. T-shirt? He put his chin to his chest as if noticing it himself for the first time. Could his acting be any worse? Oh, the t-shirt. It's just for office solidarity. Morale has been low for a while now, so we're trying to do little things to lift people's spirits. It was chilly today, Martha said. It hasn't been t-shirt weather in weeks, and you weren't wearing that t-shirt this morning. I changed, Thomas said. He'd left his bloodied shirt at the cabin and hoped Martha didn't ask to see it. Why did you change? Change? He needed to change the subject. What's all this about anyway, he asked. What's with the sudden interrogation? I was late from work, all right. But it's not like I murdered someone. Another quick response he wished he could take back. Fine, then how about you be honest with me, Martha said, instead of just giving me all these convoluted explanations. Just tell me the truth. Do you guys think Bruce's parents were planning on getting a divorce the night they were killed? I think that'd be so funny. Like they were like planning to break it to him the next day. They wanted to like give him like one nice night out the movie with his parents, and they were gonna spring it on him in the morning. Woof. God, let's see. How am I not? Are you having an affair? He paused as her words sank in. He should have seen it coming. What? He did his best to sound incredulous. Do you honestly believe that I'd ever do that to you or to Bruce? To his own surprise, some of the shock was real. It's not like I'm having an emotional affair with a lizard woman. Yeah, that'd be crazy. I know you so well, Tom, Martha said. I can always tell when you're lying. Well, I'm not lying to you now, Thomas said. I am not having an affair. Martha glared. If there is someone else, I'd appreciate it if you came out and told me. There isn't anyone else, Thomas said gently. I swear. He was sure he sounded believable. It helped that he was telling the truth. For a change! Fine, she said. After a long moment, she added, I believe you. She, too, sounded sincere, and he relaxed a bit. I may be making them too confrontational still, even though we seem to be winding down, and that's fine. I think perhaps they should fight. Look, it's late, Thomas said. I don't know where this is coming from. We just had a wonderful time in Europe, and I think we've been closer than ever lately. So let's just drop this line of discussion, okay? Maybe I don't want to drop it, Martha said. Damn. Okay, fine, then go ahead. His words grew louder. Go on, keep going, make more accusations, tell me I'm cheating on you, ruining our lives, when actually it's the opposite. Everything I'm doing is to help our lives and Bruce's. He was losing control a little, just a little, but he couldn't help it. All the stress of the day had built up, and the tension needed to come out somewhere, but not now. Please keep your voice down, Martha said. Bruce can hear us. There's another thing, Thomas said. Bruce isn't a child anymore. He's 14 years old. He'll be a man soon. A Batman. Hearing his parents having an argument won't be the most traumatic event in his life. Well, you're not wrong. You can't just shelter him from the real world. Not forever. Does this have to do with boxing again? Martha asked. Sidebar. The next 5 pages are brought to us by another anonymous donor. Thank you, anonymous donor. Eat my ass. Because there's no way, I'm not allowing it. Well, I have a say as well, Thomas said, and I think it would do him some good. What good, she countered. A concussion or two? Lose a few teeth? Huh, okay, so that's not an expression.
Yeah, that's what Googling it seems to suggest.
Okay.
Unless it was, buried on the second page.
Yeah, but like that doesn't count. Nothing on the second page matters.
Right.
He'll learn how to defend himself. Thomas, say more. We have resources, remember? We can hire bodyguards. He won't need to defend himself ever. It's about inner strength, Thomas pressed, not just physical strength. He's fine, Martha said. He's a nice boy. He should stay that way. This does feel like two parents having a pretty thinly veiled conversation about whether or not they should make their faggy son play a sport. With like the twist being that the son actually wants to do the sport, but like it does just feel like that dialogue. You can't get by on nice in Gotham, Thomas said. No boxing, period. Martha got out of bed, went into the bathroom, and shut the door. Girl is going to sleep in the bathtub. They have 78 guest rooms, and she is sleeping in the bathtub. That's actually a better move in terms of psychological warfare, because then you have to go to a different room to piss all night. Or just watch your angry wife glare at your dick. Thomas stood there on the opposite side of the bed and remained angry for a couple of minutes. Only a couple minutes. And then the guilt set in. He hated fighting with Martha. They had vowed never to go to sleep angry at each other. Well, she's going to stay up all night and be pissed, my man. And she had every reason to be angry with him. She just didn't know the reasons. Thomas undressed, put on a robe, and stood beside the bed. Then he waited a few more minutes for Martha to come out of the bathroom. Finally she did, and he stopped her before she got back into bed. I'm sorry, he said, and he meant it. It's okay, she said, her manner subdued. No, it's not okay, he said. I lashed out at you because I had a stressful day, and that's never the right thing to do, no matter what stresses are before I come home. And I just want you to know I'd never do anything to hurt you or Bruce. With his arms holding her hips, he kissed her. I'm sorry too, Martha said. I get so worried. I build up scenario. I think affair is probably at the top of her list, but the only twist is the lizard claw. Yeah, Martha did not see the lizard claw coming. I get so worried. I build up scenarios in my head, and I couldn't help it. I've been on edge all day. When you came home so late, I guess it sent me over the edge. You're right. I'm sure you are. It is related to the break-in. I know they were after the painting and didn't come here to harm us, but they were armed, violent criminals in our home. They shot at you. It's hard not to feel like a target, like people are out to get us. No. Nobody would ever hurt Thomas and Martha Lane. He pulled her closer until their faces were about an inch apart. I have Frank on the case, Thomas said. He's the best there is. He'll find out who's responsible, and this will all be in the past before you know it. I wish we were still in Switzerland, Martha said. We were so happy there, and Bruce was so happy there too, and we didn't have to worry about break-ins and the constant threat of crime in this damned city. I know how upset you are, Thomas said. I'm upset as well, but this too shall pass. Besides, Switzerland is always a wonderful getaway, but Gotham's where our roots are, going back for centuries. Gotham is our home. Things are getting worse and worse, she protested. It's a dying city. That's why the city needs us more than ever, Thomas said. We have the power to create change. We're doing great things through Wayne Enterprises. It is just her hand. Yeah, she's not a lizard woman. She's a woman with a lizard hand. She's a person living with lizard hands. Martha is so #boy mom correct, Rawls. But sometimes change takes time. You sound like you're running for office. Who knows? Maybe I will run for mayor of Gotham someday. He smiled at her. We can do whatever we want. We have choices, possibilities, options. I'm scared, Martha said. What if this is just the beginning? What if things in Gotham never get better? What if they get worse and worse? Do you really want Bruce growing up in a world like that? Brighter days are ahead, Thomas said. Oh, just like in The Batman. Rawls, can you specify on what you are saying is just like in The Batman? I wish I could believe you. I want to believe you, but I'm still afraid. I'm afraid something awful is about to happen. Thomas saw a flash of Karen's claw jutting through Scotty Wallace's neck. About to? Everything's going to be just fine, I promise. Thomas kissed her again. Let's just get some rest. Oh, yeah, Thomas running for office. 2 months, girly. Let's go. I have fucking terrible news for you guys. I assume Paul Dano was scuttling about. The meaning here is just like a mom whose like whole identity is like, I'm raising a son. Like that's literally it. Going for the record of holding office for the shortest amount of time. AJ, don't be mean. Like it's funny. I have devastating news. I thought we were gonna get back to our boy Harvey, but this chapter appears to be narrated by Frank.
Was that the end of the chapter?
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna tap tonight.
Godspeed. Feel free to shut that door behind you to, shut me the fuck up. I don't know where my son is. If you see him, send him my way. Are you guys gonna be downstairs?
No.
You're gonna be okay, cool. Maybe leave it like cracked a little bit so my idiot son can get back in here if he's not already in here. All right, guys, I don't remember the Frank voice. Thanks for being here, homie. Frank Collins paid top coin to sit ringside. When you had a bet on a fight, he said, "Why sweat the cost of a ticket?" As the old gambler saying went, "You just build it into the price." What? So he put an extra 100 on Williams to win in a fourth round knockout, figuring those winnings would cover the ticket. Simple, right? Yeah, Frank is back. He was sitting on top of the world. He'd done some checking around. I'm not doing the Dermot voice, mostly because whenever I do the Dermot voice, I make myself cry laughing. That's a reference to our D&D campaign for everyone else. Christ. Hang on, I'm actually going to do a little shameless self-promo moment on Tumblr about how I'm about to hit hour 5 and still going strong. Get with me, gamers. Strong wrong, if that's any indication of spelled strong wrong twice in 2 different ways. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. I miss Harvey. All right, let's go. Nothing. Tommy Wayne should have his painting back or be damned close. Frank would be out of debt, and together they'd have a drink to celebrate. Nothing cheap, just the good stuff. Harvey despawned. Oh no, Harvey! Things looked great for a while. Williams came to fight. You could see it in his eyes. In the first and second round, Sanchez landed a jab here and there, but Williams had several powerful flurries. I can't believe I have to care about this. One right hook to the head dazed Sanchez, but not enough to knock him down. All the judges ruled the first 2 rounds in Williams' favor, but Sanchez's legs looked strong enough to make it another few rounds. During a break between the second and third, Sanchez. I'm skipping all of the wrestling shit. Okay, Frank has lost a lot of money. Frank left the arena as dazed as Sanchez. He felt like he had gotten the crap beaten out of him too, and in a way he had. Actually, he was in worse shape because at least Sanchez had money. Frank still couldn't believe he wasn't back in his seat, ready to celebrate a 4th round knockout. AJ, it's you. We are on your 25 pages, AJ. His cell chimed, his bookie's number glowing on the screen. Well, one of his bookies. He had been in debt up to his lungs with the 4 best bookies in Gotham. Hang on, I'm going to flip to the next chapter just to see if Harvey's back. Oh my god, no! It's going to be Bruce, though. You know I love baby Bruce. He had been in debt up to his lungs with 4 best bookies in Gotham even before he'd made the big bet. Now the shit was really going to hit the fan. 2 of the bookies had threatened to kill him if he didn't make a payment soon, and the others had threatened to break limbs. Frank definitely sold Tommy out. This man is fucked. It wasn't a matter of if Sun Goon would come after him. It was a matter of when and which one. He couldn't even borrow money on the street because he burned bridges with every loan shark in Gotham. Oh my god. Guys, catch Nathan up on what he missed. Christ. AJ, yeah, you paid for content about Thomas Wayne's friend with benefits / technically this is his private investigator, not his bookie. He's sort of a bookie in a manner of speaking. Christ. Okay, let me see. He burned bridges with every loan shark in Gotham. Frank had always gambled, but it hadn't become a serious problem until a few years ago after his 3rd marriage fell apart. Since then, he gambled 7 days a week. Horses, poker, blackjack, sports, you name it. His clients, like Tommy Wayne, had always known that he loved the action, so they didn't think anything unusual was going on. Besides, Frank was great at compartmentalizing. Yeah, private investigator is pretty much a bookie, AJ. You're so right. His clients liked this because it meant he was great at keeping secrets, but it also meant he was great at hiding his own problems. While working, he was always locked in, focused, and great at what he did, solving the difficult cases. That's dedication. Guaranteed. There are a lot of loan sharks in Gotham, and he's fucked over every single one of them. Yeah. Yeah, AJ's got it. While working, he did everything well. When he was gambling, another side of his personality came out. He was wild, reckless, needed new and bigger rushes, and as with any addiction, he could never get enough. And that's what you missed on Glee. Lost in his obsessive thoughts, Frank drifted from the bustling streets around the arena toward the seedy area by the docks. He passed, here come the genders, street kids, prostitutes, drunks, bums, and drug dealers. He heard gunshots, sirens, crying, fighting, and screams for help. Nobody looked at him or even seemed to notice him. He felt like a ghost. Frank wished he was a ghost, dead already. That would be easier. He had no destination. He wasn't even thinking about where to head. He just wanted to move, get away, disappear. At some point, he bought a bottle of whiskey, but the last money he had, well, that wasn't true. He still had the change in his pocket, and maybe he could scrounge up $10. With the whiskey came darker thoughts. He didn't have enough for a last meal, so he might as well get it over with tonight. Yep, killing himself seemed like the best way out of this mess. Frank! Oh my god. Gotham's like 25% loan shark and 25% drug dealer. Yeah, those are the most popular jobs. The third most popular job is henchman, but there aren't really supervillains yet, so can't be a henchman. It would be much quicker and less painful than if he let the bookies goons whack him. There were a couple of bridges within walking distance, but given that he was afraid of heights and of drowning, that seemed like a rough way to check out. Looking back on the cases he'd handled as a GCPD detective and later as a private eye, he searched for a better way to go, preferably something that involved as little pain as possible. Getting drunker, he stumbled in the general direction of his apartment, actually becoming excited about his upcoming demise. Maybe death wasn't exactly a future, but it was something to look forward to. Not living anymore, not having to deal with all the crap, it felt very freeing. Tell Thomas and Martha. Okay, we're talking about Glee out here. Okay. Not that he actually wanted to die. If there were two doors, life and death, he'd choose life. He liked living, liked his work, and okay, he liked gambling. That might be his main reason for wanting to live, to have a chance to win his money back. But that ship had sailed when Sanchez stayed down on the mat. He had no more options. There were two doors, and both doors led to death. Jason. Heading through a defunct train yard, he glanced at the wall of an abandoned building, covered with colorful graffiti, and a different line of thinking began to take hold. Maybe there is a way out. A few years ago, the idea of ripping off Tommy Wayne would never have occurred to Frank. After all, he liked Tommy. They were pals, had history, and Wayne's trust in him meant something. But that was then. A lot had happened. Something in Frank had changed. His moral center had eroded. He'd lost trust in everybody, even himself. He was out of control. Couldn't get back on the straight and narrow even if he wanted to. Now Frank only cared about one thing. Money. Tommy Wayne had money. How many millions was that Picasso worth, he wondered. With that kind of money, Tommy could pay off all his debts, quit the useless PI business, leave Gotham, move to a little island off the coast of Mexico, and he'd be set for life. Oh, no. You know what? Yeah, you are. It's a choose your own adventure now, and you are Frank. Frank had done some digging. He found the guy named Roberto Colon had stolen the painting. Word on the street was that the cops had tried to bust Colon at Angels, but Colon took off. So now all Frank had to do was find Colon before the cops did. Happy 5-hour mark! Let's go 5-hour mark! Frank, you had this conversation earlier today. So true. So now all Frank had to do was find Colon before the cops did and get his hands on the Picasso. He'd find a ship heading to Europe. Nothing fancy, something below the radar, and then he'd sell it on the black market. Lurching, Frank sat down hard on a stack of tires, rats scurrying away. He finished the last of the whiskey and tossed the bottle over his shoulder, hearing it splash. Then he pulled out his cell and made a call. Hey, Cobblepot, Frank slurred. It's Frankie Collins. I was literally just going, I miss when the Penguin was here, and I summoned him back as if by magic. Who? Cobblepot asked. There was a loud noise in the background. Music, people yelling. Frank Collins! Frank yelled. Pinguini! Oh, Mr. Collins, Cobblepot said. Frank heard shuffling and the noise receded. The guy must have found a private place to continue the conversation. How may I assist you? I got a proposition for you, Frank said, glancing around to make sure no one could hear him in his fucking abandoned train yard. There was no one there but rats. I'll pay you $5,000 if you can track down a guy named Roberto Colon. Oh, wait, I forgot. Oh, wait, Frank had a voice. Oh, fuck. Well, it was... Kelsey said it was kind of John Mulaney. He was very much a cartoon. He's drunk now. He's a different man. He contemplated suicide. This is a different guy, different voice. New Frank, who this? I'll pay you $5,000 if you can track down a guy named Roberto Colon and do so before the cops find him. I can do anything faster than the police, Cobblepot said. It's the advantage of being a one-man operation. No red tape. He's so right. Slay, Queen. I like the way you think, Cobblepot, Frank said. Maybe you could be a PI yourself someday. Silently, he added, you creepy little fuck. Over my dead body. What? I said that's very unlikely, Mr. Collins, Cobblepot replied. I accept. I'll find Coleman and I'll do it expeditiously, but I will require $10,000 for my services. All right, you got it, Frank said. 10 grand, no problem. Way I see it, you're worth every penny. Not that Frank had 10 grand to pay him, but by the time the kid figured it out, Frank and the painting would be out on the high seas. I'm so fascinated, by the way, age works in Gotham, because Alfred is allegedly in his 60s, and everybody calls the Penguin a kid, but he was played by a man in his 30s. So, like, what's the truth? Don't even get me started on the Joker twins. We'll end up there. Trust me. Thank you, Mr. Collins, for being so generous, Cobblepot said. So much that I must confess to being suspicious. Mr. Colin must possess something quite valuable indeed, if you're willing to pay $10,000 for it. May I ask, is it property or is it information? Oh, shit. The last thing Frank needed was Cobblepot finding out about the Picasso. Better nip this in the bud. Just find out where Colin is, Frank said. That's all that matters, and that's all I'm paying you to do. Call me as soon as you have results. There was a moment of silence, and he wondered if the kid had cut him off. Of course, sir, Cobblepot said. I understand. You're the customer, and as they say, the customer is always right. Without another word, Frank ended the call. His instincts screamed at him that there was something off about Cobblepot, but the creep had delivered in the past, and he'd kept his mouth shut. So there was no reason to think he'd act any differently this time, and by the time he figured out he was being screwed, Frank would be long gone. Maybe Cobblepot and Tommy would have that drink to commiserate. Frank started to chuckle at the thought, then tried to belch, but instead he threw up all over himself. Ah, hell, he said, then he passed out. Oh, Fish, you found out about the twins. Yeah, there's 2 of them. There's one who's great, that everyone wanted to be... Oh, okay, wait. Nate said, I suspect it works much the same way that age works in the comics, where Bruce is both 32 and 50, and Tim is eternally 17 despite his ex being halfway through college. Oh, you know. Okay, so we get the first Joker, Jerome, and he's around for 4 seasons. And, like, on and off. He keeps dying and coming back. But, like, as you do when you're the Joker. And I really liked him, which is so hard for me to say because I don't like the Joker. Like, as a matter of principle. But Cameron Monaghan really brought his A game. And then, so, like, they're never allowed to call him the Joker. But, like, that's what they're doing. So he's doing great. He's running around. He's being a little freak. He's having just a great time being an awful piece of shit. And then midway through season 4, they bring him back again, and they introduce his twin brother, who's just never come up before because he's been living in fear and hiding of his fucked up brother, the Joker, the Jonkler, if you will. The original one is called Jerome, but the twin is named Jeremiah, as you do. And at first, it seems like the twin is just there. Stages of grief in the 5 seconds since I'm a twin. Oh no! I'm so sorry you have something in common with the Jonkler. But at first, it seems like he's just there to like harass his twin brother. But then the Joker Prime dies, and his brother takes over. And his thing is, he's like, my brother was a lunatic. I'm completely sane. Only I can see that the world needs to be destroyed and remade. I'm going to start by blowing up all of Gotham's infrastructure. He's a pain in the ass and I hate him. I want Jerome back. This chapter is extremely short and brings us the return of Bruce at the breakfast table. I knew they couldn't call him the Joker. His name was Jerome, but they didn't tell you about Jeremiah. And I'm sorry. I wish I also didn't know about Jeremiah. At the breakfast table, Bruce sat alone, reading the article in the Gotham Herald about the William Sanchez fight. He was reading it for the 3rd time. Can I get you something else, Master Bruce? The butler asked. Some more scrambled eggs, perhaps. Absorbed in his reading, Bruce didn't answer right away. He appeared at the photograph of the referee holding up Williams' arm in victory. Whew. Why do you think Sanchez stayed down for the count last night, Alfred? Well, I don't think he had much of a choice, Alfred said. But it was only the 3rd round, and he's a fighter, Bruce said. He shouldn't have quit so easily. There could be a number of factors contributing to it, I suppose, Alfred said. Faulty conditioning is one possibility. Boxers need to be focused on their craft, eliminate distractions, and some are better equipped at doing so than others. Another possibility is that he lost his edge. Having the desire to win is almost as important as having the ability to win. It's called having killer instinct. I just want to speak to Fish real quick, saying the Joker hate is real. I have a button, it's yellow, and it has a bat on it, and around the bat it says, I hate the Joker. I
And I feel like someday wearing that button is going to make like some obnoxious comic book man like come up to me and try to explain why like the Joker's really cool actually. And then I'll hate him more. When you were boxing, did you have a killer instinct? I was hardly boxing, mate, Alfred said. When I was a teenager in the East End, we had illegal fights in basements and bars, and punters would bet on us. We didn't know what we were doing, really. Didn't have any form to speak of. Then you must have relied entirely on your killer instinct, Bruce suggested, the way animals do. Well, you're just full of compliments this morning, aren't you? But Bruce didn't notice his friend's sarcasm. He imagined, or he threw the match. So real. I hope to God this boxing match turns out to be relevant somehow. But Bruce didn't notice his friend's sarcasm. He imagined that he was Alfred, boxing in the back of a smoky bar, pummeling the other fighter. What must have been akin to adrenaline caused him to shiver. It must have felt great, he said. What did? Alfred asked, pouring himself a glass of orange juice. I do not enjoy this interpretation of Bruce either. To strike somebody, Bruce said, to cause them pain, to feel so strong. Yeah, this kid is gonna, there is gonna be like a true crime podcast about him someday. Alfred stopped pouring, put the pitcher down, and leaned in close to Bruce, staring with a serious expression. Instinctively, Bruce leaned back against the chair, and his eyes went wide. Never, Alfred said sharply. Then he added, it's never right to take joy from someone else's suffering. Bruce, no matter no matter the situation, the desire to win is for yourself and you alone. It's not right to feel good about pain, nor at the expense of someone else. Okay, well, there's an episode of Gotham in season 1 where Alfred drives Bruce to a kid's house and then gives Bruce a watch to basically use like a pair of brass knuckles so he can hit the kid harder, and tells Bruce that that's supposed to feel good. So what is the truth? Kooky. Yeah, okay, Rawls and I are on the same page. Bruce absorbed what Alfred had said, but he couldn't resist the opportunity. Adrenaline at the breakfast table! He couldn't resist the opportunity, where am I? For a philosophical argument. What if the person's evil? He countered. A thief? A murderer? What about the robbers who broke in here? Didn't you feel good when you shot one of them? Didn't that give you a sense of accomplishment? Not at all, Alfred said. I felt justified, but I didn't feel satisfied. Well, I'd feel satisfied if I killed a bad person, Bruce said. That's how vigilantes feel. Then I guess I'm a vigilante. Well, when you get older, hopefully you'll sort this out, Alfred said. I don't think your parents would want you to grow up to become a man who hunts down criminals. Whether for justice or for money, I'd hazard to guess they'd consider that a right nightmare. Bruce frowned and was silent. Then he glanced again at the newspaper. Last night, before Sanchez went down, he hit Williams with that big uppercut. How do you do that? Do you really want to know? Alfred finished the glass of juice. Yes, Alfred. Please show me. The butler stood there for a long moment, leaning against the counter, looking at him, studying him. Bruce couldn't tell what he was thinking and began to feel uncomfortable. Abruptly, Alfred straightened and stepped toward him. All right, then, he said. Stand up. Bruce stood and faced him. Bruce, you really gotta stop. Bruce stood and faced him. You start with your fists in front of you in your ready protective position. Alfred demonstrated and Bruce mimicked him. Now what you want to do, Alfred continued, is wind your arm back like a crank, see? Bruce began the movement. Oh, he'll sort it out. Can I have a word with you, Alfred? Bruce's mother stepped into the room behind Alfred. I'm sorry, madam, Alfred said. We were just... Right now, please! Alfred nodded, and Bruce's mother turned. Together they left the room. Bruce recognized the look on her face and wouldn't have traded places with Alfred for anything. He just hoped he wasn't next. Listen, he slaps baby Selena at least twice in Gotham. He does once hit Bruce in the face so hard he gives him a black eye. Alfred hits children. This Alfred hits children. I also really thought he was going to deck Bruce. And then be like, that's what you get for wanton violence. He felt bad for getting Alfred in trouble, but maybe it would turn out for the best. Bruce wanted to learn to fight more than anything. Maybe Alfred could convince her that in Gotham, learning to fight was a necessity. Pulling his arm back, he tried to duplicate what Alfred had shown him, tacking it onto his memory of the fight the night before. He knew his form was off. He felt awkward and clumsy, but still he imagined he was Sanchez. In his mind's eye, he connected, and then Williams followed with his furious assault. Like Sanchez, Bruce let his knees buckle, and he went down. But unlike the real Sanchez, as the ref counted, Bruce refused to quit. He got back to his feet. crowd cheered him on. Oh, for fuck's sake! The next chapter is still Alfred. Where is Harvey Bullock? I didn't think you could make me crave his presence this much after such a weak opening. And by weak, I mean really abrasive, but in the worst way. Oh my god, Harvey does just kind of fucking disappear. On page 176, Harvey will return. That is currently 15 pages away. Will I make it that long without cracking? Who knows? Alfred was ready to catch hell. Just what were you doing in there? And sure enough, there it was. They were in the drawing room, out of earshot of Bruce. It's not how it appeared, Alfred said, though he knew it was exactly as it appeared. You see, I've made very clear to you and to Thomas that I don't want Bruce learning to fight, Martha said tersely. This idea that he needs to learn to defend himself is ridiculous. People who know how to fight find themselves in fights. It's like four-wheel drive. I'm afraid I'm not following, Alfred said. Four-wheel drive for cars, Martha said. The people who have it start looking for situations where they can use it. They start trying to drive through the snow and water or up mountains, and they wind up killing themselves. Bruce has all the advantages in life. He should be focusing on his education, getting ready for college and medical school, not squandering his efforts on useless and dangerous pastimes. Medical school, Alfred said. That's the first I've heard of it. I've heard of this. Bruce fancies being a doctor, does he? Well, it makes sense, Martha said. He loves science and got the best grade in his class in biology last semester. She paused as if flustered, then continued. My point is that he can do whatever he wants in life, and that's what he should be focusing on, not some barbaric sport. She wants to keep Bruce inside of her stomach. Rolls. No, maybe that's why Alfred acts the same way in the show. Alfred is trying to step up as a hashtag boy mom. Alfred held his tongue. He loved boxing, saw it as beautiful and graceful as an art form, but knew that saying so to Martha wouldn't accomplish anything. Well, except fueling her rage. Women, am I right? Hey, actually, shout out to Alfred for, I think, being the only man who has interacted with Martha without feeling the need to be like, she's hot, though, am I right? So I will give him some credit for that. I understand your wishes, he said instead. Rest assured, I won't teach Bruce how to box or instruct him in any self-defense skills, not without the explicit permission of you and Mr. Wayne. She didn't reply at first, just letting that sink in. And then, can you make me a promise, Alfred? Alfred had a feeling where this was headed. Yes, he said, of course. If something ever happens to me and Thomas, as you know, you'll become Bruce's guardian. Her voice quieted, as if she didn't want her words to be heard. Yeah, I'm quite aware of that, Alfred said, wondering if she and Thomas had chatted about this. Can you promise me that in a worst-case scenario, you'll still respect my wishes? That you'll make sure Bruce continues his education? Keep him away from violence, no matter what you have to do to accomplish it? Promise me, please. He doesn't do that. Does Thomas know you're having this conversation with me? Alfred asked. No, Martha said. Why? Just curious? Yes, I'll give you my word. He didn't know how he'd do it, keep both promises, so very different from each other. But for the problem to arise, both of the elder Waynes would have to have died. Though the world they lived in was violent indeed, such a likelihood seemed far from likely. Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Thank you, Alfred. She sounded firm again. That makes me feel so much better, and I'm sorry if I sounded too harsh. I didn't mean to force you to defend yourself. It's just something that's very important to me. It's something I think about a lot. I guess I'm just afraid lately. Afraid for Bruce, afraid of a lot of things. If there's anything I can do, madam, please let me know. Martha nodded, turned, and went to the hallway. She looked to her left and right, as if to make sure no one was eavesdropping, and then returned to the drawing room and shut the door. Oh my god, it's past midnight. Jesus Christ on a bike. Well, on we go. Almost whispering, she asked, Has Thomas confided in you? Told you anything about what he's been up to lately? No, Alfred said. He hasn't. She peered at him as if wrestling with a thought. I know you wouldn't tell me even if you did know, Martha said, but for weeks, even months now, his behavior's been so odd, and lately it's getting even more so. What sort of behavior do you mean? He goes into his office and locks the door for hours on end, Martha said. He won't let anyone in there and won't tell me what he's doing. He says he's working, but that's so ambiguous. What does working mean? What is he working on, and why does he have to be so mysterious about it? Well, that's hardly new, ma'am, Alfred said. He's been doing it for years. But he does it more frequently now, it seems, Martha insisted. He's more mysterious about it. He takes these strange day trips upstate to clear his head, he says. Yet he never tells us exactly where he goes, or what exactly he does. I want to respect his privacy and give him space. I mean, I understand his work is very stressful, especially lately, and sometimes he needs some time alone. I'm the same way, but I go to spas, long walks. I don't feel like I'm being evasive or elusive. That's my problem right there. He's acting evasive and elusive, and it has me concerned. That's all. I hate secrets. Alfred didn't quite know how to respond. I understand, he said after a moment, but I'm sure it's exactly how it seems, that he just likes to get away for a bit. Now he just had to convince himself that it was true. Thomas, both of your spouses are dying. So he hasn't told you where he goes? No, I'm afraid he hasn't, madam. I believe you, Martha said, even though I'm still not sure you'd tell me if you did know. That's actually cutting from Martha. I do think Alfred would snitch in a heartbeat if one of his employers was having an affair. You always respect Thomas's privacy, and that's the right thing to do, as our butler and as his friend. But I consider you my friend as well. I mean, don't you feel the same way? Alfred didn't like where this was heading. I admire you, Thomas, and Bruce all very much, he replied. So as my friend, the right thing to do would be to tell me what you know, Martha said. Don't you think? It's as I told you, Alfred said. I don't know anything. So Thomas hasn't mentioned a woman to you? Never, Alfred said. And to be quite honest, I don't think he ever would have an affair. He's not the type, and he adores you. Is there really an affair type, though? Martha asked. Well, yeah, I think there is, actually. I mean, some blokes I knew in London used to go round the local, chatting up birds with their wedding bands in their shirt pockets, hoping the tan lines went unnoticed. But those are obvious cheaters, Martha said. Anyone can spot them. But what about the more subtle ones? The ones you never suspect? I'm talking about the secret keepers, the ones who on the surface seem like good family men, the providers. Their friends say, Bob would never cheat. He's a good guy. What about the Bobs? What about the good guys? Oh, Martha. I can't speak for what secrets Thomas may or may not be keeping, Alfred said, and I can't say whether he's one of the Bobs you're referring to either, but I wouldn't be shocked if there were another woman. Oh, I would be shocked if there were another woman. It just don't feel right in my gut. Believe me, Martha said, I don't want to be the woman who gets paranoid, jumps to conclusions, thinks her husband is fooling around behind her back. But his behavior is odd. He's been elusive, so what am I supposed to think? Alfred recalled the blood on Thomas's neck. He claimed it was from shaving, though there didn't seem to be a cut on his face whatsoever. Just the blood. Odd indeed. Thomas is a complicated man, Alfred said. Always has been, always will be. But there is one thing I'm absolutely certain of. He would never do anything to hurt you or Bruce or put you in harm's way. Why harm's way? Oh, crikey. Alfred wished he could take that one back. It's just a figure of speech, madam. I meant he won't want to get you in a dangerous situation. What sort of dangerous situation? Worse and worse. Why do I feel as though I'm climbing out of a hole? Alfred said. I just meant it in a hypothetical situation. I know security is a major concern to Mr. Wayne. That's why the break-in rattled him, and I think it's related to why he was home late yesterday. He's been concerned over how the security system was breached, so he's trying to sort things out at his company. God. Hang on, let me run some quick mental math. I am more than, oh wait, am I? I think I'm close to being like halfway done here. Not all the way, but I'm very close to a halfway point. I need to like run some numbies there. I think I might call it at the end of, we'll read to the next sticky note, which means we'll get to stop right as Raleigh's portion comes up, so we can start the second stream with Raleigh whenever that is, day TBA.
Unfortunately, that means we're not going to see Harvey again before we're done tonight. C'est la vie. I think you know something, she said. Something you're not telling me. You're clairvoyant now, are you? He said, trying to lighten the mood. No, but I know you well, Alfred. Sometimes I feel like you know better than I know you. I know you better than I know Thomas. Threesome. Yeah, Rawls, your page is Harvey's grand return. I believe he's committing a little police brutality to welcome him back, but I tried not to read too much. I was just flipping ahead to look for Harvey. I really have nothing more I can share with you on this matter, madam, he replied, trying to sound reassuring. If there was, I would speak up. But yeah, they all know each other biblically. If I have more, where is it? I will speak up for you, for Thomas, and for Master Bruce. I'm sorry, Alfred, I know you're just doing your job, and I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Thank God you were here the other night, or we could have all been killed. Oh, don't be silly, Alfred said. I was just doing my duty. No, you went well beyond your duty. Any other butler who had gunshots would have hidden in his room until the danger was over. But not you, Alfred. You ran toward the danger. That's what heroes do. And that's precisely why there's no need for Bruce to learn how to fight. As long as he has you to protect him, he'll be safe. Alfred was well into his 50s. Well into his 50s? You said 60s earlier, Jason. And that's still inaccurate. And had lived a hard life, recovering from countless injuries, grieving dead lovers and fallen mates. Oh, he'd be lucky if he lived another 20 years himself. He couldn't protect Bruce forever. I don't think it's a permanent insurance policy. He de-aged a decade in the last day. It's been a good day for Alfred. But I appreciate the sentiment. Martha reached out and to his surprise hugged him, clinging to him. Thank you so much, Alfred, she said, her voice low. He's Benjamin Buttoning! It feels good to know I can count on you. The hug felt a bit too good. Awkward. Alfred wiggled free. Well, all right then, he said. I shall be heading off. I think I left some water boiling on the stove. She nodded, and he rushed away down the hall to the kitchen. Alas, no water was boiling, though there was some cleaning up to do. Bruce, always a thoughtful boy, had cleaned the table and placed his dirty dishes in the dishwasher. Alfred still had to scrub the pan and straighten up the countertop. As he did, his mind was a whirl. Oh God, okay, I'm cracking water bottle number 4. Internal consistency from an author who apparently hasn't watched an episode of the show he's writing about. Yeah, I know. Color me surprised, Nate. Oh God. I want to be clear that normally I disapprove of single-use plastic water bottles, but 1, this was an emergency, and 2, we had a bunch of them left over from a road trip. They were just sitting under the passenger seat of my wife's car, so I dug them out and boom, bang, here we are. I still have so many. Okay, we got like 6 pages left until we call it for the night. Let's do this. Well, Alfred was technically just the Wayne's butler. He had taken on other, duties over the years. Carnal duties. When he'd started working for the Waynes, when Bruce was a young lad, the Waynes had employed a chef called Howard. When Howard retired, Alfred volunteered to step in and take over the culinary duties. He'd been a cook for a time with the Royal Army, and his fellow soldiers loved eating at Al's Kitchen, which had caught on as a nickname for the mess hall. As he enjoyed cooking, he didn't consider it work at all. Over the years, Alfred had perfected his specialties, which included Italian, Spanish, French, and yes, British cuisine. Anyone who thought that British cuisine was an oxymoron hadn't had Alfred Pennyworth prepare them a meal. Okay. Yet there was far more on his mind than food. When the kitchen was all clean, Alfred headed upstairs to his room, figuring he'd read for a bit, perhaps. Maybe try to catch a football match. West Ham United, the team he'd grown up supporting, was playing Liverpool. They'd probably get their asses handed to them, as the Americans liked to say. But it was always nice to keep up with what was happening across the pond. He was relieved he'd made it to his room without running into Martha again. He had never gotten a vibe before that she fancied him in any way, so the tight hug and her strange tone caught him off guard. Oh, God. He didn't think she actually meant anything by it. She was just upset and in a bad place. Alfred had no romantic interest in her, of course, but he had to make sure things didn't escalate. He hoped that she and Thomas sorted things out straight away. Lean into it, Alfred. If they were still in the car, you should have left them there. They're great to keep on hand for emergency. Okay, Nate, I needed them so much. Don't tell me what to do with my bottle of water. The truth, of course, was that he did suspect that Thomas was up to something. The blood on Thomas's neck had been odd, to say the least. Dude, to say the fucking least.
If he were to put his detective's hat on, which he had no intention of doing, he would probably conclude the blood had come from someone else. Had Mr. Wayne been in a tussle at work? Unlikely, which meant that he had lied about his whereabouts yesterday. As for Martha's suspicions that he was off gallivanting with another lady, it seemed doubtful, no matter what the appearances. Thomas just wasn't the cheating sort, yet Martha's instincts were correct. Something was amiss. It wasn't Alfred's place to speculate, but if he were speculating, he might suggest that it had to do with the break-in. The intruders seemed to be searching for something other than the Picasso, or they wouldn't have chopped up the walls the way they had. But perhaps it did have something to do with Wayne Enterprises. At times, Alfred's duties took him to Thomas's office. In recent months, he had overheard Thomas having a number of heated discussions, sometimes with Lucius Fox, or with other personnel. More often than not, it seemed to relate to the board of directors. There seemed to be a concern that the board might try to oust Thomas from his position as CEO. Despite any concerns he might have, Alfred's job title was butler, not detective. And his duties didn't include solving mysteries, especially mysteries involving the behavior of his employer. If Thomas had requested his help, I've lost my spot completely. In any matter, he would provide it without question, and he'd go to any means necessary to protect the entire Wayne family. Thomas had hired him for a reason, because he had a unique set of skills that perhaps I love how fucking every single time we talk about Alfred's skill level, they have to remind us that he mostly got hired because he's willing to kill. Lo and behold, miracle of all miracles, West Ham was beating Liverpool 4-0, and the match was well into the second half. Hearing the chants from the punters at the stadium at Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park, Alfred felt a bit homesick. He knew the feeling would pass, though. While there were many things he missed about London, in particular drinking at the local with his mates, watching football, snooker, and rugby, he never regretted his decision to leave the United Kingdom. I know, this sport's gotta stop. Like, I don't care, Jason. And rugby, he never regretted his decision to leave the United Kingdom. In fact, the decision may have saved his life. At the time he accepted the position, Alfred had possessed zero experience as a butler, nor had he ever contemplated such a career. He'd had a long celebrated time in the Royal Marines, had secured a military cross, and saved an entire regiment on a mission in Kazakhstan. After a couple of years at Scotland Yard, he'd worked for a stretch at MI3, where, yes, he'd received a license to kill. He worked as an operative on numerous classified missions, where he'd inevitably gained many enemies. On 2 occasions, assassins had targeted him, and each time he had narrowly escaped. In an attempt to have a calmer life, he took a position working for a private army in the Middle East. Oh boy! Which protected interests of multinational corporations. During an assignment in Libya, he met Thomas Wayne, one of the army's financiers. Okay, this is, first of all, insane. Thomas Wayne is directly responsible for whatever geopolitical turmoil is currently rocking Libya's shit. And secondly, not how they met, quoth, the show that this is a tie-in novel for. Whatever. Alfred was thrilled when he learned that Thomas and Martha had brought a baby boy into the world. A couple years later, during a Wayne family vacation to England, Alfred drove to the countryside and met Martha and Bruce for the first time. Bullshit, Alfred was their butler when Bruce came home from the hospital. I'm fine, I feel normal about this. Although Bruce was nigh 2 years old, he already had a presence, an aura about him that Alfred found remarkable. Bruce seemed to get on with Alfred as well, smiling and wanting to play with him all the time. Martha and Thomas thought it was unusual because Bruce usually acted shy and distrusting around strangers. Thomas knew Alfred had enemies who were continuing to target him. Later, over pints at the local pub, he offered Alfred the opportunity to get away from it all and come to Gotham to work as his butler. You know what they're saying. Don't talk about the secret origin of Batman's butler. While Alfred had no suitable experience, Thomas said the job wasn't rocket science, and he fancied the idea of Bruce growing up influenced by Alfred's skill set. Killing? The offer intrigued Alfred, but he politely declined. It seemed like too dramatic a change of life for him. In addition, he had a love affair going for many years with a former French espionage agent, a blonde, sprightly bird named Gabrielle Brument. What? Gabrielle had relatives in Paris, and Alfred knew she wouldn't want to move across to America. Then a few weeks later, Alfred and Gabrielle were dining at a modest Thai restaurant in Finsbury Park when 2 men entered. As always, Alfred had taken a seat facing the door. With his inherent ability to assess danger, he knew the men hadn't come to dine. He reached for his gun. Oh my god. But the men had already opened fire. He shot and killed both of them, but a bullet from one of their weapons struck Gabrielle in the head, killing her instantly. I probably don't need to say this. This
is not ever discussed anywhere in the continuity of Gotham. This is a Jason Starr original. Go to Gotham, they said. It'll be fine, they said. You definitely won't end up taking care of half a dozen orphans dragged home by a man in a bat costume that you've been responsible for since his parents were murdered when he was 8. It'll be fun, they said. Alfred emerged physically unscathed, but emotionally devastated. Gabrielle had been the love of his life, and he'd lost her. Worse, her death had been his responsibility, as his past had come back to bite him on the ass. He got a taste of revenge, hunting down and killing the Russian man who had ordered the hit, the brother of a man whom Alfred had taken out several years earlier. Even so, he knew the cycle of violence wouldn't end. His enemies would target him again. Totally normal to just invite a man who people are actively trying to assassinate to live with you and your family, where you have a small child. Besides, living in England had become nigh unbearable. It seemed as if every park, every street corner, every tube station sparked a memory of Gabrielle. So Alfred phoned Thomas and asked him if the butler position was still available. "When can you start?" Thomas asked. Thus Alfred became ensconced in Gotham, learning his way about town as well as a native. And aside from the occasional bout of homesickness related to his old mates in football, he felt like a native most of the time. He enjoyed his work, particularly helping to raise Bruce, who had already turned into such an extraordinary young man. Nevertheless, he thought about Gabrielle every day. He carried a photo of her in his wallet, which used to cause pangs of sorrow whenever he looked at it, but now brought pure joy. He had been in love once. He had experienced what it felt like. Some people died young or never met their soulmate. The way he looked at it, he was one of the lucky ones. What the fuck are we doing here? Alfred turned off the television, confident that even West Ham couldn't lose with a 4-goal advantage. When he glanced out the window and saw Thomas wearing a determined expression, leaving through a back entrance of Wayne Manor, heading toward the gardens. He glanced back over his shoulders to make sure no one was watching him. Alfred shifted out of view behind the curtains. Oh, God. But they could still see Thomas heading into the maze of the English child shrubbery. I lost my spot. Presuming he was out of view again, Thomas took out his mobile and made a call. His expression remained serious, as if he were discussing some grave matter. Alfred recalled the blood on Thomas's neck, the odd conversation regarding Bruce's guardianship, and how Thomas had snapped at him during the repair work in his study. If Alfred had his detective's hat on, he would have considered these clues. Instead, he just pulled the curtains together and went about his day. Alfred said that ain't a me problem. God. And as of right now, this is no longer a me problem. Thank you so much, everyone who has hung around for any portion of this. We will be doing another one of these because we still have so much book to get through. After 5.5 hours, we will be jumping back in on page 176 with 10 pages sponsored by my good bud Raleigh, the same clown who sent me these books in the first place. Be there, be square, or don't. Or don't. It's fine. Have a beautiful evening, everybody. I love you. Mwah.